Hello everyone and welcome. I'm so happy to have you all back. My name is Julian Pastrytime. I'm going to be joined for today's Academy Games by Coco the Dragon. Coco, how's it doing, man?
Hello. It's going great. I've got everything set up, and I just found out that I don't have to pay my taxes until July, so everything is looking up.
All right, of course. Well, due to the impact of COVID-19, LCS and Academy have gone online, which is why you see this particular setup. We are still dedicated, though, to bringing you all the league action you know and love. So sit tight, because we have 5 more Academy games today to round out Week 8 of the season, which has been pretty wild down the stretch, Coco.
Yeah, it's been one brutish season for all of these teams. Everyone is pretty much just one win or loss apart, and it just goes to show that everyone is really striving for that ultimate perfection, especially when you're in a league that has pretty much like an LCS level team with Dignitas Academy, so you gotta play on par.
Yeah, we'll be talking about Dignitas Academy later, but our first game, of course, Team Liquid Academy versus Golden Guardians Academy, and this is kind of a cool clash of styles. TLA have had pretty slow games, certainly have played a lot of long games this season, but on the other side, it's been all early game for Golden Guardians Academy.
Oh yeah, they're trying to speedrun as fast as possible through these games because, you know, when you have that situation where you have the second highest goal differential at 15 and the highest starting first blood percentage in your jungler for hard, you have to make sure that you are always at least 2,000 or so gold ahead of your opponent so you can make up for any mistakes that you might have later on in the game, especially against Team Liquid, who has a very strong late game performance.
Yeah, they've been pretty good as a team as they ramp up. Shonefire in particular is probably the player we'll be looking up, but Champs Select has begun, so we'll put all those thoughts on hold as the first 2 bans are in. Yuumi and Aphelios to start things off, and there's Tahm Kench banned by Golden Guardians.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for from Golden Guardians with these bans is actually a lot of lane security, because you see already the Yuumi and the Tahm Kench getting banned out. Those are those safety picks in those bottom lanes that you don't want Team Liquid to have. That allows them to get to the late game a lot safer in that security. And then Team Liquid's on the other side where it's, okay, we want to make sure that we can grab things that have a lot of scaling, but the late game bullying that Golden Guardians might have, want to make sure that we can get those off the board. So Senna, also that late game security being taken away.
A ton of marksmen actually off the board. Kalista also joining the pile alongside Tahm Kench. So a lot of those safer, just kind of in vogue bot lanes being banned out. And last ban is Pantheon, certainly in the early game camp there, but an easy first pick set for Golden Guardians.
Oh yeah, extremely easy for Zion Spartan. Not only is it an extremely great bullier, you also can use it as that flex pick. I want to see if Hard might bring it into the jungle. I've seen set jungle happen a little bit, but it's something where it's not too impressive. So maybe a little bit of a late game security on that end, as Team Liquid will have the chance to really pick up some comfort picks on this bottom side. I really want to see if Rikara and Cow will get a winning bottom lane to sort of help Shernfire in these early game progressions to muddle out Golden Guardians.
Yeah, kind of much like, Team Liquid's LCS team, been quite a lot of just general shakeups in the rosters for Team Liquid Academy. You mentioned Rikara is one of the newest players joining this team since Tactical has moved up to join the 6-man roster now for Team Liquid, but Shonefire came in late, Broxah came in late for the LCS team, so to even be at this spot where maybe Team Liquid can rattle off a few wins at the end of the season and then make it into playoffs is pretty impressive given the predicaments their team have been in.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you gotta give them the benefit of the doubt as well. Like when you have someone come in late like Shernfire who might need a little bit extra time for synchronicity, as well as Rikara just coming in as well. So if they're able to tune and sort of hone into each other soundly and quickly, that just speaks to how well the Academy team has really been able to put in that practice, as now they're actually going to have to double down on that duo synchronicity because you're going up against the most synchronized of Rakan and Xayah.
Yeah, Gorica and Keith will take Xayah and Rakan. As you mentioned, we did have the GP picked up already for Jenkins, and there's the Nautilus, something that Cow has played quite a lot of so far this split, but I think considering a lot of different options, but keeping it fairly stable.
Yeah, I want to see a Thresh though. I feel like Cow would have had a great Thresh performance because it allows a little bit more safety and that additional engagement tool with the death sentence, and scales fairly well. But Nautilus, it's something that you get that lane rolling, right? And then he just becomes this absolute death ball of a unit that can go to any lane and really sort of give them an advantage in any situation, and provides a little bit of additional zone pressure, as now with all those being picked up, you have a lot of comfort to sort of really hone down on this jungle pool.
We'll see what happens here. I imagine both Shern and Hard will kind of start going after each other's picks, Jarvan being the first ban here for Team Liquid, but Yasui is going to lose that Aurelia. Did have quite an impressive performance on it yesterday, so not wanting to give that one over.
Yeah, Gragas is still available as well. I wonder if Hard will see if he can grab that one, because it has really provided him a lot of pressure in these early stages. Another one I'd be looking at would be Elise. So a lot of those early AP junglers, I want to see if Team Liquid will take those off the board. And for sort of finalizing out their composition as well, I think you do need something that is a bit more aggressive on that side. So maybe hold on to it, grab it into this next rotation, get that early jungler, deny it away from Hard, and then sort of force them into something that isn't as good in those dueling scenarios.
It seems like Liquid are taking those tank junglers out, so we'll see what jungler they pick out of this into phase 2, and I think as you're alluding to, I do expect them to pick a jungler up here. Gragas will be lost out of the pool as a result, so Golden Guardians not wanting to give that one away to Shern. But certainly curious. As you mentioned, you don't really get to be the #1 first blood jungler on the Golden Guardians if you don't pick early game junglers. So
yeah, right. Like Elise is still on the board. You could pop that one in. Thinking, yeah, like there's not really a lot of any other spicy picks outside of like the Olaf security. There is that one being locked in for Schernfire. So now it's something where, okay, now I can pretty much outduel you as long as you don't pick any sort of additional roaming supports to, or excuse me, a roaming top laner or mid to help him out, because at this time you could still argue Set is that flex, and with that Ornn lock in, that does mean Set is going to be either going into that mid or jungle, as Karthus also being locked in. So this is going to be a Set mid, most likely.
Very interesting mix-up here for Golden Guardians, but we have seen both the Blaze Olive and Zion Spartan be pretty dynamic with how they're willing to play. So yeah, 3 interesting champions to round out after a very obvious duo lane, but we'll see where Golden Guardians want to put them in a second as Team Liquid lining up their last pick, and it does look like it will be Sylas here for Yasui, and it is.
No, actually, that's pretty good. That's a great last pick, as a matter of fact, because now you look at all of those ultimates on that side. So you give a clap over to Golden Guardian saying, all right, nice job using that Set as a bait, sort of holding him into this position where you can pick your jungler and your top laner comforts at that very end. But you have to say that last reply, making sure that you look at their entire composition, you see the tools that Golden Guardians has, and you're like, all right, I'm going to be able to take 1 or 2 of those away and bring it to my side. And that Sylas pickup just very clean on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think a pick that has maybe not been explored as much as it could have. It did get changed, and a lot of people are like, well, Sylas is nerfed, I don't want to play it anymore. But a lot of players have been picking it up again. Yasui's certainly someone that knows his way around the champion. So kind of fun, but I think for me the interesting part is both junglers this time are opting into farming junglers rather than something more aggressive like the Elise that you were talking about.
Yeah, like you could always argue that you're going to have a first blood percentage when you just fast level to level 6 as Hard might be able to just get a Requiem. Like you could still secure that stat, but it's also playing into their next big stat, which is that highest gold differential at 15. So if you're able to hard farm, like I said earlier, if you're going to the point where you can get more money than your opponent at that sort of early to mid game conversion where you start contesting neutral objectives more and those first turret plates start to fall away, then it's like, all right, now this dueling and the skirmishing has our favor because we're just getting to that power spike ahead of the opponent.
Certainly some cool comps. Excited to see how they play out. With Champ Select complete, we're now heading to a 5-minute commercial break. This is to preserve competitive integrity by adding a 5-minute delay to the game, but we'll be casting what you see, so you won't miss anything. We'll catch you here after this.
petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong, and you shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous
Welcome back, everyone. As a reminder, we have built up a 5-minute delay to preserve competitive integrity, and on that note, we actually had a pause in this game, so we'll continue to build up that delay, but as soon as we're ready, we'll dive back into the game. I'm still Patriot Time, still joined by Coco the Dragon for our first game here, and the thing we have to ask, I think, Coco, is you told me before the broadcast, you're an Ornn player, and Ornn has not seen a lot, has seen a lot of attention, mainly on the ban list, and finally received some nerfs in recent patches. But unsurprisingly, as soon as it's back open, Golden Guardian's happy to pick it.
Yeah, and the fact that it sort of got through the draft wasn't too surprising, right? Like, it got that nerf, it got a little bit of a pad, makes competitive play a little bit more scared to sort of bring it back in. But for me, it's something that it actually sort of brings it to a little bit of normalcy. Like, I think that the changes that they've made to sort of bring it back down and nerf him are good. And he's someone that provides so much pressure in those early stages where he can create some dueling setups. He can provide that engagement for those junglers to help come in and get ahead. And then in the end, once you get to that late game, he has not only the ornaments that he can give everyone for that extra gold, but also he provides more zoning, more engagement pressure, and overall way more tools than a lot of the tanks now provide. So he will get flushed out. Like, you could say Maokai or Poppy might come into the meta and be a little bit more flavorful, but for right now, Ornn is still king in those tank tops and mids, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn was the only tank being played effectively before all the tank items got changed, and now since those have been buffed, even though Ornn has had some slight hits, it makes sense that he's still kind of the king of the tanks, as you mentioned. So kind of curious to see this game play out. I think I am surprised about how teamfight oriented Golden Guardians Academy wanted to go here.
Yeah, I'm a little interested on it as well, because this is something that you look at their statistics and you look at their previous games. It's like, okay, we want to get ahead early. We want to have very bloody and scrappy compositions. And then going to a point where it's like, all right, we have a set. We have a Karthus who wants to just be constantly farming and not really worry about any lanes whatsoever. It's this sort of counterpunch mentality for me where they're going against Team Liquid, who's renowned for those late game scales, and is saying, hey, we can actually play your style, and we might be even able to do it better, especially when you're technically like a mindset down, when you have Rikara just stepping in and Surenfire, who's been dominating but hasn't been able to really take care of those early game starts just yet.
Yeah, it definitely feels like if there's a place of obvious attack for Golden Guardians in the early game, it is going to be in that 2v2. I mean, Zyra Khan, a formidable duo pretty much anywhere, as we are going to get ourselves into game. Apologies, it looks like we are jumping in slightly late, but ooh, Team Liquid already lining up for something early. Keith going to have to get out of there. Hook is going to miss. Keith, nice dash out of the way. Team Liquid Academy with a little poke in for the invade, but don't get anything out of it.
Yeah, just a little taste testing, seeing if they can get their feet in the water and find out really what Golden Guardian wants to grab. Like, this is an almost direct flip of philosophy already. Surenfire seeing if he can get an early advantage, know where hard starts. It's pretty obvious even then with a Karthus, but if he can make it to where he's able to stay in the darkness, prowl around, and then once it gets to that level 2, level 3 power spike for Surenfire, like once he clears all the camps, start hunting around for those ganks. Because you look at those setups, right? Like Zion Spartan on this top lane, don't really want to worry about it. But if you want to shut down Gorka and Keith, that's really the play for sure.
We'll see what happens here. As you mentioned, pretty obvious start here for Hard. He's going to start clearing on the bottom half of his jungle. Surenfire on the same side, so at his blue, which again also makes sense for Olaf. But certainly curious to see how effectively Hard can clear. Karthus is one of those junglers that it is not free to just play Karthus jungle like it is with some maybe more straightforward champions. Yeah. You have to put a lot of games in just learning how to clear without losing all your health.
Oh yeah, like I was just hearing that discussion about the dive a couple podcasts ago where Azael was sort of mentioning these different speed rates of clear for the initial start for Karthus, where they'd really come down to the specific mechanics and placements of the Skittles and where you need to be in comparison to the camp. And it's like if Hard is able to replicate that, which we want to keep track of, he'll be able to actually come in and help out a Blaze Olive and really shut down Yasui's Silas before it starts to get out of hand.
Doesn't need too much help right now. Blaze Olive with actually a very nice trade into mid lane, but you have to think that 1v1, Ornn's not going to be doing too much, although we'll see. Spellbook can also open up a lot of possibilities.
Watch for level 3, because that's really when Ornn gets, like, once he gets all his skills, he can start baiting you out, do some animation canceling, and look for, like, just those initial bursts. But at the moment, just playing it slow, playing it safe, and just using that base damage to what it can.
It's funny, nice little Bella's Breath there. We saw actually Yasui going to go back in, but again, Ornn just pretty straightforward trades. And it does kind of remind me of Rumble in a weird way, right? Like, doesn't push the lane nearly as aggressively, but like very stable pick that can kind of push and be safe, and then extremely impactful in team fights once you get your ultimate.
Yeah. He sort of like burrows his way into the brain and worries with it for a bit, where like it kind of tilts your laning phase just a bit, and you constantly keep calling for your laner to be like, all right, push this guy really underneath this turret so I can go and help you out and roam and look for anything. But yeah, like as the lane is going, it's totally fine as it is for Yusui, as long as he doesn't get to a real lethal point where Hard can just like walk in and throw a Skittle and call it a day. And all the other lanes are sort of in that same mindset where Jenkins doing phenomenally for himself on that gangplank. I just want to see how far he can get away with that farming differential.
Yeah, curious to see if that holds up, because Zion's goal difference stats early on at 10 minutes have been very good in Academy. But right now, Jenkins certainly getting the better end of that matchup. In the bot lane, though, Rikara and Kao actually off to a pretty good start, pushing nicely here with the MF, and up a couple of CS. It's nothing crazy just now, but it is nice to see that kind of the lane we maybe thought would go bad early for Team Liquid is actually going more than fine.
Yeah, and at this point, too, it's really interesting to see how well you're going to have this sort of two mix-ups between Keith and Gorka, where they're able to shut down Kao and Rikara just to get that early dragon pressure. Might be what the call is, but Hard actually coming in to say hi.
What a combo by a Blaze Olive, gonna knock up Yasui. Hard also getting a slow down, so the Dark Harvester will get Brock. Yasui back in, gets the W enough. Shern actually going for Hard. He's just squishy a target, but not really in range. A nice another axe. Surenfire though does save a Blaze Olive, and no kills in mid lane.
That actually, I'd say, is a pretty good advantage here for Team Liquid, especially with that force flash. Oh, that's so close. Now Surenfire has so much pressure in this jungle to force Hard out of this and take some chickens for himself as well.
This definitely feels like, you know, what TL wanted to get out of this mid lane pick. You know, Ornn very stable, very safe, very difficult to kill, but can maybe not provide as much pressure early on. Yasui now having a bit of an advantage, able to just take the fight straight to the Ornn with a Conqueror. I mean, Surenfire is playing against another farming jungler. Look at the CS between the two jungles right now.
Yeah.
12 CS up for Surenfire.
Like, and it's almost mirrored too in this top lane as well. Like, all this difference going on is just big blinking red lights going off in Golden Guardian's house and just saying, look, we've got to find some way to catch up. We don't want to be in this differential when it comes down to these skirmishes, because once you fall behind just 1,500 gold and you say Yusui, who wants to be in these long extended trades with a Blaze Olive, he gets that item early, you can just kiss Ornn goodbye, because he's not going to be able to really survive past any of that initial burst that he's going to be thrown out.
Yeah, certainly kind of needs to build up towards that first item, so we'll see what a Blaze Olive does do. I'm imagining Abyssal Mask here, but we'll see. Also, beautiful 1v1 on display there for Jenkins in the top lane. Is going to force Zion to TP back, but it looks like GP has already used his teleport actually. So going back to base, buying a Sheen, now has a Cull, but is going to be a little bit later back to that lane as grab there for Cal onto Gorica. Rikara flashing straight over, that's it! First blood, 2v2 for the Team Liquid Academy bot lane.
Oh, lovely. I actually love the fact that right when Jenkins hit level 6, he was like, all right, we can hit that go button. Went back, recalled, made sure that Zion Spartan didn't know where he was, and they made the play immediately down there for Team Liquid. Getting that first blood, nothing happening in reply just yet. So now you have to think where Golden Guardians is going to try and set their eyes on. Do they want to just say, you know what, we lost that trade, let's take the L as it is, see if we can get some additional pressure on this top side, because now you have both of your side lanes really struggling to keep momentum, and it just allows Surenfire to constantly move into this river, check where Hard is, see if he can get some pacing, and then just reassert for a new objective that Team Liquid can take.
I think that's the best thing to highlight, is like this is exactly what Surenfire wants. Everyone pushing the lanes, everyone ahead, just give me space to go in, farm, and invade the enemy jungle. 20 CS ahead now for the jungle matchup, but Team Liquid Academy ahead across the board. In fact, they're up 1,500 gold in this early game, and Golden Guardians are supposed to be the early game team.
Yeah, and that's what's confusing, right? Like I was saying that Golden Guardians, they play this late game scaling. They're saying, okay, we can beat you at your own game, but Team Liquid playing just faster, saying, well, we can play yours a lot better. And I think that's what's perfect for Academy as well, is now Surenfire saying hello and cool.
Downstairs, here we go. Keith going to be the target. Grab did connect, but nothing really happening. Nice attempt though from Team Liquid Academy, but couldn't quite sync up all the CC. Zaya and Rakan are very tricky to try and kill, but without an ultimate, I'm actually impressed Gorica lived so easily. Did have to burn the flash though, it looks like.
Yeah, but now you have only an Ignite down there between Keith and Gorica respectively, so next time that happens, it's going to be even worse, because now you won't have that escape. You have to wait until you get that level 6, and it causes this issue. Is Surenfire just saying hello on a Blaze Olive? Not going to be like any massive kill, but it's just making sure you have that pressure that Yusui can always answer if Surenfire wants to poke his head in and see where Hard's at, because at this moment, you're 20 CS down, Hard needs to catch up, you're falling behind in bottom lane, and even mid having some trouble.
They're going
forced
for
to
it.
use the ultimate just to disengage.
Really nice hook there from Cal, but no follow-up, unfortunately, there for a Blaze Olive. Nice steal from Yusui, again, lined up the all-in-all nicely, but under the turret enough to not get killed there.
Yeah, it's something where you're playing with fire there, buddy. Like, a Blaze Olive, he's going to be really difficult to dive, and Cal coming in just to sort of flex his muscles a little bit, it's questionable, because you could throw your lead away almost instantaneously if you disrespect the Ornn defense. So, sit back, play it safe. Nice hook, but sure. It's now at a point where 9 minutes in, you're looking for the Rift Herald. If you're Team Liquid, Golden Guardians just needs to push their vision out to the river so they can at least find where this Olaf is, because right now, that is the big question mark on the map.
Certainly not an overcommit, if nothing else, in mid lane, but I do like the roam from Cal, because bot lane's just fine, and it seems like at this point, they're going to flatten out a little bit with the farm, as Gorica is able to catch up thanks to Cal leaving the lane. A Blaze Olive, though, also doing just fine on farm, kind of floating the lane right now, and getting the pressure pushed back forth. But again, I'm curious to see, you know, can these champions leave the lane, because I think the time to really do damage to this Ornn is kind of fading with the fact that he has the Negatron Cloak now finished as well. So I think Ornn is no longer a viable target for pressure.
No, I don't think so either. Like, you could say maybe Fire is able to catch him if Ablaze Olive is doing something like this, where he's caught predicting where Yasui is going to be and is forcing the lane back out to survive, and you just come back for that reach gank. That's the only time you're going to be able to really take down Ablaze Olive anymore. Now it's, all right, what can we get on this bottom lane? Zion Spartan, you can always throw into consideration, but he is playing way too safe to really consider anything, and you're totally fine with Jenkins just hyper farming as it is, just about 20 CS as well in the differential department, and we're closing in on that 15-minute gap where plates are going to fall, and we're going to get that checkpoint of how far behind is Golden Guardians falling, because you're still slowly getting to that 3,000 gold mark as Fire putting the pressure
Really
by.
nice hook into the MF. Ulti beautifully comboed. Keith almost going to die. The Ignite is enough there from Cow as Ragnarok will be popped as well. Team Liquid just smashing this bottom lane now.
Oh my goodness, that was just absolutely perfect there from Cow getting that hook, and it now opens up pressure. Go ahead, take the dragon. Hard is not in a place to really try and contest this. Like, he could just sacrifice himself and say, all right, you know what, YOLO, get the dragon just to deny it, but it's just the second dragon. It's not the soul. Play it safe, keep on farming. You still have to play catch up, and there's so many things on the table that just keep getting messier and messier for Golden Guardians. Team Liquid just taking this one away, playing a perfect early game.
Yeah, up 2,000 gold almost. Have two Drakes, as it will be the Mountain Rift and Mountain Soul for this particular game. Shern also has just been farming up a Storm. Not only is he 20 CS ahead of Hard, but he actually has the Eye of the Herald just in his trinket slot, ready to drop before the plates happen. So he has just been taking every objective off the map.
Yeah, it's just left, right, center. Wherever Fire is, there is no resources at all for Golden Guardians. And I saw Zion Spartan seeing if he could get some sense of lane pressure in this top side, and he just keeps getting shot down by those parlays from Jenkins. And it's just so obnoxious to deal with, especially when you are playing that character that can't really close in. Like, the fact that it's either like a Set, a Darius, someone who can't actually really get any tools to bring them to yourself or get yourself to them with an engagement, it causes this awkward feeling of needing a jungler to help create that additional pressure. And when you have a farming man like Karthus for Hard, you really are left to your own devices to just sort of starve out until you can get to a point where you can bring your tools to a team fight or a skirmish and really swing yourself back into this game.
Yeah, kind of curious to see how the rest of this shakes out, because Shern needs to get a move on with this Rift Herald drop. Keith though gonna start a thing, knock up on the Cow after the Rakan ultimate. Here comes Requiem, but not enough to take down the Nautilus, and here comes actual on. Cow is going to get knocked up, and that will be a kill over, but Fire just runs down hard and takes him out as Yasui now trying to get him with the Rakan ultimate on himself, but in a 1v3, not really advised, but does give enough space for Shern to get out, as he just has to pop the Herald. There's nowhere else that he can put it.
You know, why not, right? Like, if you just kill the caster minions to get some plates, but it's not even going to be able to do that. It just turned its eyes. That's what feels bad, you know. Like, sometimes Shelly just doesn't want to do the job, and you know, she just wants to work from home today. Like, go back to the base, go heal back up, make sure your toilet paper's stocked, and keep on playing. But you know, you're gonna have to come back for an attempt number 2. You're not gonna get any turret plates, so Team Liquid is just looking solely for pressure with the next Shelly. But with how that fight went down, you're looking at GG saying, all right, you have the tools to come back. You are behind that 2,000 gold. You could definitely feel it with the amount of damage that Rikara and Yusui were punching out, and Fire as well, just running down hard. So the question is, with that checkpoint, do you have the capability to contest that next Shelly, to contest that next dragon? Because now you are on this big timer of this Dragon Soul only being 2 away.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot of teams, you know, concede 2 Drakes. Usually they'll trade. Unfortunately for Golden Guardians, didn't have enough map pressure to do that. But yeah, giving your opponent soul point this early on in the game always feels like a losing battle. So I do expect Golden Guardians to pick a fight in 2 minutes when the Drake's up. But I think Fire's addiction to power farming kind of cost him there, because he just never found a spot to drop the Herald.
No, he didn't. He just kept on going. Like, I feel that you should always, when you get that Herald, they're asking themselves, all right, where can we put this? And Fire, he asked that question, no one answered. He's like, all right, well, I guess we'll just keep on going. He does have to pop that Ragnarok, though, just to get out and make sure that he stays alive. Doesn't give any additional gold over to Golden Guardians than he wants. But now we're into this all-man mid that is way too familiar for myself. And you look at these two compositions, like, all right, cool, like both of you guys can clear super fast, don't worry about it. You're preparing for Shelly. I hope that's what the play is. And there you go, hard, starting up that Shelly to deny it from Team Liquid.
Is going to know, though, probably takes the red and can likely make his way down here, sweeps out this ward, but going to check the pit a little late. Ward over the back is turned off, so isn't going to see it, but maybe they have some info. But again, like, effectively 1v5 if Sean wants to walk in there, so that is going to be the Herald over to Golden Guardians this time.
Yeah, so this is a great positive for Golden, because now with Hard having that Herald, you can place him really just anywhere on the map, and if Team Liquid puts down any pressure, wherever Hard is, he can now ask himself, all right, I have Requiem, I can go ahead and provide that additional damage to help thwart any continuous aggression from Team Liquid, and then I can immediately drop Herald wherever I'm at to the nearest lane and get some pressure instantly to that side, to where Team Liquid will have to start to pay attention. I look at where you say top lane would be a great one just to get Zion Spartan back rolling, but it constantly is thrown down mid just to see if they can crack open the space more. Is, oh, Rikara.
Going for the dive, Rikara gets knocked up, and Blaze Oliver with a great combo, but now he's a little too far forward, flashes out, but now Schoenfire going to try and contest. Keith going to get in there and save his teammate. The answer is no, but they do get the tower. Ragnarok though popped to Schoen, going to chase him, but Keith dashes back towards Gorica for safety.
Oh, Yusui, Jenkins on the side here. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab anything just yet. He's constantly roaming down. Okay, decides to back off, goes down to this bottom lane to continue pressuring it, and Mountain Dragon is up. Schoenfire goes to that immediately. They know that Golden Guardians has no pressure whatsoever to really try and contest for this, and honestly, I think Hard will just have to give this one up and continue playing the farm game and get to that next item power spike.
Tried to kill Rikara, so it's actually a 4v4 right now, or it could be, as the ultimate did force the MF out. But here is that TP. Zion going to come down. A Blaze Olive back off spawn as well. And Golden Guardian's going to force the issue around the Drake.
Alright, well, and Yusui here, he also has TP, he's sitting in base. He actually decides to go top, so this is forfeiting this Mountain Drake. Good call anyways, just to say, you know what, let's continue this farm game, let's keep getting this gold as fast as possible. Don't want any of this economy going to the wayside, and giving only one Mountain Drake over isn't anything harmful, right? Like, if they get 2 to 4, if they're able to just constantly get up to the place where they are able to contest that Dragon Soul, then that's a questionable call for Team Liquid, but so far, just in this short-term mindset, don't need to worry about it too much, and getting some damage onto this top turret as well means Yusui in a comfortable place to possibly look for some more kills, as Kao and Rikara coming up top.
Does have an item and a half now, does Yusui, including those Sork shoes. Doesn't want to go too aggressive here, but as you mentioned, his teammates were on that side of the map, so happy to play a bit more aggressive. Certainly waiting to see the map maybe open up a little bit more on the Liquid side. It is a tower apiece as Cal looks for Gorica. Does land the hook.
Right.
No follow-up there. Gorica just going to Featherstorm out.
Yeah, sadly you got to use that ultimate to deny the ultimate and get away. Don't want to use any summoner spells at that time. Want to save them for the next big fight. And if you're thinking of where that fight's going to be happening, I have to say top side. It's 18 minutes in. Both of these two solo laners of a Blaze Olive and a Yusui are wanting to make sure that they are constantly next to the objectives, because, you know, when Baron pops up, you say, all right, who can really take this down? Golden Guardians actually has a phenomenal composition to not only zone around the objective, but also to take it fairly quickly. You got Karthus, Xayah, and Set to really just sort of shred it down with that damage, and then the zoning coming in from Heath and a Blaze Olive will be just enough to sort of make that question for Team Liquid to either fully invest and overstep, or sort of ingrain themselves in saying, all right, let's just siege and make sure that our pressure is a little bit more threatening than that of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because we said that, okay, Golden Guardians, you know, more of the early game team. I think, yes, the meta has moved more towards team fighting and the games have gotten longer.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe not the team we expected to, you know, choose to play something like Karthus on and really commit to playing a later game. It doesn't seem like they're that far behind, but they're actually still down 4,000 gold. So it's weird watching this game because, like, if you look at the scoreboard, it's like, yeah, TL's really far ahead still in this early game.
Yeah, I'm like thinking of like, what's the big picture for Golden Guardians? Because now, like, this whole argument of saying GG is a better early game, TL wants to scale late, it's kind of moot now because of how those compositions were drafted and how this game has gone on. So you're thinking of, all right, what is the even bigger picture that is completely ignoring at this point? And for me, the theory is is Golden Guardians sort of prepping themselves, sort of making sort of like a bulwark for their weaknesses and making sure that they can play multiple compositions to an effective point in preparation for summer, which is already a big question mark for these lower bracket teams.
Kind of a cute move there by Hard. Actually snuck into the top lane, but it's just going to be here to pressure off the tower. It's already pretty low, so we're not going to be able to defend that 1-1v2. So turret number 2 does indeed go over to Golden Guardians. FLICKR Blaze Olive goes to the shop while it falls down around him. Very cute.
Yeah, you know, grabs the Bramble Vest and the Balmy Cinder, so, you know, scaling for that additional massive power coming in from just itemization in general. And that's one thing that also got a little bit nerfed down, was the Sunfire and Cinder damage that you'll be dealing with that additional crowd control. So going into the 20-minute stage, you want to make sure that you can get at least some of that additional damage for these fights. And if you're looking at just general output from GG, every single member just throws down the pain. And another questionable thing for me that I haven't seen too often, except for really what Zion Spartan likes to grab, is that Blade of the Rune King on set, just for like that survivability. Usually I'd see it on like a Hail of Blade set, who just like throws down as many punches as possible and just goes for speed punching, but in this time, just for survivability, I suppose.
It's funny, I feel like he changed his name back and now he's back to his old style as well. This is very much a side lane focused purchase for Zion Spartan. But we'll see how he matches up against Jenkins, who is still looking good in that matchup. Team fight though, brewing. Good ult there by Jenkins, but no follow-up. Here's Yasui there with a stolen Ornn ulti. Oh, it's Ornn ultis everywhere. Blaze Olive with the defensive one will disengage the fight. Hard low, but not out, so Golden Guardians do get away.
Yeah, I gotta make sure which train you're gonna be riding with those ultis, seeing if you can follow in. But, you know, no tickets to ride as they force for that disengagement. And both of those horns calling Zion Spartan down to this mid lane. He does have Flash Showstopper available, and with some of those ultimates down, especially the Yasui one where he doesn't have that additional engagement, could be a possible skirmish here with Zion on the go button.
Yeah, kind of a missed dash, I think, maybe from Blaze Olive. Actually prompted Schoenfire to get aggressive, but even though he used a smite, it will be back up for this Drake just about the time they're ready to kill it, but maybe a fight instead for the objective. Golden Guardians do not want to give this away. Knock up their lands. Great ult there for Keith in the back line. Finds a 3-man charm at the end of the day, but Yasui looking for the flank as well. Here comes the ulti out of Hard Requiem. Level 2. No executes given over, but still the fight for the Drake is happening. And Zion zoning the rest of TLA out of here. Schoenfire might just want to try and finish off the Drake, but he's going to get killed. Showstopper out. The Drake over to Hard. And there's the stolen Requiem. Almost kills Zion, but it's not enough as Keith even lives as well at the end of the day. And Golden Guardians just rob TLA of that Drake.
That was a beautiful extended contestation for that Drake. You had that initial fight at the very beginning to contest for that mid pressure that Team Liquid was looking for. It got immediately disengaged, and going into this dragon fight, it was all on Keith. He was able to create that zone, make sure that Team Liquid was never able to play on their terms, and allowed Zion Spartan to do exactly what he needed to do, just walk at them and take them out with the Showstopper, getting that 4-man, which was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, sure, not able to use his ulti, so just gets pushed out of the pit, and Hard is able to secure the Drake for his team, so 2 Drakes apiece. And as you mentioned, Coco, you know, giving up that first Drake, not too bad. You feel like you can get the third and then pressure for the soul, but you don't want to give up the 4 Drakes, and you're starting to get on the path now where Golden Guardians, again, despite the deficit that they are in gold-wise, they've kind of flattened this lead. They've got plenty of space to play with, and they're consistently winning fights against Team Liquid Academy, which at this point is the thing that's going to matter more.
Yeah, and the fact that in a little bit of a hidden term too is the fact that it's that Mountain Drake. So the constant continuous growing of defenses for Golden Guardians means that they're going to be able to sustain a lot more hurt against Team Liquid, who has this extended damage and this continuous damage, but no longer will that be the case when they have that as shield and just a brutish amount of bonus armor and magic resist coming in. As Zion Spartan doesn't even care anymore. He has,
oh my goodness,
like we mentioned.
He's got Black Cleaver
he just gets to wail on him. Yeah, he just gets a punch on him. Like, this is what those Mountain Drakes can do, is just saying, hey, those shots, they don't hurt anymore. I can shrug them off, and I can just walk at you.
It's a really brawly build with the Black Cleaver finish now. Zion Spartan clearly feeling confident in the 1v1 despite the CS deficit. I mean, this is not a poor game plan. He has 2 big-ticket items already finished, and Zion's like, yeah, you didn't build to 1v1, so let's 1v1.
Yeah, they just keep on that side lane that Zion Spartan is known for. Ain't no Darshan anymore. And now with the Baron as well up, you're at 25 minutes. You're saying, okay, cool. all these players have at least 2 items ready to go. Blaze Olive is really the only one that doesn't. He's still like, he did that multi-build where he went for the Bramble Vest just for some more dueling thwarting as it is, making sure you have the health reduction. But this time you're saying, okay, well, you've caught up. You're still that 2,000 gold deficit, or 3,000 gold as it is, but you don't feel that. You don't feel any of that gold being lost, because a lot of it is on that Gangplank, who can now be out-dueled by a Zion Spartan set.
You can see, I think that mid tower is the big thorn in TLA's side right now. They just don't have enough space to be forcing the issue with their aggressive champions. Like, Yusui can't find a 1v1, Shonefire can't chase someone down, although Keith is going to be a good target. Gonna get knocked up, but dashes back, and that's 2 ultimates committed. They're not even going to get the kill. In fact, this might be a counter kill back. The Requiem is good. Goodbye, Shonefire.
Perfect disengagement. That was beautiful by Keith. Like, yeah, you were able to get out. It's super lucky of him that he was able to survive all of that damage, but that's all he needed. He just needed to survive a little bit longer and allow people to come in, allow for a Blaze Olive and Hard to read the signs and be able to take down Fire on that end. And now Zion Spartan saying, all right, let's continue this pressure. Let's keep going. Let's find a Jenkins first.
Actually proxied a wave, and they're now going to dive Jenkins, who self-ults to try and get out of there. TP down as well, so I think Jenkins might be okay in the long run, but 1v4, good flash. Yusui with the ulti going to knock up Hard, but I don't think they can chase, so just has to TP in and burn the ult he stole to make sure his top laner lives.
Yeah, but none of that pressure is relieved either, because a Blaze Olive is on this top side now and is just wailing away, seeing if he can get to this turret in time. Team Liquid does spot him out. Fire is not heading that way, though. I think Rikara or Yusui might be the ones that have to answer it, but deciding actually to back off and see if they can reset and get some more additional pressure into this river here. You look at the vision now, it has completely turned tides. What was once red is now brightened up with blue control words here, especially around that Baron, because that is exactly where these 2 teams are going to be eyeing at.
Alright, well, thankfully Rikara and Cow are able to open up the highway in mid, so that's how being down means they have now way more space to fight for these next objectives, which they'll need to do. 30 seconds till that Drake is up. Now both teams can get to Soul Pointer, and that Baron you mentioned, the Golden Guardians Academy, already have lit up. So TL clearly looking to try and start something here, but it's 4v3 right now, technically. Actually, 4v4. Yusui just at the top of your screen.
Well, you have the TP as well. TP as well on Zion Spartan, so he can always look out for that. There's the engagement.
Golden Guardians going first. Ragnarok there is going to prevent Shern from getting CC, but here comes the Blaze Olive in. Keith, though, back in the mix. Great 3-man charm. Yusui ulted down. Requiem not up for Hard, but here's the showstopper. Zion Spartan going to try and make it happen. Face breaks 2, including Rikara. Massive W as well with a haymaker, but Rikara able to take him down. Zion just couldn't do it all. And now Jenkins finally joining a fight with his team, it feels like, after side landing for so long. Is looking for the barrels, does not grab it, but TL finally going to win a 5v5.
Yeah, what was a great engagement here from Golden Guardians turned awry, and a lot of that was because of Jenkins' Cannon Barrage. Right when they wanted to continue the pressure and really double down, that Cannon Barrage sort of separated all of Golden Guardians and left Zion Spartan on his own, and they're going to continue trying to take down...
Oh, Hard, he stole it! He flashes in! Hard able to grab it. Shernfire going to try and chase him down, but he's not even going to get that out of the deal. Now finally a death at the Requiem out, just to get a couple extra Dark Harvest stacks. But that is just rude. TL worked so hard for that Drake, and Hard just took it all away.
Oh my goodness, that was the rudest thing you could do, especially as Karthus, just to flash in and Smite steal it. Oh my goodness, Team Liquid has to feel bad about that one. They had all of the pressure around it. They had Jenkins on those sides. You had Yusui zoning as much as he could, but the steal of the Smite coming in means now that this massive stacking of these Mountain Drakes, you have the Soul Point on Golden Guardians as well, and again, it's just this overconfidence in the side lane for Zion Spartan saying, I will continue to batter you down and create it and force you to come and help out with your team directly instead of playing the side lane that Gangplank really wants to achieve.
A little mini game where, like, every time you get a barrel cancel, I feel like Jenkins is in trouble of dying.
Yeah,
Zion,
it is so close.
And Zion it doesn't really mind. So 1v1, I mean, if he gets the outplay, he might get a kill. If he doesn't, he's easily going to force Jenkins out of lane at this point. So clearly supremacy in the side lane right now for Golden Guardians, who are, again, still behind a few thousand gold, but we're almost 30 minutes in. It feels like that gold difference just isn't mattering as much as the way the teams are executing for these fights. And with 3 Drakes now for Golden Guardians, with pressure around Baron starting to mount, with a death cap on the way for Hard, Golden Guardians Academy very well set up for this first Baron.
Yeah, and now I'm looking at these items too. Like a lot of that additional gold empowerment are coming in from those ornaments because you got the Molten Edge onto Gorka now, and he still has to level up once more to give at least someone else the empowered item. Like you could give Zion Spartan that Obsidian Cleaver, sure, that no one else really has anything to get just yet. Like you're scaling for the Rabadon's death cap on hard, so he needs to wait until he can grant him that, and you don't have anything even close to being ready for Keith. I can see that he's building for redemption, so you're at this point now where Golden Guardians, you just lost that last fight, and now you're thinking, okay, let's just wait. But if we're able to control these side lanes or like force an engagement in this mid lane while Team Liquid is trying to manage those, then possibly that might be the play. But currently it's just sort of sit and wait until you get to those next power spikes.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like Golden Guardians are just kind of gonna waltz their way to level 16 Karthus with an upgraded death cap.
Yeah.
Like, TL just can't pressure this team. Like, no one can kick On out of lane, no one can kick Set out of lane, who now has a stone plate added to it all. And when they try and group for 5v5s around these objectives, they're also getting outplayed, even when they're winning the team fights. So it feels a little rough going for Team Liquid Academy, which again is crazy to say, given that they're still ahead about 4,000 gold.
Yeah, but they're also behind a tool of engagement as well, if you'd like to argue. Like Keith and a Blaze Olive can look for fights, and they can start fights. You could also argue Zion Spartan can do that as well, where you look over at Team Liquid's side, it's either Yasui is able to steal an engagement tool, and a very obvious engagement tool as it is with the Ornhorn, or you have Cal find a hook. Nothing really else guarantees an engagement. So it causes this concern for, even though you are ahead economically, you can't really exploit that factor as much as Golden Guardians can.
Yeah, and I feel like that's exactly what we've seen played out. So a great nod there to the fact that TL's engage is just a bit harder. We'll have to keep paying attention to Yasui if he can really make that happen. But Jenkins, Zion Spot.
Are they looking? Maybe, might be looking for him. I'd say yes. Like,
All right,
go for
now
this
it's a
because
1v3.
you have the tools.
All right, in
There
we
you
go.
go.
Ragnarok popped, ulti there from Cal, and Zion's like, okay, we'll try it here. Here comes actually the Orn of Blaze Olive. Appears out of nowhere, but Jenkins does get the kill. There's the Requiem out as well, so I think GG can turn it around. What a 3-man knock up there from Orn. Keith also zooming in. Gonna try and get a knock up there. He's gonna force the flash out of Cal. 1-for-1, I think Zion will take it.
Yeah, I'd take that. I'd take that win, especially for Zion Spartan, who wasted so much time there. He looked around. Like the thing is, like he had so much health and so many defenses, especially with the Gargoyle Stone Plate. He sort of felt like he was casually asking his team, he's like, hey, can we do something about this? And they're like, yeah, we can go, and we got the teleport. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll pop the Stone Plate, I can get some extra time, and then really see if we can come back and swing this around. And swing it around they did, at least neutralizing the trade and keeping the pressure on their side.
Keith also under pressure. Yasui stealing that Rakan ult, but not going to pull it just yet. TL though, TP in the mid lane. Ultimate out from MF. They're getting aggressive here as Jenkins going to zoom in and try and get the slows down, but Keith will back off to safety. 10 seconds till the Drake is up. I think you can see why Team Liquid are so eager to start a team fight.
Yeah, you're seeing the desperation from them. They're saying, we need to get this control of these objectives as fast as possible. We let the last one slip. We cannot do it again. But you see the control board there in the pit for both Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. They're saying, all right, let's just play it safe, play it slow, see if we can drag it out to where you can't get a flash smite coming in from Hard, who is constantly seeing if he can check vision with his gate.
Golden Guardians have 2 smites though. Blaze Olive has actually swapped over for this Drake as well. So this looks a little bit dicey. A Blaze Olive in, he's going to go in for it hard also if he can get over the wall, but the Drake is resetting. A Blaze Olive trying to tank as best he can. Churnfire though not really winning that 1v1, but Zion's dove in just to do it all, and there's the solo over to Golden Guardians. The smite was good from a Blaze Olive. He's level 16. Showstopper's going to go ahead and kill the Olaf, and Golden Guardians finally get the kill they're looking for the last time. Zion gets his revenge.
Oh my goodness, that is just tragic here for Team Liquid, who had constant neutral objective control in the early game, but everything has turned awry now that they are not able to take any members of Golden Guardians down. The defenses are way too strong. This is what it was. Like, you get 2-3 Mountain Drakes on your side, and it becomes almost impossible to tear through even the squishiest member of Gorica, who probably, if I could look at his stats, it would be like 110 armor at this point, even with nothing on that side. And Cow just says, we have to go, we have to fight.
Looking for the grab on a Rikara, but Cow is just going to go down instead. Did try and start the fight, as you mentioned, but will finally die eventually. Jenkins also going to get shut down first. Ablazello forced it into stasis, but Yasui's actually doing a decent job kiting it out. Shone was dead for 30 seconds with the Baron up, but Golden Guardians take the fight that TL Force instead.
Yeah, Yasui on that offside really pulling it clutch for his team, because you're thwarting all of Golden Guardians off of that Baron, because they're dragging down all that damage to try and take care of Rikara and Cow, and then Yasui on your back end just constantly pricking at you and biting at your heels means you can't just play a two-side front or a two front war as it is, and forcing that disengagement. But really nothing truly lost for Golden Guardians. They still have a good amount of pressure. Side lanes sure are on this bottom end, taking care, seeing if they can beat that turret down a little bit more and sort of resetting this top side. And once you go back into this mid lane and say, okay, let's get this Baron pressure again, Team Liquid, they don't have the tools to answer. Both of the teleports are down, and there's a lot of members on this bottom side of the map, and you really have to answer now.
Yeah, just starting the Baron. Golden Guardians know they have the damage. Karthus with the death cap finished and upgraded, rips through the objective, and Team Liquid just a bit asleep there. Golden Guardians going to take that Baron.
Caught taking a nap, but if you think of what Team Liquid is asking themselves with that Baron buff going over to Golden Guardians, you can't really siege as effectively with this composition. You can definitely dive, you can try and push them out and try and fight them with Keith and Ablaze Olive, sort of would force ultimates and then try and get underneath just for some additional burst and then attempt the siege. But a lot of those tools being gone would then sort of give like a scent to Team Liquid saying, all right, now we can re-engage and possibly look for a shutdown. So it's going to be a lot of mind games between these two teams, seeing if they can sort of outflex the other and make sure that they have more tools for those really big fights when the time arises.
Yeah, and it's not like TL don't have things to fight with. Like 3 items on Yasui with a death cap, 3.5 on Jenkins.
Yeah.
Like they have gold, they have items on their carries. But Golden Guardians have Baron and a Dragon Soul, but have played this entire game behind on gold. They're still behind in gold. And it just doesn't feel
They're still like 2,000.
Yeah, they're still down. They're finally going to catch up maybe
still,
when they break the base.
Yeah, now that we're breaking it through. Okay, you're still 2,000 gold down. All right, here, start catching up a little bit. The Shermfire seeing if you can sort of zone out Keith here, but that ultimate coming out, this might be the play here. This is the play for Team
Oh,
Liquid.
I don't think that was it. Rikara going to get the kill there, and I think Ablazello thought he was a bit tankier than he actually was.
Yeah, but turrets like to shred defenses
True.
pretty darn quickly when it's consecutive shot after shot, Maybe eventually they'll all just say, screw it, let's just add turret true damage as well, just against tanks. Assassins, regular damage, but tanks, true damage on that, just to take care of them. And now also you had like Jenkins sort of pushing on that top side that Zion Spartan had to pay attention to. So now you have a little bit of this awkward sense of, okay, we're actually close to being in a negative deficit for Baron power play. It's still immense, but you don't want to lose any more lives.
Yeah, again, 60 seconds still with the Baron, but TLA just fighting hard, going to get chased down, but Zion Spartan able to run defense. Sherm flashing back in. He wants to take down the Karthus. He's not going to get it. No, he is, just barely, but it will be a trade, and here comes the Requiem. Gorica, though, forced to flash away. Team Liquid Academy, they're forcing the issue right now. Showstopper lands into Zion Spartan for a taste of his own medicine, but a good hook there from Cow. Zion, over the wall he goes, will flash to safety, but TLA just say, we're sick of losing these fights. It's time to take one.
Yeah, and finally a desperation play from Team Liquid is able to come into fruition in their favor at least as well. And constantly these awkward fights that have been on the back foot for them, or they're just 1 or 2 members down, has now turned the tables for just a short moment of time. And it's at this point again of Golden Guardians saying, okay, we let this one fall through. Our Baron power play, we're able to get some pressure on this bottom side, but really we haven't gained much. We actually really didn't even gain any gold at this point either. We're still around a 2,500 gold deficit, and those ornaments will really eventually fall away. Like now you have the Rabadon's Death Crown on hard, and you have the Obsidian Cleavers for Zion Spartan. So it's sort of like this tricky sense of confidence for GG, when you have like an Ornn on your team in general, is okay, we have this massive burst of a power spike when we get those items, but eventually those will muddle out until everyone gets to their full item sets.
And you saw that, you know, Blaze Olive very confidently walked under a tower and very confidently died, and that basically stopped the entire Baron push. So we'll reset things. Oh, the Dragon is up in 20 seconds, and TLA clearly empowered by Schoenfire's reckless push into the enemy jungle, but I think they're really sick of getting their objective stolen, so TLA gonna force the issue here around mid.
Yeah, you need to force this. No more DPS checking, no more pressure checking. You gotta fight.
Yep, ulti out there from Rikari. Yasui also looking for the flank. Ulti gets too hard low, but not dead, as actually Keith will get locked up and killed by Jenkins. Cow also in the middle of the fight. A Blaze Olive counter ultis, but he doesn't really find too much as Shern's still chasing in, but the Featherstorm will keep Gorica safe, and that Stone Plate on with the Mountain Soul is just so tanky, but TLA fighting through it all. Silence button low, but not dead. Finally, with a Haymaker finish, Showstopper is going to get killed in mid-air as Rikara goes unstoppable, and it feels like TLA finally figured it out. When we fight, we can win. Just go.
Yeah, it's just go. That's really the thing they had to learn. No dancing, no light-footedness, just kick them in the face. That's all you have to do. Yasui gets in, he's able to chain them down, lock them in, and, you know, one of the other things, too, was the fact that you held Blaze Olive's ultimate to sort of counter-engage a little bit too long. Like, a lot of the times when Golden Guardians was winning those fights or turning them around, it was an instantaneous reply. You saw the ult come in from Yasui, a Blaze Olive replied, and that time, they held on for too long. They gave Team Liquid too much room to put their foot in the door, put the foot through the door as it is, and then get some additional damage. So it's something where you don't lose too much for GG. Yeah, in a sense of lane pressure, but now that you have this Elder Dragon that you have to deal with, it's saying, okay, a lot of our defenses now that we were able to get from these 4 Mountain Dragons that we have with the Mountain Soul are really nulled out and moot at this point, so you gotta play a lot more carefully for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, just gonna get assassinated with the Elder Dragon buff as Team Liquid just clearing out the rest of the map. Yasui now level 18, working on that Lich Bane as his next item, but shouldn't be too far away as the rest of TLA are going to clear out vision around the Baron. It is time to take this objective for themselves. It's up in 12 seconds with the Elder Dragon still on them, so I can't imagine Golden Guardians Academy can really contest here.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of what Jenkins' final item is going to be as well. I can see that Cloak of Agility for that additional critical strike, but I actually think that maybe Mortal Reminder or like a Last Whisper item might have been even grander choice just to help shred through. Like we saw that last fight, the numerous big red numbers of 1,000 damage on every single member of Golden Guardians. If you're able to get that even more, now with the Baron being taken, you have a team that can actually use it more effectively with the poke and siege comp that you have built up compared to GG. Maybe that Last Whisper would be the call, or just say, heck, we have Misfortune with it instead. Just go in and just kick them in the face once more.
Yeah, right now Yasui is running interference, so that does give enough space for TLA to take the Baron, and this is going to be a big test for Golden Guardians, because this siege, just with the Baron minions streaming in, with Yasui trying to guide the bottom lane as well,
nuts.
It's hard. I don't even know what that was.
That was just one barrel.
Oh,
that was a single barrel. Oh no. If he got below any health, like you had to see the heal was forced out from Gorica. Yep. It was like if he didn't get that heal, he was good as gone.
Nice snap there for Jenkins, who's quietly had a very good game on this Gangplank. 400 CS, still streets ahead of Zion Spartan in the 1v1, and they will break inhibs in mid and bot and just go home happy. TLA, you know, a few steps away from finishing out this game.
Yeah, they're very close to it now, especially Baron buff being online with Elder Dragon just starting to flicker away. That little bit of that additional poke is going to go offline. So it comes down to Team Liquid just saying, heck, we have 2 inhibitors naked, they're taken down, the super minions are going to be flooding in. We can just look at this top side. Dragon's not going to be up for another 3 minutes, so we can really take our time and prepare and make sure that we are 100% confident to hit the go button whenever it arises. Golden Guardians completely on that opposite side. They say we have to find something, some way, a window to make an advantage back into our favor, because, you know, 2,000 gold differential, don't matter. 10,000 gold differential, that's another story.
Yeah, even though we're late, like, TL are basically full on builds, and GG are still trying to catch up and finish their builds here this late. So
yeah,
that gold difference certainly not maybe as impactful as the number that it is, but certainly is still making a difference here. And you did ask, what did Jenkins finish with that Cloak of Agility? It is another Infinity Edge. But he is just going for the damage right now.
Yeah, man, might as well dual wield the Infinity Edges. Don't worry about it. You know, it's sad that you can't have 2 Molten Edges though, so you can't get that for Gorka. But at least you're going to be just absolutely slapping them left and right. I think that is 75% critical strike. You don't have that 4th one to really close that one out, so it doesn't really matter at this stage. So make sure that Yusui is constantly throwing out the aggression. He's someone that can actually take care of Zion Spartan on these off lanes. And Surenfire, seeing if he can also get some zoning control, really sort of make it to where you can corral Golden Guardians to a defense that they can't actually hold.
Yeah. Just this Baron buff still doing so much work here. Is maybe the final fight going to be Blazeol looks for Jenkins, but doesn't get the follow-up knock-up, and now the damage is going to stream in, but Keith does get a decent charm. Jenkins going to flash out of there, though, and now it's caught in the back line, perhaps Zion getting in there, though. Here comes the ulti out of hard. Rikara is going to die. Shern getting in late, but Cow will fall as well, and Golden Guardians, that might be enough of a defense to actually hold the game, but Yusui gets at least 1 tower. Hard flash walls in to try and slow him down, but doesn't quite get the connection. And Zion Spartan, good punch on the barrel, does prevent himself from getting crit down as well. So Golden Guardians will hold on, but it's getting awfully crumbly in the base.
Oh, I was so worried there for for the longest time for Golden Guardians, because you see the play come in from Blazeol. He hits the go button, he misses the go button, but he continues to go with it as Keith also follows up, and you're just like constantly overextending. And I was so worried because I saw Yusui on that back end just saying, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna go for these Nexus turrets and end the game if you really try and overstep your bounds. But at the right time, they were able to get the kills with the teleport from Zion Spartan, who was able to pinch the members of Team Liquid and really close that fight out just in time for them to reply to the split pushing Silas. And split pushing, saying it lightly, as now 2 minutes till Baron. I don't even think this game's going to last that long. It's really all around this next Elder Dragon, which is going to be coming up in 40.
Yeah, it's been a very dramatic game though. 46 minutes through, we're going to have one of 2 fun things happen. Either a team will win a game where they're going to be down in gold basically the entire time. That's what happens if Golden Guardians Academy win. And TL will beat a team with Dragon Soul, which doesn't happen that often either. So we're clearly in some, you know, pretty uncharted territory this late into the game, but as you mentioned, I think it is just going to come down to these last few engages around these big objectives. So 10 seconds till the Elder Dragon is up. Super minions streaming into the mid and bot lane there towards GG's base, so TLA not going to waste too much time. We'll likely start this dragon as soon as it spawns.
Yeah, these be some uncharted waters. Yusui also on that top lane does have the teleport available for the fight. You got to spread your members out, and you're spreading them thin here from Golden Guardians. The Ornhorn coming in just to ward him off. That's a lot of damage from Yusui. Oh my goodness, Ablaze.
He can't heal back up, but he's now going to Ornhorn himself to try and buy a little bit more time. He misses the dash back, but the Elder Dragon goes over. Now into stasis goes Yusui, but I think he knows at this point he's given up. Oh my goodness, so much healing back from the W, but he doesn't live. He will get shut down. So 5v4 with the Elder Dragon now for TLA.
I just keep reminding myself that that is a nerfed Kingslayer heal. Like, that is nuts. But, you know, just not going to be coming out for it anyways. You did spend the time for Elder Dragon to be claimed for Team Liquid. So like you said, this might be the one where Dragon Soul does fall. As now with the 3 members of Team Liquid in this mid lane, you don't have the tools to really force any engagements. You just have to play it slow. And, you know, even though you did waste that time to get the Elder Dragon, now you have to wait those 30 seconds or so left for Yusui to come back and really actually amplify and use the tool that you gained. So, as a matter of fact, you do get to wait out Baron number 2 for either of these teams, as you just have to wait to see really where Jenkins is also going to be, because he is still threatening this bottom lane.
Yeah, he's applying enough pressure here that I don't think Golden Guardians can really contest for this Baron, but we'll see what they decide to do. The 2 inhibs at least did respawn, so there's that, meaning it's only 1 wave of super minions, but Baron again is going to be taken. Yusui can TP in if he needs to, as he has now respawned. And Team Liquid Academy, it feels like they haven't had everything lined up. You know, it's been very scrappy, very chaotic in a lot of these situations, but it seems like they're going to win this game. But I guess we'll find out. As Zion Spartan and Jenkins doing battle, we'll just get an ulti out of the gangplank there, but Jenkins not really under threat.
Yeah, the simple answer for me, Page3, is just run at the Nexus and hit it till it dies. Or, like, that's really it for Team Liquid. Like, that's the next objective. That was the first objective, and going to be the final one is now teleport coming in from Jenkins, going straight to the mid lane, catching up with his teammates. But it is very dire straits for Golden Guardians. They have really like the damage and sustainability to fight Team Liquid, even with the Elder Dragon. Like, I could argue that, but it's a question of, will Team Liquid really allow you to go into that environment to where that is the situation, or even one of the possible scenarios? Because I look at Team Liquid and they've just got their eyes on the back.
Keith, what a flank! Getting in there, that shows up. It's good. It's so much damage. They take down Ricara. Golden Guardians Academy. They knew they needed to fight, and fight they do. Yasui gonna get chased down by Zion Spartan. The Blaze Olive still chasing Fire, but he's not going to get it just yet. And Yasui's still going at it, but again, the heals just enough. No, it is! Yasui turns it back around, gets Zion Spartan in the 1v1.
Oh my god. What the heck was that? I really want to grab a replay on that one. I'm going to clip that on Twitch right now.
Nice.
Give me a minute,
Go
and
for it.
I'm going to look at it. Like, that was a beautiful wombo combo. That is the one thing that set players dream about happening, and Zion Spartan made it a reality. I'm gonna have some good bedtime stories to tell to my friends tonight while we're housed in, but it's just, what, like, can you do that again though? Because they didn't gain any pressure from that. They didn't really gain much.
Yeah, I mean, they just stopped the game from ending. It felt like
yeah, that was it.
it's still 3v4 for Golden Guardians, but Team Liquid can't push it any further, so they'll keep their 2 inhibs, they'll keep their Nexus alive, they'll delay the game even longer. We're now 50 minutes past this game, and again, TLA.
I think they're just adding like one of those new objectives for the game, right? Like, all right, either a Dragon Soul loses, either a person who's 10,000 gold, or a team that's 10,000 gold ahead loses, or they're going to lose, and it's going to be the longest game in the spring split.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess that's really what you're trying to argue and fight for. But for me, what now, buddy? Like, Golden Guardians, you're just holding on to the GG just a little bit longer, and maybe you get to a final 6th item. I'm looking around everyone else. Everyone's complete. Like, it's 86,000 to 96. Nothing's gonna go. Like, you have to win that fight outside of, like, you have to like win way out of your base.
Yep.
Like, if you're able to do it, like if you catch them like right now, like if you're pushed out, but you can't though, because you have a naked inhibitor at the top side. So it's just this muddled confusion of, that was the play to make, but gaining nothing from it is always the tilting fact of saying, all right, it's really just to hold on until Team Liquid really throws it for us.
Their ults are back, so they can maybe do it again. I think they're gonna have to, at least once, maybe twice.
Like twice?
Yeah.
Maybe twice.
If it's really clean and the inhibs are back up, which they are now, maybe once. But I agree, I think it is gonna be twice here. So still quite a road for Golden Guardians to pave back towards the enemy Nexus, but they're at least making Team Liquid work for this game. This is, again, we were in uncharted territory before. I think we're just in the void now. Like, very few games get to this kind of point. We're gonna have Elder Dragon back up in 50 seconds, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this is the opposite of speedrunning the game, Golden Guardians. If this is what you say, oh, we got the fastest game times in Spring Split, I don't know about that one, Captain.
Gonna bring down the average pretty aggressively.
They're gonna bring down the pretty dark good. Like, okay, all right, Elder Dragon, 30 seconds still up. You can just see the Fnatic Death Ball getting sort of conglomerated for Team Liquid, but Yasui, I don't even think he can fight a Blaze Olive. Like, I don't think he can. Like, we saw the damage that happened last time, and it spent enough of a waste for Zion Spartan to come up. You do see that he has a teleport available, so you have the 2 guys with TP on that side lane, taking care of Yasui, pushing him away. Yasui doesn't have the TP, so he can't come down and answer this Elder Dragon fight when it happens. He has to make a mad dash, take the inhibitor, then take the Nexus. And now here you go, Zion Spartan. If you take him out, then you have all the conditions.
I think that's enough damage. Yasui again with the Kingslayer in the zone. He's going to try and stay alive. Still punching away. Massive Kingslayer again as Yasui tries to kite back around towards the ulti, but can't do it. So they'll get the kill, but the Elder Dragon goes over, and it is Fire that gets it. The Golden Guardians can only make one play happen, and now TL, they're not leaving the map. They're going straight down to the bottom lane.
I saw this just a few days ago. The Dignitas pulled the 4-man Xpeke play, and it looks like Team Liquid is going to try and replicate the charity stream as they're making for it. They don't know they're there. They don't know. Okay, there's the recall. They're like, all right, we don't see them. We have to
save their lives.
There's the TP.
There's a ward just in a little bit of brush, but this is going to be quick.
Here it is.
They're back. Okay, the hits down. They're going straight towards it.
This is a lot of damage.
They're going to go for it. Ricara just flashed over. He's in there. He's trying to end the game. 1v1. He's getting GA. It's enough. It's enough. Oh my goodness. Team Liquid Academy. 53, almost 54 minutes. and they win the game.
They win the game by playing Splinter Cell. They legit just went, they were like, all right, they don't see us, they don't know. And they just came in for the sneak, and oh man, Ricard with that flash over the CC was absolutely insane. You got to give him for that one. But I honestly, you look at the end of that and you're like, there's really no real winner here, was it? Except the viewers.
That was fun, certainly. I mean, Team Liquid Academy technically won the game, and they had the gold lead, and they beat the Dragon Soul, so they'll take it, given how important wins are at this stage of the season. But that was not the game I think we expected here. Golden Guardians playing way slower than expected, and actually having a decent job of team fighting. Team Liquid playing more aggressively, especially with Shern, which I guess maybe we did expect. But we had such fast games yesterday, and then one long game to end it, and that was another Team Liquid game. So maybe Team Liquid are just a slow team now. I don't know.
Yeah, like at least like we can still have one statistics that's correct, is that TL has a generally strong late game, but it's sort of that whole game in entirety solidifies to me that these teams are looking to sort of hone their weaknesses and play different compositions that they're really not used to prepare for Summer Split and to prepare the LCS teams for this mad dash for the playoffs. So for me, you got to take the win as it is, and you know, any win is a win.
Certainly true. Well, we're going to need a break, so we're stepping away to set up game 2. Evil Geniuses vs. Dignitas Academy is coming right up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back for Game 2. Evil Genius Academy will be taking on Dignitas Academy in just a moment. My name is Pastry Time. I'm still with Coco the Dragon, and I believe we're still recovering from our rather long affair to kick the day off.
Yeah, that was quite the affair indeed. You know, sometimes you're just achievement hunting at that point, and I feel like Team Liquid is doing just that. But, you know, moving on to the next game, it is going to be Evil Geniuses versus Dignitas Academy, and it's one of those stories of, will Dig continue to be the king of the hill, or will Evil Geniuses pull them down and rend them closer to the middle of the pack?
Yeah, this game's actually pretty important for standings implications. Just, I mean, for EG, they've been kind of surging through the standings. They're actually in the top 4 right now, and Dig have retained their top spot for quite a while, but they just keep losing games. And I think after the loss to CLG Academy yesterday, it's less of like, oh, like teams are starting to figure you out, or you're just kind of, you know, coasting on your number 1 spot. I think genuinely, like, the teams are just getting better, and Dignitas have struggled to maybe catch up as much as they could. Because there was a point early in the season where we were ready to say that Dignitas were going to go undefeated throughout Academy, and that has very clearly not been the case.
Yeah, no, it's something that I would agree with the statement that teams in Academy have gotten better and have really refined. And, you know, it is a double-edged sword for this whole Dignitas LCS ready team in this Academy split, but we'll have to see how this goes on as we are into picks and bans, and a lot of supports and junglers being taken off the board with Aatrox as well.
Yep, Aatrox, Thresh, Yuumi, and Sejuani are the first 4 bans. So we'll see what Evil Geniuses have lined up for ban number 3. They were also part of Team Liquid's long games recently, but they did manage to eke out a win despite being heavily behind, so kind of doing what Golden Guardians couldn't quite do in the last game that we just saw. But of note, Giyu has also joined this team after Firefire has been with them for a number of weeks. They decided to go with the mid laner they wanted, and he's a brand new player. He's played literally 1 game in Academy so far.
Yeah, literally 1 game in Academy, but actually Giyu is fairly veteran, actually, in the European and Middle Eastern scenes. He's played through a lot of tournaments there, so he's got his battle scars, and I think that's what Evil Geniuses is sort of betting on, the fact that he knows what he's doing in those like small competitive scenes, and they want to see it on a bigger stage to really come into play. So that investment hopefully turns out for them for the better, as Ornn also being taken off the board isn't going to be able to sneak away on this one, and that, I think, is the name of the game for Dignitas, is shut down a lot of these utility front lines for Evil Geniuses, so you can really start to pick and choose who you want to take down in these comps.
It does leave set open. Dignitas, though, as you're alluding to, have been very aggressive as a team. They tend to just like to pick winning lanes and then snowball the early game. It has been in the mid and the late game especially, we have seen them have a little some problems, although again CLG's win yesterday was kind of the opposite. But Dig set for Senna is kind of an interesting trade here, and that does seem to be what Evil Geniuses will opt into. Phoenix, of course, lane swapping from mid lane to AD or bot lane for this split, but has looked very good on a variety of different champions. I think Senna certainly going to fit a mid laner's wheelhouse as well.
Yeah, and this sort of implies to me that they're going to be doing the fasting Senna strategy, which is so notorious in the competitive scene, but it sort of brings into question of what they're going to pair with it, right? Like, you still have a lot of front lines on the board. Sure, you're able to take the Tahm Kench away, but Nautilus is still up there. Honestly, I would really want to see the big Dig Natas play and go with like a Maokai or a Swain in the bottom lane with Senna, where they get that additional gold and really start to bring this obnoxious late game scaler into play. As Morgana being hovered for them would possibly, you could argue, is a mid lane pickup, because Damonte does like to play it.
Yeah, certainly a pick that Ole is pretty well known for. We did also see on the Evil Geniuses LCS team, they played Rumble pairing with that Senna with the support item. So you have a lot of options, but I kind of like this Morgana here. Certainly a champion that's pretty good with items, but we'll have to see where exactly Morg ends up. I can confirm as well that that was a missed ban from Evil Geniuses. So they just, I guess, they let it slip away. So we'll see what happens here in phase 2. Not going to miss their 4th one here, as Syndra will be banned away alongside Jarvan for Dignitas.
Yeah, so you got the flex pick set. You still like to argue that, but most likely going to be running into that top lane. So your jungle is fairly much open and vulnerable for Dignitas to ban out. Maybe you look for one of those additional helps out. Lee Sin, Trundle actually being banned out. interesting for me because you already don't have a huge tank on that side, but it does mean that you are hinting at a tank coming up through the ranks in these final 2 picks, so Evil Geniuses might be smelling that possible maneuver.
Yeah, already have the Olaf there for Greg, so just trying to deny Ander right now. He's had a pretty outstanding season, actually. Been a really good jungler. I think one of the reasons why EG have been such a formidable team in recent weeks, as the Rumble ban will be taken away from Demonte in particular. He's played it a number of times already this split, and is kind of one of the only players still playing that champion, at least in Academy, it feels like.
Let's see, so you got the Rumble gone, so that Rumble Fasting Senna is no longer there. You were actually talking to me about some additional like mage picks, and you only got 1 second left. There you go.
All right,
the Nico being locked in. You said this one was actually like it surged with its win rate here in solo queue, so now you have something that you could argue flex pick with Morgana Nico. Demonte could run it up there. You could run Nico top for all I care. So a lot of question marks coming in for EG having to answer.
Yeah, Nico just kind of got buffs across the board, and I really like that Dignitas are going to show off the pick here. We'll see how it does, but still 2 picks for EG to go. Zoe going to be the selection there in mid. Actually kind of interesting to see that she wasn't picked up last game because she has been so ubiquitous. But we'll see what pairs in to finish off the draft here for EG. Still hunting for a pick for Ander by the looks of things, unless Set is going to get flex into that jungle as you mentioned. But looks like aggressive is the name of the game, and Lee Sin likely the selection here.
Yeah, and fairly prosaic or traditional composition for Evil Geniuses as well, locking in the Lee Sin. So straightforward, you know your win conditions. Your big question here is, okay, well, we have the Zoe for the poke and harassment. We don't have any huge hard engagement either though. So even like you have like the Lee Sin kick coming in from Anda, like with Insect, sure, but that's really the only true argument that you have, where Dignitas, you look at them, they have so much like counter engagement to deal with. Like you got the Cassiopeia that you just locked in for Demonte, you've got the Morgana Q as well, just like to bind people up, Senna as well to bind up, Nico to bind up as well. So it's like, who are you going to be able to really get to if Ando or Brandini really get in trouble and just get constantly locked down?
I'm very curious what's going to happen in this game. I mean, this is, I think, makes sense for both teams. Like EG just picking, comfort picks for traditional comps, as you mentioned. I think also makes sense given that you have a new player and you're trying to maintain a strong record moving towards playoffs. So just keep it simple and keep it stuff that you know. Dignitas are just continuing to counter pick and find creative picks and try and smash these lanes. Like, we've seen people try and pick on Set, and generally it doesn't work because Set is just such a tough champion to push out of lane. But Nico top, especially attack speed Nico top, is notorious for just being awful to play against. And Nico's attack speed did get buffed as part of that suite of changes. So Lola might be thrown all the way back.
Yeah, I'm gonna hate it if it's attack speed Nico, because that's what it's gonna be.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm just definitely made. Yeah, I'm used to it. If this comes into my solo games, wow, Dignitas, why'd you have to do it to me? Now my climb is going to be even worse, so I'm going to have to ban that one out. But, I like the fact that they're actually doing these creative plays, because even though you're saying, all right, Dig is saying they're not doing too great in being untouchable and being that LCS team in the Academy scene, they are being creative, and they're using that massive skill gap to use these times to do so. So it's something where, cool, it's great. I like to see the flavor. If it pulls out, awesome. Fine tune it and then use it onto the LCS stage. But a lot of those scenarios where you have Phoenix in his bottom lane who's just popping off and doing wonderfully, now with Grig around, you might see Phoenix shining a little bit brighter this game.
Yeah, certainly a lot of fun picks, but once again, with Champion Select complete, we're now heading to a 5-minute commercial break to preserve competitive integrity by adding a delay to the game. So we'll meet you here for Game 2 after this. Welcome back! We're going to have Evil Genius Academy versus Dignitas Academy in just a moment. As a reminder, there's a 5-minute delay to preserve competitive integrity, given that the games are being played online, but we should be into the game in just a moment, as we are going to jump in. And Coco, this is a fun one. I certainly hope it's shorter than our last game, although we'll have to see. I am expecting Dignitas to play a bit more aggressively, but you never know.
Yeah, I'd expect them to play aggressively with the composition that they made. If you missed it, well, you got an Eco top and you got a Morgana with not a Fasting Senna for Phoenix. Oh no, actually it is Fasting Senna. I do see the support item for Phoenix, but a little bit of context on why Lorlo? Why did you pick Nico? Why did you do this to me? It's because of the attack speed growth buff that you were able to get, also the additional buff that she was able to get on her E for some snares. So For Dig, they're looking at Lorlo and saying, all right, this is probably the best time to shine for him. Just get some highlight plays in the reel, so it's not just Demonte and Phoenix. Yeah,
Lorlo, I think, has been trying to make a case for being put back into the LCS. Has put in a lot of time both on stream and in Academy, and has looked fairly good. It has been a while since he's played on that bigger stage. So certainly looking to impress here with the Nico, and has also clearly been playing a lot of solo queue, because this is something that I'm sure is running rampant at higher levels of play, or maybe just everywhere. But right now with the augment, it does seem like he is going to be going AP, but as you noted, the attack speed got buffed as well. So Nico just kind of feels better across the board with either build. So I think Lorlo actually has a lot of flexibility here with how he wants to be playing this 1v1.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's sort of the same thing with like when you pick a Kennen top, like you go the Dorn's Ring and the Dorn's Blade just for that laning proficiency, and then you start to scale for those other items later on. So mostly for that. The other thing too, like not just looking at Lorlo, you got to look at Gyu as well. Like this is the second game he's going to be playing with EG. Will he perform up to par? Big question mark on that, and especially when you're against Demonte, who is already notorious in this Academy scene for really just wanting to get back into the LCS.
Yeah, we'll have to find out, but Phoenix and Ole off to a good start. Already getting that push on early. Morgana, of course, pretty good at pushing lanes, and when she gets the take to CS, it's even easier for Ole as the lane rolls on. I see how Definitely and Matt can navigate with a much more defensive duo lane here, but Felios and Tahm Kench, both very potent champions, especially in the team fights, so we'll see how it all shakes out. But as always, we're expecting Dig to be aggressive here in every single lane if they can. That's pretty much been their thing.
Yeah, like you saw Phoenix and Ole just get to that level 2 a little bit faster than Definitely and Matt, so they immediately put on the pressure, invested into that side, and also with Brandini, who was able to get to level 2 faster than Lorlo, he's sort of doing the same as well. Like you want to make sure that there's at least some sense of a lane to play through. Like right now we see Gio shoved out that lane, looking to see if he could get some vision onto Greg, and they know that he is around on this top side just because of those general starts, which means you could possibly be looking for a first blood this time around in this top end.
Yeah, we'll see. Certainly on the right side here for Andrew as he's passed from bot to top. He's cleared out the bot side fully. Yep, there we go. Lorlo just getting pushed in right now. He's trying to poke back and forth, but here comes Grig up towards the top lane. Brandini going to get locked down. Slowed still by the Glacial Augment, but a root on the bottom side as well is going to put Matt in place. And despite the pressure, Grig will pick the axe up and go through, but Gyu also going to roam up. Demonte is here as well, so first blood on the table. Who's going to grab it? Haymaker Shield going to keep him alive for a little while longer, but Gyu with a wonderful double flash in, gets the Spell Thief Sparkles and gets first blood.
And that's exactly what we wanted from Gio. The question mark has been answered, and using both of the summoners with that double flash on top of it, beautiful Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and all of the recipes for disaster were being cooked up. EG knew that they could find first blood here in this top side, and Anda and Gio immediately prepared for it. Brandini also was lucky that he was in the vicinity to pick up that assist as well, so now it's that question again of will Dig be able to find another avenue of approach to really create some aggression, because you're not really going to get it out of a Senna Morgana lane, especially when Grig doesn't really have any sense of opening for Matt and Def.
Yeah, it's really just been the thing about Zoe that's been so frustrating is like, yeah, 1v1, she like stabilizes a lot of lanes, and it's okay, but as soon as she leaves the lane and gets around an objective and starts shooting you through the fog of war, it just feels bad, man. So Gyu off to another good start here. Again, his second Academy game of the split, only very recently joining EG. Good route there from Ole. Clearly well practiced on this Morgana, but Matt just going to take some damage and try and shake it off. Again, not too much actual fighting in the bottom lane.
like this is a deal with it until you can get out of it situation with Aphelios and Tom Kench. Like Matt just has to take the brutish amount of damage, so definitely can at least survive through the farming phase. Like you're sitting right now 34 to 30, doing pretty darn well for himself, and Phoenix is really just going to be looking for those cannon minion farms. So in all, it's not an actual total loss that you're having to sit underneath your turret. It'll be a total loss when you ever come to the point that you are out of summoners and a dive is being threatened. So now just holding on with all that they can, as you know, like you mentioned, Gyu just wants to see if he can neutralize the lane, get out of it, and look for some more objective threats.
Phoenix on Ole will reset the lane. In fact, Ole is going to TP back down because a very early Drake has been started here for EG, as Ander is trying to sneak one away here. Under 6 minutes, looking for that first Cloud Drake. But has been spotted, and we'll have to pull off the objective. Now just going to be a fight for it. He does get it. First Drake over to EG. Ander, though, is going to cost him the double root as well. Finds Deathly, but Matt with the Devour to try and keep his AD safe, but maybe he's the one in trouble now. Does have Flash, does have Cleanse, does have Shield, but has to burn it all, and will just live as the Axe almost gets the kill. And now Phoenix, another root, almost able to take down Deathly. So well played from the center.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Evil Geniuses, but the reply from Phoenix just showing him the powerhouse that this player is and getting that security for the kill and the bottom lane pressure as well. They're probably going to be able to take some turret plates off of this on top of it. Like they already got the first one in that side going over to them, actually deciding to recall instead, making sure that they can force the TP from Deathly to catch up on that wave. But now, like I mentioned, you have no summoners on this bottom side for Evil Geniuses. A dive is in the books here for Dig as they look down to this bottom end to possibly get another lead.
And if the lane, keeps going the way it has been going, you have to think that with the Lost Chapter now finished, Ole can push pretty quickly with Phoenix just on full-time harassment duty with the Serrated Zerg for that early lethality now finished. So we'll see if Dig can indeed line it up, but a killer piece here early on. That Drake does go to EG, which is a nice advantage, although not reflected in the gold. But other than that, it's been very close between the two sides.
Like I don't want to argue that the dragon being stolen is any sense of a loss. Like it's just one Cloud Drake. You can take it as it is. Sure, it gets closer to a Dragon Soul later on, but it, like we mentioned last game, it's not something that you need to truly worry about. Demonte, though, being poked out by Gyu is a little bit more of a concern because you want to see if you can get Demonte to this comfort level of having that Archangel staff to where you can really catch Gyu off guard and just burst him out before he has any sense of replying to you and getting that mid under control. As a root coming in from definitely getting caught. It's just, that is, just have to tolerate it. You just have to take the punches when they come in.
Clearly a well-practiced lane. Phoenix on Ole, it feels like they do not miss with these skill shots. So continuing to push in. Again, that dive would be on the cards, but of course the jungler not in this area. As we can see, Grig and Ander actually having a bit of a scuffle around the Raptors. That looks like Grig gets away with most of those. And nice bubble from Gyu again. Cassio great in mid to short range, but Zoe tends to like to play off your screen.
Oh yeah. Zoe and Azir, the ones that don't like to play when you're around, but are always there. Honda, see if he can take this red buff. He is going to secure it with Brandini roaming down and saying hello. So now Grig is starting to fall behind just a bit. He is going for a little bit more of a tankier Olaf build. You see the Ruby Crystal possibly going to be going for Phage first, just for that extra meat under his shoulders to help out in these trades early on, and especially when now that Rift Herald is in the eyes for Evil Geniuses who want to make sure that they can get this tempo. And of course, another reminder is that if Evil Geniuses wins this game, they tie with Dig.
Yeah, they can get themselves right up towards the top of the standings here and continue to hand Dig losses, which again is not something we really expected early on in the season, as blue buff does go to Ander actually, as Grig was trying to fight for it. So Gyu not able to get the blue, which I guess is a win for Dig, but Ander at least continuing to stay ahead of his opponent by keeping up the major buffs. As Brandini pushing things in here in the top lane. Lolo has been pretty quiet actually, but it does seem to be more of an AP build here with the Lost Chapter, so doesn't really need to win the lane, just wants to try and get the farm and then impact the team fights later.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see how it continues to farm it out, because sometimes you could say you get the Lost Chapter for more lane sustain, but at this point I'm getting some interesting vibes with the Glacial Augment on top of that to boot. Like, this is just going to be that utility Nico, make it to where you're constantly zoning out. Like we said, like, you have 3 bindings on your team, and then you have the Miasma as well to just like keep people in place and then just poke them out from afar. But if there's any way for Evil Geniuses to get past that, then you're in a world of trouble, because there is damage out the wayside. Is now Showstopper forcing the fight.
Fight it, but the ulti is going to keep them out. That will be the Rift Herald over to Dig as Grig will grab it. And Flash forced out as well for Brandini. Phoenix missing the route onto map, but he's going to keep chasing with Glacial Augment of his own, and does get the soul out of the Tahm Kench at least.
And I'm looking at, like, when I look at Evil Geniuses and I think of them as a team, the first thought to me is like an organization that picked up the scraps that not a lot of people really respected for. Like Gio, definitely Matt. Like, you see them, you're like, all right, they're renowned players, they have their experience, but they're not someone that you would immediately grab when you're thinking of a fantasy draft. And seeing them now climbing through the ranks in Academy sort of shows that people didn't really put them out for the power that they are able to provide. And now going into Dignitas, they're really on par, punch for punch.
I mean, kind of like Liquid, EG Academy have been through a lot of changes throughout the split, right? Didn't get their intended jungler at all, had to bring in Ander instead, who didn't have a team to start the season. And that's worked out wonderfully. And of course, just got their intended mid laner this week. So
yeah,
it has been impressive to watch them, you know, pick up wins in situations where, you know, they were playing with a temporary mid lane. They had a completely different jungler. Like, the vision that they had originally for this team has not the one that is currently threatening for the top spots in Academy and potentially tying with Dig.
Yeah, just seeing a little bit of a wrangling going on. Dig seeing if they can force Ando away from this dragon. You know that Grig wants to take care of this. He is the objective player, and, you know, also someone that I think being down in Academy now will also help out Phoenix and Demonte shine a little bit more. As a matter of fact, Grig finds Ando.
Winning the 1v1 right now, but Ando gets out of the way, is forced to kick Grig and hop over the wall to the safety of the red buff. But with the bot lane pushing and the mid lane perhaps under control for Demonte, it does seem like this Drake is open for the taking for Dignitas.
Yeah, we're still seeing, I don't think Anda is going to be inching towards this dragon at all. So with that, it does forfeit that Mountain Dragon over to Dignitas, and means that this squishy team that they've built up is going to be a little bit harder to beat down and deal with into this mid-game stage. It is an ocean map, though, to where I think of looking at how Evil Geniuses is, like, they want to get in your face and they want to keep you there. This soul is very important for them. As Dignitas, they might just say, you know what, as long as we can deny it away from Evil Geniuses, that's a win for us.
Yeah, it feels like giving Zoe the Ocean Soul always feels kind of bad. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Ocean Soul, I think, still considered the strongest soul. It's my favorite one. The Rift, at least, is my favorite Rift, but the souls in general, I'm just kind of like, yeah, they're good. I'll get, you know, if it happens.
People are still, like, they like the soul, but it's still the map, right? Like, a lot of pros complain about it because there's more bushes to deal with, so you have more vision that's, like, blocked out. Like, same thing with, like, solo queue. It's like, oh, crap, well, now it feels even worse when I don't buy a control ward and I keep forgetting about it. And you're just sort of sitting in this place where it's all worth it because this soul is absolutely ridiculous once you grab it. So just keeping that on the sort of back burner for now is now Brandini seeing if he could roam down to this bottom or mid lane as it is and find a possible pick or just spot out where Grig is, because this moment he's decided to drop Shelly mid.
Yep, found him. He's in mid, and plates are going to be trying to gift it over. Gee with a great bubble though. But Demonte going to put the miasma in just to try and ground the Zoe in place for a bit of extra damage, but there's some plates being given over. Grig actually collecting a pretty healthy dose of extra gold there.
Yeah, he collected all of them. Demonte was just out of range of the turret collection to get any of it. So 500 gold straight to the veins for Grig is gotta feel great, especially like when you're Olaf and you need to get that power spike as fast as possible. He went for the Cinderhulk enchantment instead of the Phage that I thought, but he might want that additional gold just for that damage that we needed, right? Like, you need to get to this mid-game situation where you can just punch and for days, and especially for Brandini as well.
Here we go, ulti out from Lola, beautifully comboed in. The Showstopper will dodge a lot of it, but Grig able to finish off the kill pretty easily.
Going about that one. Back to normalcy for Dignitas as they do have control of the map. Not as like much of an economic differential. It's just that presence that these champions provide.
Oh, what a play for Anda. Kimonte back in, completely outplays the Casio as Gyu and Anda team up for a kill in mid.
Anda, that was beautiful on that one. I didn't think it was actually going to come out to be a kill, but the cleanse came out early from Demonte, and the Sleepy Trouble Bubble came through at just the right time. That's some mind games going over in favor for Gyu once more.
Yeah, just really well played there as Gyu continues to look like he was always part of this team, which he was certainly intended to be, but again, like, he's been practicing with this team for over a week at most.
Yeah.
Not very long at all.
Yeah, it's just a week, and like, if not just underneath 2 weeks, I believe.
True,
he came in and was announced. Like, yeah, it was just a slight delay that they announced it, but it's still something that's like within 2 weeks, and it looks like you've been here all day, and you're just outplaying Demonte. That's just an absolute win for Evil Geniuses, and it just reassures them that this was the right call for the long game, and at this point, see if they can continue to use him to the utmost potential. So he does go back, he does grab that Luden's Echo with the Sork shoes now. Goes ahead and grabs a couple more things on top of that, and maybe it'll like relieve some pressure that definitely matters, still constantly having to deal with before this turret falls.
Yeah, it feels like the pain train here. Oh, Phoenix just again cannot miss. Just poking.
And you can shoot through the turret.
Yeah,
it's just annoying. I hate it.
What a champion. I mean, Senna very powerful. So kind of surprised to see it get through, actually. But EG, they had a plan. I mean, farm-wise, definitely is doing just fine on the Aphelios, but they're about to lose this tower. They're about to give that gold over to Dig. And actually, that's the first tower, which that bonus did get increased recently as well. So Phoenix and Ole will get an additional buff of gold as they do manage to take down the first one.
Yeah, so it's something of like a hidden feature for those fasting Sennas, where even though you are 127 CS to 157, like that 30 CS differential for Ole and Deathly, it's not as big as it used to be, because of the fact that you're constantly getting way more gold and way more souls, and just those stats in particular help Phoenix out immensely. So just optimizing that means that those hidden stats and those hidden economy boosts are really helping out Dignitas in the long run, and just want to make sure that they can continue to ramp that one up, as next dragon will be available in 10 seconds, and you can see Dig looking to prime for it.
Getting back out on the map, Gyu trying to get a bubble, but does not connect there in the mid lane, and Grig trying to battle for some vision back here, but is currently in a 1v2 as Lolo and Brandini continue to 1v1 as well. Of note, Ole also has finished his first major item. It's not as Zhonya's that you might have thought, but he's actually just gone for Luden's Echo. I mean, he had the lost chapter, he needed to build it into something, but he's gonna be like an actual mid laner as far as item power goes.
I guess, like, it causes a little bit of a trouble, I guess, in laning phase, just a little bit. Like, it makes it way more poke, but hold on, we got this fight coming in. TP from Bandit.
Well, there from Deathly, it's going to root them up, and Andy going to try and steal up Demonte. They're able to get the Drake, but no casualties just yet. Grig, though, drowsy, will pop the Ragnarok, but now has to run as Brandini is trying to start the fight up. Flash Showstopper in, finds it. Facebreaker is going to connect too as Phoenix is the target, but Ole pops the ulti and flashes out of the way, and Dignitas going to get out of there. And no, he finds a snipe on the back end of it as Phoenix will finally fall.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble on to
Death. Trying. I like it from Gyu. He's still nailing these bubbles as EG fight back. They'll take the bottom tower as well.
That was actually wonderful play there from Gyu and Brandini. The fact that they were able to zone out so much of that pressure. Like, yes, you do lose that dragon, but the fact that you get this turret and a couple kills, or at least one kill on this bottom side, still means that you are in the driver's seat. Dig really struggling here on this back foot. Like, yeah, you are going for this huge mage player for Lolo for Nico, which is still a big sort of, like, it's an awkward concern for me, because I was convinced, like absolutely convinced, that he was going to be going attack speed on hit Nico, and it's not turning out for the better, the fact that he's going utility mage.
Yeah, I mean, certainly more of utility, as you mentioned, more for team fights. Demonte going to get kicked and killed, and continuing to make plays.
Yeah, you could see that one coming from a mile away. You just see sort of, all right, Gyu sort of wrangle him into that choke point right next to the turret. He can't really step anywhere at all, and Anda just says, all right, this one's free of charge, and now we really get to get ourselves online, take another turret, make that one the second one. Sort of actually like they caught up in turrets, because you did lose that mid one earlier from Demonte, but it's now going to be running up to this top side, seeing if they can catch Phoenix and Ole out. And this whole composition style of keep them away from, like, within arm's reach is not turning out for the better for Dig.
Yeah, EG just doing a great job of keeping up, but also just playing really well reactively and together. Like, they're going to take Rift Herald here. Looks like Dig have been zoned far enough out that they can't really contest for this. So EG keeping up. They'll actually be ahead in gold about 500 or so. So the game is still very close between the two teams, but you know, EG, where it looked like they may have been struggling in some of the lanes and getting aggressed on and pushed in a little too much, they've completely bounced that game back. And 20 minutes in, we'll fight for this next Drake in 2 minutes and 40 seconds at pretty much even keel.
Yeah, and it's this. Both these compositions sort of tell a tale of feeling like a slow game, but everything is in fast momentum and constantly being played out. Like, it's only been 20 minutes, and it feels like these teams have been playing for 40, as just how the game progresses. And Phoenix making sure that, you know, even though we're behind, I still have this this massive power farming scale with Morgana to help out with. Once we get to those next few items, it's really going to start to hurt. And their only real way of plugging the hole right now is with Phoenix and Ole. Like, they need to make sure that this arms reach strategy stays as that is, and they're not able to get deflected.
And he's actually going to force the Ragnarok here because Giyu again is causing trouble, and they're going to have to move away. Does kick as Matt also coming down, and that might be a kill. Base breaking, and that's a kill for Brandini as Grig is going to fall down. EG just find 4 people in the river somehow.
Yeah, you know, do it, man. You got the corral going on with Mass Tom Kench. You grab that one up, but then now the third turret is taken down for Dig, and you know, that's what they needed to do, right? Like, if you're losing some pressure on the bottom side, see what you can take in the top end. Shelly is popped though, so now a lot of this presence is needed to be answered for this bottom side for Evil Geniuses. It does mean that with that recall with Shelly, with it losing the turret as well, means that they have a lot of time to just go back, grab some items, get their wards back online, and then prepare for that next neutral objective contestation, which to them could either be Baron or Dragon, because they have the damage for it.
Oh, Phoenix continuing to farm up and collect souls. Giyu continuing to be annoying. Oh my goodness! Just snipes Ole, and he's gonna run out of there.
Oh my... Alright, Zoe is not going to Giyu's hands next. Whatever happens, this is absolutely insane. This is when, like, you're playing the Clash team, you scouted him out, you're like, alright, we don't need to worry about him. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's the one diamond on the team that's carrying the whole squad, but now Dig has to find an answer for it. They can't play this arm's reach, I guess, if Giyu is just doing it better than them.
Yeah, I mean, talked about again, these big, you know, AoE ultis from these mages, so Nico, Cassio, you know, the long range, the keep out, you know, that you're mentioning for Dig, but Zoe doesn't care about any of that. She just wants to poke you down and force something to happen. As Brandini actually going to move Devontae over the wall. Haymaker happens, and Giyu's in there again, and also roaming around, but the center ulti almost enough to save the teammate, but it won't be it as Grig looking to fall as well, and finds a Q and connects to make sure they get the second, but it is a 2-for-1 as Brandini did eventually fall. But EG, they got 4 strong around the objective. They'll take it.
Yeah, Giyu and Andu, though, are fairly low. I could say that Dig could try and just do some poking, but they say, no, we're going to go ahead and forfeit this one. It's okay. It's 2 dragons apiece for these teams. Let's go ahead, grab some additional farm. You see the teleport from Lorlo just to catch that economy on the top side. And Giyu just absolutely dominating this game, especially with Anda. Like, you can't point him out. He's that hidden player in all of this and really letting his new mid laner shine.
Yep, 4-1 and 2 for Anda. So participated in 6 of the 8 kills that EG had. At one point was part of all 4 for the first 4 that they picked up. So been very active on this Lee Sin. Giyu is also starting to ramp up some of the swagger as well as the farm and damage numbers, because that's Maji's with 7 stacks now on it.
Yeah. I don't know about that one, Chief. I never liked seeing Magi Soul Stealer, especially in competitive, but hey, you know, if you're ahead like this, you're 2-0-5, and you feel like you're invincible, anytime's a good time for Magi Soul Stealer in those situations. So it's now this huge ego boost of, can EG continue to use this momentum and ramp up? Because, you know, you look at your early game, we had that condition of Definitely and Matt just need to tolerate the laning phase. They're now out of it. They're doing fine. They didn't give any kills over, and now they're able to really power creep and farm up while Giyu and Ando are zoning them around. And now Dig is sitting in that sense. Yeah, like, he's just not missing.
I mean,
and it's like, Dig... They have to answer. Yeah. They have to answer somehow.
They have a Morg too with AP. Like, these are actually pretty beefy black shields. that Ole can try and apply, but he just can't protect everyone. And Giyu is at 1.2 levels ahead of Demonte, now only 1 as it's 15 to 14, but Brandini's happy in the side lane. Like, Digga just didn't
Can't answer Brandini because Lorlo could just get absolutely clapped by the fighting. Like, oh, that wasn't even a sleepy trouble bubble on that one either. Like, this is where you don't have any engagement tools whatsoever. It's all that, like, poke. You can't find a way to get on them, and you're in this awkward state of, okay, well, the only way that we're able to turn a fight is if EG starts a fight. And you never want to be in that situation when you're trying to create a lead.
And Brandini also just pushed off 2 waves, I think, into the bottom inhibitor tower as well. So EG just have complete control of the map. And again, Dig need to find a 5v5. They have 2 items on their mid lane. They have 2 items on their Morgana alongside that Senna, who's also building up the soul count and getting her items in. They've got 2 on the Nico as well. Like, Dig have the tools to try and find a fight.
Yeah.
But I think EG are doing a really smart thing of just splitting up the map as much as they can.
Yeah, they're totally fine with just skirmishing and playing the macro game on this one. Like, if you really want to argue with Dig saying, okay, well, wait until Lorlo's flash gets up, and then if you find a snare, Lorlo flash ults onto somebody and it forces that fight, and that's your go button. Same thing with, you'd say, Grig. Like, if you get that binding, Grig just runs at him and tries to make sure that you chase him down, and it makes it to where Evil Geniuses sort of gets magnetized and pulls towards Grig, and that allows that trap to come into play, and then Dig can use this zoning pressure that their composition really thrives for to optimize it and to actually really put it into full effect. Right now, you're just getting poked out by a 100% hit rate Sleepy Trouble Bubble Geek.
Yeah, had to cleanse there. Actually took most of the damage just from the initial paddle star. But Demonte's now down a summoner, so he will die if he eats another Trouble Bubble, especially in the next 20 seconds or so before his flash will be back up. But Giyu is just running a clinic on how to play Zoe against Dignitas.
Yeah, some of the LCS players are probably watching this and taking some good notes because he is just running wild with this pickup. And now sitting at a scenario where all of these outer turrets are starting to fall apart. You have absolute pressure in Dignitas's jungle. What's next for them to grab? It's just see if you can blot out this vision and then really just find one single pick. Because if one member falls of Dignitas, then a lot of their defenses truly crumble with it.
Yeah, I think, like, how many offensive ultis have we seen from Dig? From their Morg, their Cassio, or their Nico?
I don't think I've seen one.
I feel like maybe one in the Driftchild pit is the one I remember. But yeah, it's just been, they've been using their tools defensively because EG are the ones that keep finding fights. Although Hold That Thought is definitely...
Like, here it is. This is the binding.
Gonna be in trouble. Binding lands, but again, the Devour from Tom Kench will deny it. That's the Nico clone, so no follow-up there for Lolo. And I mean, they get something out, but just a cooldown from out, which will be back in, 10 seconds or so.
Yeah. It's just like, you gotta find those bindings. Now you have the flash ult available for Lorlo. This is the time to make that play. This is where you have to get it because you're 4,000 gold down. Your map is just completely shrink down.
Brandini.
Do you not see anything?
Flash
Brandini.
showstopper. Phoenix gonna get locked down. He's dead. Giyu, of course, able to find the kill. Make it 11 stacks in the book right now. And a TP in from Dig as well. 5v4 as the Drake spawns. I feel like Dig is starting to panic.
Yeah, this is the panic mode. Like I was just mentioning, you aren't able to find where Evil Geniuses is, and Brandini immediately does what I was telling Lorlo to do. Flash ult onto somebody, get the kill, and make sure that you have the pressure. And now you see with one member down from Dig, their defenses start to crumble, and now you're getting a lot of pressure putting and being applied into this mid lane with you just missing that one onto ult.
He was zooming. I feel like I mean, he's level 16, so he's got a lot of points in Spell Thief regardless, but he was just... like swimming down mid lane there.
Yeah.
As they get the Drake as well. I mean, he like 1v2 kept them out of even getting near the Drake pit as Evil Geniuses pick up Drake number 3. So extremely impressive performance on this champion. But as you mentioned, can't undersell the rest of EG either. They've been executing very well across the board. And I think, again, the more veteran players of Matt and Ander do deserve some credit there because whatever is happening for how they want to play the game, for what win conditions they're playing to, for how they're, assigning these lanes, EG have just continued to look cleaner and cleaner as the weeks have rolled on.
Yeah, and that's something where it's always making sure that you're meeting not only your team conditions, but also your player conditions as well when you go into these matchups, right? Like Brandini, definitely, and Matt, all three of them, their condition as just a player in this game is survive, play it safe, have as much map time as possible so you can allow your team the capability of what your your entire
he's
composition
dead.
is, which is do things like that, just kill people.
That is-
and get the poke. Like allowing this, like all of this is happening because not only is Gyu finding these picks, it's because Evil Geniuses is not allowing Dignitas to gain any sense of footing.
I'm pretty sure Airy killed Phoenix there, by the way. Death
Yeah, I'm
Cap's
pretty
now
sure.
finished for Gyu alongside 15 stacks. So this is a very potent Zoe, but I think there was a Paddle Star, a Bubble, and then Airy finished the job at the end. Is Ole, yeah, you better put the shield up, and Gyu's going to try and chase it. Grig, he's zoned out, he can't even get to the Baron. Evil Genius is just going to take the objective.
This is ridiculous. Like this is just.
Oh my
beautiful
God, he
play from
doesn't
Evil
miss!
Geniuses. I love it. Oh, he doesn't do it.
Better
Did
cleanse.
it again.
He cleanses, I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
Monte knows he's going to die. This is like,
Oh my God.
if you're the enemy,
This is.
It's-
third-party software. Are you scripting?
it's nightmare, right? This is like,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the most terrifying Zoe is when she's, you don't have vision, you have no control of the map, she's
Yeah.
completely fed and just hitting every skill shot. Like, this feels impossible to play against.
Oh, definitely. And it's all around the fact that the team is playing perfectly around what they needed to do. And Dignitas is, like, again, you got to commend him for trying something new. But this is something that when you fall behind, you feel it, and it hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts a lot because now this whole like composition where you could say they're RPing it and saying, "Yo, this is a social distance comp. We just want them 6 feet away from us." Like, it don't work. Like they're everywhere and they're within you, and you cannot keep them away.
This is also why Zoe is so prized in pro play, by the way, because when she gets ahead,
Yeah.
she just doesn't let you do anything. And EG are just
It's just not.
with the Baron pushing 3 waves. Like, this is a dream scenario. Like, EG with this Baron are going to explode the game as far as gold goes. And might die, but that well-timed stopwatch and a dash back to Gyu is going to be more than enough to keep him safe.
Yeah, like you're doing great. Everyone's doing exactly what they wanted to do, and like
Dead.
Aphelios is fed. Anda's just absolutely huge. He's 5-1 and 4. Like this is fairly much Evil Genius's game.
Yeah, 17 sacks for the Zoe, perfectly placed GLP. Again, the combination between Gyu and Anda has looked exceptional in this game, and that's with very little practice together. A nice help from Monte, but a cleanse out there from Matt. The Nexus almost about to be opened up. And the 32 minutes here is EGA just going to try and put the finishing touches on the game. The turrets are down. The Baron minions are shooting in. There's no one hibs left. There's nothing. There's no hope. The Nexus down as Evil Genius Academy will defeat Dignitas, who have their first ever 0-2 weekend, Coco.
First ever.
That
like
must
that is a huge statement for Dig. Like they could have had it maybe 1 or 2 other times, but I am pretty sure that is the first ever 0-2 weekend for Dignitas Academy, and that's not what you want out of this. Like this is something I'm looking at. Like I'm looking at Dig, and I'm like, okay, what do you guys like? What was the thought process on trying to push this one out? Like it's week 8, you want to make it into playoffs. Like are you could get this number 1 spot and get the bye, but you're just not really caring to find it. Are you that confident that you'll be able to take this series no matter what, the season no matter
I mean,
what?
I think after this weekend, Dig, clearly are kind of working on how they want to, play the game and continue. Like, they have a new jungler that has to be considered that, that Greg and Acadian swap has happened again. Clearly, teams are starting to figure them out, and Dig have kind of lost the thing that let them win so many games, which was we're just skilled players. We win in the early game, and we're ahead of every other team on like macro and how to organize games because we're a team full of like very veteran players. Now the teams have had times to gel, to build chemistry, to find teamwork, and those same things don't work anymore. Like, I don't know if that's the first 0-2 weekend for Dignitas, but I am so confident that it must be that I just said it. That's
right?
how topsy-turvy Dig's story has gone from the first few weeks to week 8.
Yeah, like it's just flabbergasting. Really, it's just something that I just can't really put my brain around it. Just through how like my initial thoughts of all these teams were. Like EG, didn't expect them to be popping off like they are now, but they're doing it and they're doing it splendidly. So for me, you go into week 9 for EG, your confidence is huge. You got your true mid laner who feels like he's been here since day 1. Mm-hmm. So really just run it down to the playoffs and get to that point where, you have everything in your field.
All right, I guess it's time to give our brains a rest because we're stepping away to set up our next matchup, which is Immortals versus TSM Academy. Don't go anywhere. for Game 3, where TSM Academy is taking on Immortals Academy. My name is Patriot. I'm still here with Coco, and it's starting to heat up here. You know, we kind of started things off slow, Coco, but starting to get a little bit spicier as Dignitas lose yet another game.
Yeah, real spicy is that one. Like, usually I can't handle spice, but the way that they drafted, pretty hot, and I don't think they could handle the heat either. Like, they wanted to play that, keep you away, arm's reach, social distance, whatever. But, you know, Gyu popped off, always landing the picks on with Zoe and Anda as well, being able to just constantly find kick after kick and really shut down Grig during those early stages.
But, of course, now for the TSM Liquid Academy, we're going to get into Champs League. So let's talk about it here.
All right.
And I missed CLG Cloud9.
Yeah, CLG Cloud9. You know, it's one of these games where it's sort of the direct opposite of what we just watched, whereas top two teams trying to find a win to really bring about a like very separated top four, but now it's just something where Cloud9 can pretty much solidify their space in the top one seed if they're able to pick up a win here, where CLG is just fighting for survival.
Yeah, certainly I'll have to see if they can indeed do that, but the bands have actually finished here for Phase 1. Rek'Sai, Jarvan, Yuumi on the CLG side, and Kalista, Aphelios, and Senna. So CLG, big upset win over Dignitas yesterday, although I believe they are out of playoffs at this point. They are still clearly looking to play spoiler, so another top team could have their record threat, and Cloud9 currently at the top of the standings, but maybe not for long if CLG continue their rampage.
Yeah, if they do and they're able to get a shutdown here, it does still mean that Cloud9 is in that top one spot, because they would be 11 wins to only Dignitas's and Evil Genius's 10, but it does just make it a little bit more troublesome for them coming into week 9 when that does come around. You know, into this game though, you do have the first Varus of today, as well as the Aatrox, who's been sitting on the ban list.
Yeah, curious to see how that shakes out, but certainly a comfort pick there for Deus in the top lane, and actually for CLG in general. Ruin, of course, in the top lane for CLG LCS, a big player of that champion. So
yeah, I'm a little bored of the Tom Kench as well. Like, the Tom Kench is nice. It denies like all that neutralizing. Yeah, like it be like that sometimes. I don't want it to be like that no more. Like, now that Taliyah coming in, I do appreciate it as well, because I'm feeling like that's going to be that jungle Taliyah. Gonna have that clear, gonna create some pressure with her ultimate as well, and it's exactly what you need if you want to create that shutdown capability to deny Cloud9 any of these wins. You want to be able to push people back into a place where they are uncomfortable, and Pyke, also a pick who does just that.
Yeah, I kind of like this from CLG. Pretty different, actually, from what we've seen. We did see Taliyah yesterday for Schönfire in the jungle, but definitely Peg with this Pyke is quite interesting. But we'll see what Cloud9 want to do. So far, it's been very stable for their first picks. Varus a big pick for King, and as you mentioned, Tom Kench, a little boring, but certainly very safe, so you can see why teams want to pick it. And of course, Ornn is unbanned, so Ornn will be the pick.
Yeah, Ornn, you know, also that flex pick, just have that on board. You know, top and mid are the scenarios for him, and he could really go into anything that CLG throws at him. I'm still arguing that Wind and Phil are going to be picking for their mid and ADC themselves, so now you're at a situation of, okay, will Aatrox be the more tolerable matchup for Ornn, or are we going to be able to ban out a little bit more than what we expect? We do see the Zoe ban coming out on that one, so Tuesday does know he doesn't want to play against Palafox's obnoxious Zoe. And also, I think if I am sort of smelling this one out right, I did see that Draven hover a long time ago from CLG. I'm thinking an aggressive marksman or mage might be the case for Wind.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Wind does love himself some Draven, so one of the picks he at least likes to play. But we'll see if he does not actually select it here. Panth, Cassio, and that Zoe that you mentioned. I think after the last game, nobody wants to play against Zoe anymore, because you don't want to inspire the other Zoe players in the league to do what you just did to Dignitas. We'll see what the final ban here for CLG is going to be.
Yeah, I'm feeling like it might be another mid lane ban. Azir being taken away to that late game scaling. That Palafox also, he sort of gets underappreciated as well with these Azir. His Azir and his Victor are actually pretty darn good, especially for the academy scene. So that might be something to come into consideration, especially the fact that Victor has been slowly coming through as a dark horse pickup for these teams. And at this time, it also might be pretty good, right? Like you're thinking of, all right, where do we want to sort of corral CLG into? We have a very teamfight centralized composition, and Victor with that Zac lock-in as well sort of speaks to that tone.
Certainly does, and Zac been picking up in popularity since the Cinderhulk and Cinder buffs from a couple patches back. I do see it in the solo lane sometimes as well, but it does feel like it's mostly jungle where Zac is still most effective, and tank junglers are kind of always on the menu, as speaking of, there is Sejuani, which means that's actually solo lane, or laning Taliyah, which we don't see nearly as much of these days.
Oh, okay, and then, okay, so now it's going to be, it is still an aggressive pick, but I'm feeling that it is going to be Taliyah and Pyke bottom lane, now that it comes into full form. And with that as well, it also means that you also have the Sylas to sort of counteract that Ornn when it does come around. Nothing else is truly strong for Sylas to steal outside of the Ornn Horn. Like you could argue maybe King Zavaris, who King himself has been doing splendidly on the champion, and with that final lock-in with Camille, we're going to have quite the bloody bout in this top end.
I'm down. You know, Fudge, he was on duty for so long, you know, and he first joined the league, and now finally being freed up to play, you know, some of the more aggressive champions that have kind of been happening in the top lane as well. So yeah. I like it. Certainly a cool counter pick there for Camille into Aatrox. We'll see if Fudge can navigate the matchup. Otherwise, pretty standard for C9 and pretty exciting for CLG. You called it out, the Taliyah Pyke bot lane, not something we see that often, but it is awfully effective if you can get it going.
Yeah, it's something that it answers that checkbox that I was putting into question with that Draven hover, is that, okay, we want something aggressive. We want to be able to just shut down this Varus Kench bottom lane that has been so successful with Cloud9, and doing just that with someone that can make those picks, make those plays, and then get out with free of charge, especially with Pyke as it is. So have to see how well CLG is going to play that one out, as Win and Phil have been having a rough go at it since the start.
Yeah, I mean, CLG as an org have been having a rough go of it all, split long, unfortunately for them. But, you know, this is maybe time to show off. You know, we can play more unique champions. We can, you know, be aggressive as a team. I think for a lot of the CLG players right now, it's kind of about showing your best and just kind of upsetting these number one teams that were supposed to be going undefeated and the like.
Yeah, like it's still surprising to me how well these academy teams have been able to develop, and it's something where I wanted to touch on it a little bit last game, but it's this double-edged sword of having C9 Academy and Dig Academy, who I would argue do have an argument to be in the LCS with how powerful they are as a team, but it means everyone else, the very bottom power level, also comes up with it. Like, you drag the bottom up with you when you have such a strong team, and it helps tone and hone everyone. You know, iron sharpens iron as it is. So I'm really excited to see how well CLG is going to be able to sort of reform and repair themselves coming into week 8 and week 9.
We'll see how this comp shakes out in just a moment. As a reminder, we are going to a break for a 5-minute delay to build up for competitive integrity, so don't go too far. We'll see you after this. Welcome back. As a reminder, we have 5 minutes of delay just to preserve competitive integrity. We'll be bringing you CLG Academy versus Cloud9 Academy in just a moment. And Coco, as we were talking about, something a bit different here for CLG Academy as far as the comps go, which is nice to see.
Yeah, I really like it. I like the fact that, unlike Dignitas, I have a lot more hope for this composition that's a little bit more spicy than the one that we had last game, just because it still keeps to those traditional sort of setups that you want to have in this meta, right? Like, you want a little bit more of a fighting top side. You want to have that utility with the jungle. It's not all spread out and sort of solely focused on just the team condition. You still have player conditions that you can play around and really optimize to full effect.
Now, is part of all that package to have Dark Harvest for your Taliyah bot lane? Because that is one I do not see too often, but I like it for Wind.
Right? Like, you see usually like electrocute for that additional burst, but when you're trying to do something where you want to take out King and Diamond as much as possible, and when you are successful with that, Dark Harvest secures that condition almost like immediately, because then you're getting that damage more and more optimized through the game. It becomes this constantly scaling factor of, well, we're able to get the damage and we're going to be able to secure those kills, which means C9 is never going to have that chance to really try and swing back until it becomes like a full team effort into that mid-game stage.
I think you certainly point out kind of the right place to attack if you're CLG. It makes sense with the bot lane they've drafted, but King and Diamond have been phenomenal for the back half of the season, especially. I mean, at one point, Cloud9 Academy were looking really miserable in the early weeks of Academy, but they have rallied all the way back to be the current #1 team as far as the standings goes, and they are playing the lowest place team, but CLG Academy certainly did not look like last place yesterday.
No, they definitely didn't, and it's something that, seeing how CLG has slowly progressed and caught up and sort of found an identity for themselves, that's all the better. But you see, that's exactly what you want from Phil and Wind. Get that damage onto Diamond, get it onto King, get this brutish amount of pain, so that once you hit that level 2 spike, you're really going to have a capability to find first blood.
Yeah, again, still battling back and forth, but I think Phil and Wind might hit level 2 first, and with enough minions there, they're going to zone them away. Hook onto King, and level 2 is good. The stun going to land. That will force the flash, but there's the flick back from Wind. No Ignite though, and Phil's taking a little too much damage. He's gotten stunned. I think he might be dead. Exhaust out. Diamond gonna flash in. He's level 1, but he's still good enough to get first blood. It's now Tuesday and Palfox fighting in mid lane as Wind is forced to flash in bot. Action-packed in the first 3 minutes here.
Oh my goodness, and they're still level 1. Okay, now they're level 2. There you go. But Diamond and King able to turn that one around.
Again.
And Phil.
It's gotten slowed.
No. All right.
Sums.
Yeah, no summoners.
Oh, Wind.
Oh.
He's just thrown it all the way. The last auto is good, and King takes him out, and it's gone from tragedy to comedy, I think, in the bottom lane there. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, not too far between tragedy and comedy.
Yeah.
There's not a big gap, and truly it has gone down to that point. Like we were saying, you have the potential to secure kills if you get them online, but they weren't able to find that one, and now it's just gone all awry. So, you know what? This is a good call from Fragus. All right, bot lane is a little bit scuffed. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Deus ahead.
Yep, looking for the stun in top side, but Inori also taking heat in the mid lane as Tuesday starting to get aggressive on the Sylas. Second time we've seen that champion today in the mid lane. But Fudge also escaped without using his summoner spell, so he looks like he'll be just alright here.
Yeah, this is like the second time that we see this today, this matchup of Sylas and Ornn, and it's going to be pretty much the same story where Tuesday is always going to have the lane pressure on his side, but he's never going to have kill pressure because it's just Ornn. It's just what he thrives in. He's never going to let you take him down. His King now gets snared up, and this is something that, even though it has gone comical to that early point, Phil and Wind still have that potential to create some kills elsewhere, as long as they have now a little help from their friends.
Yep, certainly got the pressure, although King does have the CS lead up 11 right now, but we'll see if that levels out in the next few minutes. It does also kind of ring true to me as like a testament to how good Ornn's ultimate is, when like the counter pick people go for is like, yeah, let's just take it.
Yeah.
That's the best
like,
thing we can do. Like, don't pick Fiora, like, don't heavily counter pick it, like, don't try and out-farm it necessarily. Just take the ulti and maybe do this. Gank in mid lane here, Sejuani Sylas, very potent 2v2, and Palfox gonna get locked up with no flash and nowhere else to run to, and Q's gonna erupt, but he's so tanky! He doesn't die!
that's just what you want. Ornn denies all those kills because he's just so darn tanky. What's better than stealing his ult than stealing his life for just a little moment, but unable to do that, just so close to death, and now he can go back and just sort of heal back up. Deus, though, doing fairly well for himself in that trade. Fudge not really respecting him for just a hair, but now it's really just playing the waiting game for C9, seeing if they can get King online. The one thing that we really didn't touch on was the fact that he did go Corrupting Potion initially. So in hindsight, you're like, that's a great play, because you expect Wind and Phil to immediately jump on you and just like poke you down, and Corrupting Potion allows you to sort of trade back efficiently when that need arises. But here, Inori actually sees if he can smell him out.
Really nice. There's the Kulo landing in. Needs to get a minion. Slaps happen, and Fudge now going to try and chase it down, but Conqueror procking still only level 4 for the Camille. And Tuesday just getting aggressive on the other side, straight onto Palafox with the Conqueror proc. The Pillar's still there, but Pala does not dash in. Again, no need to get overly aggressive, and just continuing to trade his top lane again. Deus now level 6. Inori getting slapped down, but he's got his passive ready to go. And are they going to be able to kill the Aatrox? Here's Fragus streaming in, turns it back around. That's going to be the double kill over the first one to Fragus, and the second very likely donated to Deus, as the Bloblets will get killed and CLG go 2 for 0 in the top lane.
And what was such a terrible ending for the bottom lane for CLG has now turned in favor for them in this top side. Almost a repeated story. And Palafox, I don't know if that's the right call, buddy.
So good there from Tuesday, setting it up with the ulti, and what a roam from Phil with the ignite to finish it all off. So we thought it was all over when C9's bottom lane got ahead, but the rest of CLG really making it work.
Yeah, and that, I'd have to say, is really in the hands of Fragus and Deus, reading the map and understanding, okay, our bottom lane, it had a hiccup. We need to really throw this in onto the top side, and perfect for it because you have that Aatrox. You have the capability to always try and fight for that pressure, and did so they have. So now you're sitting for CLG like, okay, let's see if we can actually get Shelly now. We have this top lane pressure. Get Shelly when she comes up, and then really double down on that.
Looks like the ganks aren't stopping though again. Sejuani very good with his melee champions in the solos. Deus going to continue to get aggressive here onto Fudge. Lands the chain as well. Just everything working so smoothly, and now Fudge will get out of there, but he's going to be forced to flash from the Sejuani. Also another good force there by Fragus and Deus in the top lane, but Palafox turning it back around. Ignite down. This is the on combo that everybody hates to see. The stun not time for Tuesday, and Palafox with a solo kill in mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know what Tuesday was doing there, but Palafox just sort of jumped on it immediately, and now that means that Inori, who did start that dragon in the meantime, has absolute control over this bottom end. Go ahead, take that Cloud Drake for yourself, and honestly, just one Cloud Drake is enough to be worrisome, because especially with the team comp that C9 has concocted, you've got way less time in between breaks when you have Inori and Palafox just throwing down these engagement tools left and right.
Well, I appreciate how action-packed these first 8 minutes have been.
Yes.
6 kills in the first 8 minutes as both these teams just coming out swinging. Will even up on kills. C9 are a little bit ahead in gold as a result of how the farm has gone, especially in bot lane, but CLG certainly not going down without a fight here.
No, not for sure. It's pretty darn good that CLG is really fighting tooth and nail, and that's something that keeps is commendable for them. The fact that they have learned so far, and you were saying that C9 they struggled in the early season. They went 0-4 or something, and then immediately popped off and started doing well. CLG, as long as you're able to sort of compete with that growth, honestly, it is already a win in itself.
Oh, Phil gonna get rooted down by the Varus ulti, and that's a kill. Very nicely played as Diamond secures it up, and does feel like we're overreaching at times here for Phil. I mean, he had that great roam in mid lane, but then the 2v2 that went wrong, and now that 2v2 that went wrong. Yeah. So it seems like when Phil gets out of his lane, he's really in his element, but in lane has been a really bad time.
Yeah, there is sort of that trade-off, right? You'll have players that are absolute monsters in laning phase, and then when they get out of it, they're a little bit awkward in these team fights. And I want to see if Deus is sort of like that as well, if he starts to have hiccups when it comes down to those clutch team fight scenarios. But that might actually come to fruition here as Tuesday in trouble.
What a steal. Trying to lock down King, but the rest of CLG actually in there. Good devour there by Diamond. Fudge going to move in, going to try and take out Tuesday, who does flash, but Palafox with a wonderful ulti as C9 just turn it back around. King knew exactly what his limits were there, I feel like, with Diamond behind him. As Tuesday going to dive back in, but he's going to fall as well as Diamond gets yet another kill, and now Inori, he'll finally be given over, but he's actually eating blobs as best he can. The honey fruit's still there, more blobs, not enough. Deus finally taking down the jungler.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Cloud9 left him to the wolves on that one. He's like, guys, help out, see if we can get a catch. They're like, nah, we're going to just get mid lane pressure, push that one out, and then go back, no problem. They were also able to get the Herald, though, so it was really just Inori wasting as much time as possible, going back, getting the Shelly, and now you can see where they want to put it. I definitely say, you know what, just fully invest it into this bottom side. King has been doing amazing in this bottom end, and no other way to put it than just to double down on him. And he is going the lethality poke Varus as well, so I think that's something that you have to compliment him on top of, is that it's this different like untraditional pickup and build style that he's just doing so well on.
Yeah, certainly an older style of build, and one that I think Cloud9 will need to keep applying pressure with. But as far as the early game goes, like, they're set up to take over this mid game, combined for 5-0 and 5. Of the 6 kills that Cloud9 have, Diamond and King have clearly been a central part of all the action so far. So, looking good. Still looking for that first tower gold as well, and still looking for Inori to drop the Shelly that he did have to sacrifice his life for. But still plenty of time here in the early game for C9 to snowball that advantage. Already up about 1,500 gold. We'll see how much bigger that can get once we've hit the 20-minute mark.
And I think that's the key word, is what advantages they can get in the early game. Because I still have a concern with just how King builds with Varus. Because like poke Varus, when you get ahead, it feels amazing. But the thing is, it eventually scales downwards. Like, people will get armor, they'll get defenses, and your poke isn't going to be as reliable as, say, like if Zoe was absolutely fed. You don't have that additional scaling from your kit to help out with those styles of like play. And it has to sort of go into the dependency of the rest of C9's team to find damage elsewhere, to make Fudge unstoppable. As now CLG invests to shut down King.
Ooh, nice ult there from King, actually trying to keep wind out of the fight, but Inori going to turn it back around as Fragus is here, but Inori missing everything else, and a great ult hits King. Inori going to bounce away, but I think he knows he has to give up his life in this situation.
Tuesday.
Here comes the All-Nauts as well, does find both. CLG still fighting, but Diamond finally with the Devour going to try and keep King safe, but King not going to live a lot longer. That's 2 shutdowns in a row as Phil finds the ulti, and CLG bring 5 people to the bot lane.
Now it was perfect there from CLG. They came in with the bait, and Fragus, that beautiful snare with the Glacial Prison to just get it through, arc it past the rest of C9 and lock it down onto King. And immediately when that happened, you saw the teleport come in from Tuesday and Deus saying, all right, we've got that to waste enough time to allow us to come in and secure this kill and secure this fight. And really now it's a question of how much are they going to be able to gain back, because yeah, you get the kills, you get the 2 shutdowns, but can you get anything off of the map? Dragon has just come up, you weren't really able to get any turret plates, so C9 isn't truly feeling the hurt. There's still just 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, certainly a tenable lead this early on. Still waiting for Inori to figure out where he wants to try and get some plates for, but looks like bottom lane is a pretty juicy target. Palafox though going to get stunned up here by Phil in mid. No, just missed after the dash. And TP in as well for Fudge, who has to get immediately out of there. Even has to flash out as well, so both sums burnt in a number of seconds as CLG look to aggress onto this Mountain Drake, as the Herald was popped in bot lane, but you better get out of there because you know the rest of the squad's coming.
Yeah, here they come. Okay, you're getting a good amount of Shelly hits from that one. Actually dropped it down, I believe, 1 turret plate. So getting that onto King and Inori, pretty darn good for themselves, I'd have to say. Like, when you're able to take that many turret plates just from a punishment on that one, it really nullifies that win that CLG had in that team fight just a few moments ago, because all that gold that you sort of gave away, you have compensated for. And looking at how this Mountain Dragon congestion might come down, you do have vision in your favor as well. So even though C9 has slipped, they really haven't fumbled just yet.
No, still, again, keeping the game pretty well balanced. I think both teams are slowing down a little bit, realizing, okay, we maybe did a little too much fighting in the early games. They're trying to consolidate where they did get their leads. Deus has taken his lead to the Dragon, as Fudge is still in the top side with no TP. So if C9 do want to fight for this Drake, they're going to have to do it without a member, but there's the ulti out of Ornn. Palafox locks down Fragus, gets low, and the Drake does go over to C9. They get the kill as well. Inori, though, will be the sacrifice, but again, in a 4v5, C9 will take it.
Yeah, that's not too bad, but you know, it's all a question of how much they could grab back before Deus arrives. Deus is massive on this Aatrox, being 3-0, and he's going to walk himself back up to the top side. Fudge is on a timer. He needs to get out soon before he gets trapped in the Claws of Death, as also Palafox also in a little bit of trouble. He need to get out of there as well.
Continues to be okay. On again, very robust. So that 2v1 looked a bit scary, but they're alright with it. Bottom tower also falls, so Cloud9 fully collect the bonus tower goal, but they did not get the last plate, I believe. But still happy to get that gold, and now they're back in the gold lead by a couple hundred. But yeah, talking about Deus, he has been probably the most consistently impressive player for CLG Academy since he joined the team. Like, again, like a lot of top laners was playing on because that was kind of what was in. We've seen his Gangplank, we've seen his Cassio, his Aatrox also looking really good. And Trinity Force is not something you see very often on Aatrox, but I feel like Deus is like a professional Trinity Force builder because with the exception of Cassio, I feel like all the other champs he likes to play, he wants to build Trinity Force on. He was a Gangplank one trick a long time ago, and I feel like that's the mentality of buying the Triforce is just carried on.
Right, and exactly, and the thing is that's what CLG needs out of like Deus right now, is they need this reliability and this performance. And Bill seeing if he could grab Fudge there, but to the point of Deus, it's like you've been having so much more problems in other parts of the map. Like Wind not doing too hot, Stixay when he came down to the academy was also really underperforming. So having Deus here always being that reliable pillar to sort of build around and work out with, even if it's a Trinity Force like one trick, it's still something that helps them out to sort of gain a sense of identity and win conditions.
Even with the Dustblade there as well, just harassing down Paula Tuesday in the mid lane. It looks like CLG are just trying to run a bit of a distraction because it's Rift Herald that they want to grab here, and with 4 people already on the objective, that will be taken down easily. And Deus may continue to grow a lead here if Fragis wants to drop that top side. We'll see where he does want to use it in a moment. But for now, CLG keeping the gold even as these two teams have just been punching each other in the face for the last 17 minutes.
There's no set in this game, but there's been a lot of punches going on left and right, and I'm just waiting for the actual showstopper from either of these teams, like whether it's like either the unique King Flash ultimate to start an engagement, or even Deus coming in and just absolutely pub stomping everyone in the fight. As a matter of fact, speaking of fight, Palafox looking to see if he could find Wind.
Just missing there for Palafox, but I like the attempt. Wind does hold on to his Flash. But again, I like that both these teams have been staying very proactive. In fact, Inori's in there. He suspects that there are people in the brush, and he is right. But Phil dashes out and stuns Inori on the exit, so no follow-up available there for the Zac. In fact,
and I think this is now at that point where you were saying that, you know, both C9 and CLG were playing slow. They were wanting to test the waters a little bit. Now they've gotten their confidence back. Power spikes are back online. The Wind is playing a little bit untraditionally with his build. He went for the Hextech Revolver and the Lost Chapter, so not really sure which item he wants to finalize out just yet. So it does mean his Power Spike is going to come a little bit later with that item going to be completed. As now Deus trying to see if he can continue this aggression on the top side and open up the map a little bit more for his team.
Fudge, you know, wants to be playing the split pushing game, but had to stop off for now. The Executioner's calling now in a 1v1 that absolutely he cannot win. Nice side Q there from Deus, but Fudge actually calling in reinforcements, but Fragis is here as well. Palafox way too late, and already diving in. They will actually get the trade kill, so the shutdown onto Deus is good, but the ult there from Tuesday I don't think got a knockup, so now Fragis is left all alone with King roaming up. The Comet almost enough to kill Tuesday. Last order was good enough for it, certainly. And now Frag is still getting chased, and Ori and Palafox should be able to grab this, but Wind is going to try and run interference. Where does he go? There's the ulti out of Palafox. They're just going to completely cut him off at the pass, as Ori will get the kill, and C9 find a very favorable trade.
Yeah, faster on the draw. C9 was able to collapse, and CLG was just left in the dust. And Nori, though, going to see if he can steal a blue buff that is not there. But in the end, it was just C9 being able to not only deny a little bit of the assistance coming from CLG for their team to arrive earlier, but also the fact that, you know, you're able to shut down Deus. A lot of that gold going over to Inori to help really create this massive Zac that is just going to be obnoxious to deal with, that's going to be messing with the front line of CLG. And especially when this Ocean Drake is going to be coming up, you need exactly that. You need a chaotic tank to help sort of break up this more obnoxious and scrappy CLG comp.
Once again, Drake up in a second actually, so Cloud9 going to have to get there pretty quickly. But we talked about the gold lead only being, 1,000 for either team in the early game. Well, that's blown open now. Cloud9 a couple thousand gold ahead. There's the ult from King looking for it. Flash ult's onto Phil. Fragis turns it back around, but the Devour once again good from Diamond. Here's Deus though, ready to slam jam his way through the fight. The stone play pop though for Diamond means he's going to be alright. And now Inori going to bounce around. Huge 3-man knockup, turns it around to Spill Dice the King. And it's just absolute carnage in the back end of this fight. Make it 3 for Cloud9 already. There's the 4th, and the 5th, the final, will be Wind taken down as well as Cloud9 find the ace.
And it was a question of who's going to be stronger with their unique play, the flash ultimate from King or the brute force of Deus, and that answer has been made. King starting the fight and helping his team organize that chaos that CLG wanted to thrive in and creating a perfect team fight to start in, and creating Inori also to get that beautiful 3-man knockup and securing the ban for their team as well. What a wonderful fight for this one to break open this game.
I really like what Cloud9 did there. Just straight for the Baron, ignore the Drake. As soon as they get that clean ace, they're even going to TP down to make sure they maintain initiative out on the map. I mean, we can see that Phil is checking it, but really he can just only ward for now, and the rest of Cloud9 should be there to grab it without too much trouble. Oh, actually, CLG are going for it. Never mind.
Yeah, they're hard rushing it. We saw the TP come in from Deus to sort of help secure it, but is something that, I don't know if that was truly necessary because we didn't have any other TPs being called out. But, at this point, you want to make sure they do not have that Dragon Soul congestion. You're able to take that one away, help deny them that scaling for just a little bit longer, and it just means 5 minutes left until Dragon Soul is back onto an option to get closer to.
I think I may have misread my TP colors as Wind charging in. They're going to trap Palafox outside the tower, but Inori saying, no, you're trapped in here with me.
This is bad news.
Gonna get the knockup, but the Palafox combo is good as Inori bounces out as well, and Wind diced the 2 tanks effectively there from a screen away.
Tank meta, it's just nuts right now. Inori, see if he could find Tuesday. He does, but he's gonna have to just get back to his team and reinforce this siege. As Deus on this off flank here. Could he find... He's hunting for King. He knows he's really low. He is really greedy for it, but decided to back away and answer Fudge on this bottom end. So now it is truly C9's game to lose, and CLG is scrambling to find a sense of just any condition to bring themselves back into this game.
Going to be a long wait here. 7,500 gold up now for Cloud9, which is pretty obscene amount given how early we are into this game. Sure, CLG did at least stop the Soul from coming up so quickly, but as we mentioned in previous games, splitting Drakes isn't so bad. I mean, for Cloud9, they'd be happy just to keep snowballing the advantage. For CLG, it feels a bit more frantic, like they had to stop the snowball somehow. So Cloud9 can shrug it off. They'll get 2 Drakes if they need it, and Phil's gonna die, because Fudge, that's the 1v1 he certainly can win.
Yeah, that's not going to be any fun for Phil whatsoever, but as it is, seeing if they can just sort of staunch the bleeding in any shape or form for CLG. Luckily, they have the wave clear to do so. Like, you have Winds Talia, you can create some chaos there. Palafox diving underneath this turret, he's confident he has the damage.
He's got the exhaust down as well, gets the ulti out, but Fragis is there to defend, as Inori was also thinking about coming over the wall. But still, this Baron's on for 40 more seconds. They're breaking down in hit towers at lightning fast speed. Inori diving back in as well. Going to get the let's bounce. The tower is dead. Fragis on the front side looking to die. As Deus going to be the real target they're trying to go for here. Fragis are already dead. He's just so squishy as Deus barely able to get away as Inori flies in there to try and get more happening. And it does feel like Cloud9 just going to end the game. Tuesday blown to pieces as King gets kill number 5. And Cloud9 Academy just bursting through the doors and taking down CLG's base.
And this is perfectly what you want for C9, to show that you can end the game whenever you want. And coming to break this one in, Fudge in a little bit of trouble.
Still in there. Inori with a double slap. 2 champs' heads smashed together. As Fudge leaps over the Nexus, C9 just styling at this point. Wind and Phil, they're trying desperately to save the day, but it started with them losing their fight in bot lane. It may well end with them dying again. Fudge crushes Wind after the Hextech ultimatum, and Cloud9, they don't have any minions. That's the only reason this game is taking any longer, as Palafox is dancing in front of the inhibs. Gonna maybe die.
Worry about it. Ooh, close? Yeah, he might fall here.
Feeling the ulti, nice Devour there from Diamond. No, it actually just doesn't matter. It's Cloud9, too far ahead, too stylish, and gonna end this game. They'll knock down the last Nexus turret, and the Nexus will fall. And CLG Academy can't do anything but bend to Cloud9's will. 24 minutes and 18 seconds, and our third game is done, Coco.
And that was the fastest game today, at least, a complete replication of what had happened yesterday with C9, making sure these games are super fast. But, you know, I look at that game for CLG and I'm like, hey, you did pretty darn good in that early stage. You were able to punch blow for blow trading with just the overall success rate in top lane with Deus, and you're able to sort of compensate for your losses that you had in the bottom end. But then you had what C9 needed to do and sort of like finish with what their homework is making sure that when they get a lead, they're able to close it out whenever. Because that whole entire game was finished by just one team fight.
Yeah, I think the individual skill you can see there for CLG, right? Like the individual plays, how good Deus is as a laner, you know, what Win can bring to the table, and what Fracas does when he's, you know, feeling on as a jungler and actually chain ganking these lanes. But C9 have as much, if not more, individual skill, and the team play has clearly been built up even more significantly because, like you said, they basically snapped their fingers and the game ended. They felt like they were playing with their food at the end of the game.
Yeah, and that's what you want. Like, especially when you're watching Academy games and your big question when you have those fights is, what are you playing for? What is the objective that you're trying to contest over? And when you have a fight that immediately goes like that, it's like, we're looking for Baron, we get the fight, we make the play, we get the Baron, we go home, and we win the game. And it's just trying to make sure you're always 5 steps ahead of your opponent when you are in the driver's seat. And, you know, that's just a recipe for success for C9.
Oh, Cloud9 Academy moved to 12-4. They are 2 wins ahead now of both EG and Dig, so very clearly sitting pretty at first place. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's 100 Academy aiming to take down FlyQuest. Almost through our second day of Week 8 of Academy. I'm still Patriot Time. I'm still joined by Coco the Dragon. And that was a quick one. It feels like the game speed's increasing, Coco. So, you know, by game 5, we might have a 10-minute game, which is unheard of.
Yeah, that's that would be pretty surprising because we went from 50 minutes down to 36. Now we're down to 24. So I'm looking to see if we can possibly keep that a little bit more leveled out and hitting those 24, 25-minute marks for these games. But, you know, Immortal or 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, that might be one of those games that might go on the longer side.
Certainly, we'll have to see here as Champs Select is loading up. 100 Thieves certainly, been picking up wins, which is nice for them, but not really back to defending champion form just yet. And the FlyQuest have been pretty hot and cold, a little bit hotter recently, but kind of curious to see if Thieves can bring a bit more consistency, because I think that's the big thing they've been missing. You know, when they look good, they look great, but sometimes they just kind of fall flat.
Yeah, and that is really the name of the game for 100 Thieves. Like, how consistent can you guys level out to be? Because in like a player term, it's very much on contracts. He is someone who has had either hot games or cold games, and it very much reflects on the rest of his team. Where I look at FlyQuest and I'm saying, you know, they're not like amazing, but the thing is at least they're doing what the expectations are from them, right? Where you are still being consistent to your sense of power and strength in the season, and then overall seeing if you can actually like start learning and really starting to develop your talent.
All right, so bans for phase 1 are done. Yuumi, Zoe, Tom, Kench, Felios, Senna, Pantheon across the two sides, and that does leave not Set but On as the first pick here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, still sort of the same mindset with Set, you know, just have a champion that can be a flex pick, and, you know, as a matter of fact, they decided to grab Set up as well for FlyQuest, as they can also do the same argument. You could keep him jungle, you could keep him mid, you could keep him top, just plug and play wherever you need, because flex picks are the name of the game in picks and drafts.
Yep, strong meta top lane, Revenge certainly going to go straight for that pick, so Set makes sense here for FlyQuest. We'll see where it does land. On, as you mentioned, we've actually only seen mid lane today, most surprisingly, so curious to see how that one shakes out. But Thresh for FlyQuest is their second pick, and already MF locked in there for Prismal.
Yeah, and honestly, I think at this point too, I feel like 100 Thieves should smell out like a Silas ban or something, because currently Ornn into Silas is 0-2 on the day, so don't want to see if that matchup is going to be any more favorable for him, because eventually he does just have this damage that outscales him in the long run. So in this end, you do finalize your jungler, at least for FlyQuest, with Sejuani being locked in, so you already have this massive front line. Set, Thresh, and Sejuani. Now let's look for that damage.
I think also this is nice from FlyQuest because it does pinch contracts, a player that we pointed out as looking a little bit inconsistent. So, you know, just blocking him out of a bunch of different champions. They'll likely attack him here in phase 2, as they already have begun that with the Olaf ban. It is the Varus against Mash as the 100 Thieves ban, so keeping their intact bot lane and starting to attack the other half of the 2v2 are 100 Thieves. But there's that Trundle ban, so Contracts again is going to lose a bunch of champions here before he finally gets a shot at picking one.
Yeah, he's not going to have a lot left. If they ban out Jarvan, that means Jarvan would be off the board, which I feel like that is what you do actually call off for 100 Thieves. Like, you grab the Jarvan and then just try and look for the most comfortable matchup for your solo laners, so he can actually have an avenue of approach for all of these teams. Like, you already have the Misfortune Nautilus. That is a secure lane that you'll have pressure in consistently, and it's all up to that question. Will Contracts be on the right side of the coin today?
There's a Kalista ban, actually, so champion is picking up a little bit of play as well. Kind of cool to see that one taken away, as Mash has actually looked most successful on, you know, Kai'Sa, which I was about to say is open and will be selected here.
I love it when they just take the champion right out of your mouth and just slap it onto the draft. It's like, all right, you know what? We wanted exactly what we wanted. Thank you. And now with Cassiopeia being Hubbard and Kiana, it's giving me a sense that maybe this Ornn's going to be going into the top end to take care of the Set for Revenge, because that's not something we have seen too often, but people tend to disrespect the fact that Ornn can take care of Set when the need arises.
I've definitely seen Ornn solo kill Sets before, so the Unsealed Spellbook get a lot of power. That is a Graves lock-in though for 100 Thieves, and this is a throwback for Contracts. This is the champion alongside Lee Sin that he just destroyed people with in his rookie split in the LCS before he moved on to Worlds that year. So There was a slight buff to Graves recently, so I think
Yeah.
Kojak saw that and was like, "This is my champion. Give me this champion." Didn't need many.
I think it's a perfect call. It's a great call, but the thing is Graves also in that same contract's position of, are they ready to really pop off on it? If it's a comfort pick, it sort of amplifies that chance of saying, all right, Contracts is in his element, we're going to have that shining moment for him, and he's going to help the 100 Thieves carry on and grab another win today, where if not, and you get behind on Graves, you really do feel the burn, because shotguns, they're only effective for like 15 yards or so you got to make sure that you're always keeping pace with them and having that momentum. The other thing that they picked up for Sligo was the Silas, so it does deny that counter pick for FlyQuest on grabbing that matchup, and also means that you have a good number of ultimates to steal away.
Yeah, I think both Sedge and Set ult are very good. Kaiser ult's not bad. And yeah, Zero Thresh actually pretty good disengage ults as well. So it is cool to see Silas sneaking into more drafts. I think there are like conditions where you need to see like 1 or 2 ultis you really want to steal. But I think if you just have that, more than good enough to take here.
Yeah, for sure. Like when I look at it, when you said the 2 ultimates that I'd want to look, Sejuani and Set, those are the 2 that you want. It's usually those engagement ultimates that, with the scaling as well from Silas's ultimate, that sort of compensates for his AP instead of AD. It's just immense for those showstoppers. It really does cause a lot of pain, and going into that sort of composition, that's exactly what you want to counter engage the engagements.
So of course you're the resident Ornn main on this desk today. What do you think of that particular matchup, or is every Ornn matchup the same where it's like, I don't care, I'm just farming?
Yeah, like, that's the thing with Ornn, is that it's always the same sort of day-to-day working with Ornn. Is like, all right, you come in, it's a 9 to 5 gig, you sit, you farm, oh, hey, they slipped up a little bit, all right, we can go in. But the thing with Set is it's always not really about who you're up against in lane, or with like Ornn in particular, it's about who you are jungling with. So if you're going up against a much more aggressive jungler, you have to play it a lot more safer than you used to, and you can't really go for those advantages when they do have those hiccups, because you don't know if the jungler's sort of baiting you in. So for them, it's just play it safe, let it scale up, and make sure that Sligo is able to really pop off against Triple.
Should be a fun juggle matchup as well. We'll see it in just a few moments. Champs like this now done, so we're going to go on a 5-minute break to preserve competitive integrity, but don't go too far. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back. It is time for our 4th game of Academy, or almost. As a reminder, we do have a 5-minute delay being built up for competitive integrity. So thank you for joining us after the break. Hopefully you went to the bathroom, got a drink, got some popcorn, whatever it is you're doing here on Friday afternoon for 100 Thieves Academy versus FlyQuest Academy, as we are going to get into our 4th bout of the day.
Yeah, that's you know what, that's something that I always like to think about when there's like a break for LCS or LEC. Whatever league I'm watching, when there's a break, I'm like, what could I be doing right now? Like I could go heat up some food, I could get some homework done, or get some stuff for my car, throw that in there, or you know, just anything to help make the timer go by faster so I can sit my butt right back down and watch some League of Legends, because that's really all I'm on this earth for.
That's true.
Yeah, it's really it. Didn't come in to get the memes, didn't come in for the great inventions of the 90s or 80s, but I did come in to watch some great League of Legends just in time.
That's a mood right there. Well, we got a pretty good game last time around. In fact, it's been a good day all around. We'll see how this particular matchup shakes out. Certainly going to be looking at contracts here. We always look at contracts on the 100 Thieves side because he is the player that we kind of measure the temperature of the team by. But you wanted to know in the break what rune he's going, Coco, and it's not Conqueror, it's not Electrocute, it's not Dark Harvest, it's Phase Rush.
Yeah, and we've seen Phase Rush sort of coming through the muddied theory crafting of Graves Jungle for quite a while. It's very popular in solo queue. It's just because you get to stick on your targets a lot more efficiently, and if you do fall into trouble where, you know, you might not be able to duel a Sejuani for a long amount of time, so you can get out free of charge, and then they don't really have any time to rebuttal. So it's a little bit safer, keeps you in this place where you can always kite, you can always fight, and you really have control of the skirmishes more than anything. So that's really what Phase Rush is allowing you to do, instead of just like straight initial numbers advantage.
Well, it's top lane, bit of a battle back and forth, but Contract's already crossing towards enemy territory. He's got the red buff and he is zooming towards the enemy blue buff, but we can see the Fnatic is also on that side, but he actually goes away from it.
I think he sort of smells that one out. I did see that ward was down there, so they did catch him coming up for that blue buff. So he's like, all right, you know what? Fine, I'm not going to get triple buffed. I don't want to make this fight anyways because it is on, like, even though it's on my side of the map, Graves will be able to get out no problem. So just go ahead and take that one. They don't even know, actually, that Fnatic is taking his blue buff, but they can just get an inkling of it. So it's like, all right, Thank God actually has to back off here because you do have that jungler advantage for revenge, where on the side of 100 Thieves, they can still play aggressive in this bottom end.
Yeah, Fake God also trading nicely, actually, but as you mentioned, the jungle attention that could be coming will tip the balance of that matchup pretty quickly, but right now, Fake God for the play bait completely misses that knockup. Revenge is going to get the face broken and stop punching. Fake God trying to get out of there, but I think he's bitten off a little bit too much. The flash is there. Mid lane, though, Soligo going to be the target for Triple as Contracts zooms in with the red buff himself, and Triple's absolutely dead. That's the first blood.
There you go.
Fake God did flash out to safety, so Revenge cannot seal that kill.
Yeah, this is something where, you know, Ornn, the matchups, it's a 9-to-5 job, but when you come in late, that is not what you want to be seeing on your timestamp. So getting that duel, losing that, and having to be forced to teleport back as well is just so big of a concern, but it also is a great fact that Contract was able to find that first bled and force the teleport from Triple as well. So even though Soligo is taking a brutish amount of damage, it's just to go ahead, shove the wave out a little bit, see if you can get some harassment, get some pressure, and then go and look for something elsewhere on the map, or just recall and get some items.
Yeah, Triple with the TP as well, so at least gets back to the lane nice and quickly. It will actually be ahead of Soligo in farm as a result of that. But I imagine Soligo will, TP back to mid as well. So not too much being lost here, just a really clean gank in mid lane there for Contracts, who is, as we said, a player that will either carry the game for you or just kind of fade away into the shrubbery. And right now, starting off well.
Yeah, and the other thing too with Graves as well is that you actually more or less have to build a composition around him. You have to give him tools to gank for, right? Like you have the lockdown from Fake God's Ornn if he ever wants to set his eyes on top lane. You need some sense of a CC in this mid lane. Like you've got the Silas stun with his chains as well to sort of keep Triple in one spot while Contracts runs himself in there and gets within range of the shotgun. And same thing goes with Breezy and Prismal. So you have the tools to make Contracts pop off and have this wonderful stream of success, and they come again.
And again, yeah. Triple does have his flash, but not sure he can really run anywhere. Good zip out after the flash, but feeling the pressure now. he can't really afford to be up in the lane because that's just going to happen again.
Yeah, it's just going to be a rinse and repeat no matter what happens for this mid lane. And, you know, now that Contracts has punished him twice, you don't want to get that third punishment at all, especially when the dragon is available and when you are up against a champion and a player who is familiar with the scaling capabilities. So wanting to make sure that you can sort of cut your losses when you can. And then for Mash and JJ on this bottom side as well, playing this as it is like it's back to that player condition, right? Of we don't need to win the lane, we don't need to pop off, we just need to cut the losses for our team until we get to our initial power spike, and just playing it as it is safely is all they need to do.
Yeah, right now the MF with the triple Doran's Blade and the Nautilus with the Ignite ready. Pretty threatening, which makes sense. But FLICKR and Revenge is starting to get a foothold there. Actually has a Cull, which we don't see too often on set. But given how the early
that's
lane,
the right call.
Yeah,
the right call, no pun intended, because of the fact that, you know, you just get to power farm against Norn because he's not really going to have a lot of trading potential, especially when he had such a fumble earlier on. The Contracts having that jungle pressure does mean that he'll be able to take this dragon, no problem. But JJ finding a Nautilus.
Look there, but the ward is cleared out, so Breezy not under too much threat. Great W there for FLICKR, actually prevents space from being broken. So many different interactions with ONW.
Yeah, ONW is a interesting thing nonetheless. I remember when it gave you the shield and it was just absolutely overpowered. Like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, like Ornn is perfectly fine where he is, but Mash not in that situation.
Ignite as well, gonna force the flash out of Mash. JJ not gonna get the follow-up hook in mid lane. Triple again, getting harassed, but he zips out. Contracts still looking, does get the bounce off the tower, but no ult and no completion as Saligo stole the ulti in mid lane and almost set it up for Contracts.
Yeah, it was so close. Triple is playing by a thread right here with his life. Gets stunned up again, just some additional damage.
Fine.
Yeah, Turret's there to help him get out, no problem. And like one thing for me right now is like, where's Fnatic in all this? He's currently in base. He's just trying to play safely and just like get to the point where he can come in with these games. He's not even level 6 yet, and Contracts is.
Oh, Contracts is in there. He wants to play. Looking for the ult. He does get it, but it doesn't do enough damage. And now Fnatic, at maybe the perfect time, is going to try and lock down Contracts, who's going to need that phaser to kick in ASAP. Stun is going to land. Fnatic gets the kill, and that's a bridge too far for Contracts.
Yeah, and when I was asking where Fnatic is, neither did 100 Thieves know where he would show up, and showing up in mid, helping secure that kill onto Contracts. I believe he did just get like a little bit of a CS shutdown on that one as well, so helps bolster him up just a little bit more just to catch up. Though it's not going to be immense. You are still fairly down and behind against your counterpart, so Contracts still holds tempo in this game.
Yep, should still be with that advantage, but a greedy play that is punished in mid lane. Went for the big play with the kill instead of just taking the turret plate. But I think Contracts maybe will rethink his line of play next time around, or not. Maybe he's just going to double down on the aggression. Sometimes you never know.
Yeah. I want to see Fnatic come down here in this bottom lane. Yeah, you see him actually roaming on around.
There he is.
There is a ward there on that elbow brush, so thing is even if you do try and come in, 100 Thieves has absolute control of the vision here, so whatever happens, whatever pops up, they will know about it, so deciding to back off on that one. Is I can also see Contracts prowling in this mid lane once more, seeing if Triple will stick his beak out farther.
Yep, still no flash, remember. Triple, though, is going to responsibly keep his dash up and does get out from the next attempt on his life. But as you mentioned, there's not really anywhere Fnatic can pressure. It's kind of at the mercy of where 100 Thieves want to be aggressive. And so far, 100 Thieves do have a decent lead. 800 gold isn't bad. Here comes Sedge, though, over the top of the wall with the blast cone, or at least is lining up that play.
There you go. Let's see if they can find him.
Easy, hooks away to the wall, and that's going to be all she wrote on that gank.
Yeah, and with that read, it means that Contracts and Saligo are going to have the comfort to go for this Herald, especially with FLICKR as well, who pushed out that top side. So that will even increase the pressure more on FlyQuest of saying, okay, cool, we have lost so much presence in this mid lane. The Herald is going to really amplify that and cause quite the hurt. Can we find some advantage here to prepare ourselves for our power spike? Is that they find the hook.
Prismal forced to flash away. Nice moves from JJ. trying to punish Breezy on the roam, but Breezy ready with the ulti, maybe can turn it back around here. No flash on Mash, it's going to be the lock up there.
TP.
Great MF ulti, JJ low, burning, but not dead. And now the TP from Triple is going to force Prismal to use that heal, but now they'll turn it back around again. Going to get slowed, Triple going to be forced to flash over the wall, not even using that dash.
Well, he used the dash to try and catch up to Prismal so he could possibly look for a pushback with the soldiers, but right when he had gotten his flash and his teleport back, he immediately uses them again, but in disarray once more. So now he's playing on the back foot. Who's on the back foot though? Revenge. Getting a little bit of trouble.
Showstop on an angle there from Fake God. No flash, no TP, and no hope. Contract blows him up with the ulti, and Revenge will fall as Contract's rampage continues.
Yeah, there you go. This is what we want to see from that Contract. This 50-50 chance, this coin flip that is this player being on this comfort champion of Graves is really helping increase the chances of his performance in this game through entirety. Because sure, he may be doing well at 11 minutes in, but it's the consistency of traveling it through to the next 10 minutes. How will he be when it comes to that 21-minute timer? Will he still be doing just as well once you get out of this awkward laning phase for both 100 Thieves and FlyQuest?
Interesting to see him not drop the Herald there either in top lane, so he clearly has another idea about where he wants to be using that Herald, maybe the bottom lane, or even I mean, all the lanes are options here, right? But I wonder if maybe just finishing off the bottom tower is more enticing as 3v1. Hook lands and Breezy locked up forever as Mash will get his first kill on the board.
All right, going over to Kaisa, great one, the fact that Mash was able to pick that one up, but now it's saying, all right, well, what can we do with this man-down advantage here for FlyQuest? They could try and look for this dragon. You have the bottom lane pressure available, and they did spot out Contract, so now that's a little bit of a concern for them. They're saying, okay, cool, Triple's in some trouble, let's see if we can help out our mid laner and then really gain some presence against this dragon.
Yeah. Vision cleared out there. It's actually Fly that have all the control of this part of the river. W lands, Mash is in there. Wants to 1v1 Prismal. Prismal kiting back, but no summoners here, and Mash has both. Here's the TP in, but the ulti out of Sedge as the rest of the chase will happen. Fake God's TP cancelled, so Mash is going to get a 1v1 effectively.
Yeah, and the fact that Revenge was able to cancel that means that he actually is going to be in a little bit of hurt. That's a brutish amount of damage that Ornn is able to throw out, especially at this stage. Level 10 with Sunfire Cape. Revenge is definitely feeling the burn on that one, but what's feeling worse is the fact that FlyQuest losing this turret plate here, and there's the Rift Herald spot coming in.
Nice play, actually. Saligo gonna have to try and get out. Does dash away from the hook angle that JJ was landing up, and the tower does fall. Last few hits, there it is. Contract's able to tank it up, and a big amount of gold given over, and such a critical turret taken as well, with a little over a minute left on plates. 100 Thieves do take a lot of them off the map right there.
Yeah, I'm starting to constantly sort of title the first mid lane turret sort of the tollway turret, because it is very much mid lane is that highway, and once you pay that toll, take that turret down, then all of the map is really started to break open and open up, and you have access to different avenues of approach for these ganks and for pressure to be applied. So now that 100 Thieves has access to it, they can start looking elsewhere for these advantages. Like you can see that Breezy and Prismal, they're more comfortable in this bottom end because they know that, hey, Contracts, he can step out a little bit farther. Same thing goes for Fake God. He can look for things a little bit more into FlyQuest jungle.
Yeah, I feel like FlyQuest, trying to group to maybe find a play or just recovering the minions that were being pushed in mid, but they actually lost so many plates off that sequence. Yeah. Like, I think 4 in bot, 3 in top, and all of them in mid lane, as we've got 8 seconds so they fall off. So a ton of extra gold being picked up there for 100 Thieves. They're actually up 2,000 gold as a result, and Triple trying to get a plate back for himself, but Saligo with a stolen Sejuani ult is going to force Triple to ult and dash away.
Yeah, thankfully soldiers come from behind his ear and help push Saligo away, but you don't have that anymore for Contracts.
Beautiful smoke screen phase rush there, and that's just such an easy kill. Contracts will snap it up there.
And that's a perfect example of why you pick Phase Rush as well in Contracts for Graves, is the fact that you get 1, 2, 3, and then you just literally get to keep jogging with your opponent until your shotgun's reloaded, and you can just keep on pushing with the pain. Now the 3 and 3. Now that 2,000 gold lead is starting to encroach on 3,000. Make that official now with that turret going down in the bottom lane. Is JJ seeing if he can at least fish out Contracts in this push.
Try and steal this. He doesn't have a smite, but he's going to force Fnatic out of there. Breezy also roaming in. 100 Thieves taking full control. You said it already, Coco. when you draft Graves, you have to play around him. And not only have they done it with how they've drafted the competition, but how they are playing around their jungler. And this is something that I feel like we haven't seen nearly enough from 100 Thieves this split.
Yeah, but you should be playing around your jungler right now. He is in a little bit
He's fine.
pickle. Okay, there you go.
It's a flash and dash, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's some confidence from contracts, but you know, that's exactly what we needed. There's a lot of things of discussion of saying like mid lane is really the lane you want to be playing around because of how much carry potential is from the majority of the meta picks at this time. But you know, when you have someone who is on a comfort pick who's doing so well and the champion really calls for it, there's really no other way around it. And it's exactly when you bring that player condition and synergize it with the overall team's win conditions, and playing with it perfectly is just what 100 Thieves is doing today, and it'll help them sort of get closer to this middle of the, like, sort of upper echelons of the middle of the pack here, ending out the spring split for week 8.
You know, I agree mid lane is very important, but, you know, Ornn might be a meta mid laner too, so sometimes you have to, you know, let your mid lane serve your purposes a little bit more.
Exactly.
I think Soligo and Contra is doing a great job working in tandem this go around. They did attempt something in the mid lane there, but can't quite land it with the ultimate from Fake God. Still, they have enough space opened up to take the second Rift Herald here, and likely just enough to finish off that top outer tower, but Soligo in a potential 1v3.
Yeah, let's see which ultimate he steals as well. He can steal all 3 of them. None of them have that ultimate cooldown offline for Sylas, so if any of those do happen, I honestly think he'd be able to try and at least take 1 kill away when that dive would flow into play. FlyQuest did figure that out and say, no, alright, we'll back off. Need to find our momentum elsewhere, but also isn't happening in the top side as the 3rd turret goes down in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's without using the Herald as well. I think Soligo does a great job clearing the wave, just buying time for his team, and they could have potentially pushed down another tower in tier 2 if FlyQuest hadn't left in particular, but FlyQuest do leave. They're basically going to lose the top lane outer anyway, so Contracts will hold on to the Herald, who'll be able to use it in another situation perhaps, but it is quite a bit harder to take down the tier 2 turrets, so FlyQuest, I think, did the right thing, you know, backing off that potential play, but Soligo did buy enough time to ensure he lived as well.
Yeah, also you got a minute until the next dragon, and this is something that FlyQuest definitely does not want to give away, getting closer to that dragon so point, and especially with it being Ocean Dragon. I don't want to have that one. Also, you know, Contracts, he's got that ego check. You know, you got to do what you can with the confidence that you have, and honestly, especially when you have the momentum of the dragons behind you as well, just keep on applying that pressure. Give no room for error, no room for FlyQuest to breathe. And I don't know about you, but I've also been seeing a lot more Ocean Dragons this spring around.
That's true. I think it's just the season, you know? It's time for Ocean.
Season.
I mean, I'm a big Ocean fan, so...
Well, hold on. TP from Revenge.
Book attempt from JJ will force a flash as Revenge was indeed trying that flank that you spotted. But that actually is enough to give them leverage around the Drake. So if they were trying to contest for this Drake, which we've agreed that they should be doing here, they've now got the inside track as Soligo maybe going to get himself found out by Revenge. Again, with the Ocean Rift, so many extra brushes to hide in.
Yeah, playing it very tricky. Like, which bush are they going to jump out of?
Great hook into the ulti there, but Contract's able to get out. No, does get shut down by Revenge as Fake God's ult does not connect. Revenge with the Haymaker shield, but Fake God going to go back and get a double knock up there.
Nice.
Prismal also launching in. He already used the ulti. Showstopper down, but Revenge too low to really do anything as Prismal is able to take him down. Now Soligo finds the stun in onto Matt. They're going to chase him down. They'll get that kill as the other side. Prismal going to chase down for one more. It's 4 dead on the side of FlyQuest Academy.
And you have at least the tankiness of Fake God to help secure this Ocean Drake as well, but there's no damage coming in from either Soligo or Prismal, who are optimizing and preferring to farm up in the mid and bottom respectively. But here comes Prismal now to help secure this one, as Fnatic is way too low to even think about moving himself over to this dragon. As we look at how that fight all started, it was a hook from JJ onto Contracts, finding the correct target to take it in and shut down. But the problem is they used so many resources to eliminate one player, and the fight went on too long, where 100 Thieves had the tools and the health bars as well to continue the fight and finish that one out. A 4-for-1 for them.
Yeah, really impressive, given that Fake God's ultimate didn't really do anything in that team fight either. It was actually just a regular on knockup with the dash and the pillar that kind of got it all done. And I imagine Prismal's and Nautilus ultimates combining nicely as well. So very well played for 100 Thieves in a 4v5 around that Drake pit to almost get an ace. They'll continue to grow their gold lead pretty exponentially, up to almost 5k with that Herald still to drop here for contracts.
Yeah, and like our highlighted matchup today too was Triple versus Saligo. This difference in the mid lane has really been highlighted because of how Contracts has played around it. Gets hooked once again, but he gets out alive.
Another great hook, but this time his team is there to protect him, and there's no follow-up ult from the Sejuani as it was on cooldown. So 100 Thieves getting pretty aggressive. Contracts will summon the Rift Herald there as the siege for the tier 2 is on in top lane. Get a decent amount of damage, but don't think
See if they can
finish
break it.
Contracts is just
Oh,
launching in there, burning his ultimate and getting triple low. In fact, the tower is low. It's going to go down now. 100 Thieves going to look for the fight. MF ulti out to zone the rest as JJ falls to Contracts. Now Saligo continuing to play aggressive as Fake God and Revenge roaming up here, but Revenge are going to get caught out of position. Does get knocked up again. Fake God has the angles with the ulti every single time, and he'll die flying through the air to Saligo.
That was perfect there from 100 Thieves. Not just the siege, but the fact that they were able to find out Revenge as well. You could say that it was just Revenge not really understanding where he was positioned. He had his eyes set on the lane, set on walking in and getting the showstopper, but not making sure that you have to look both ways before you cross the street, and Fake God was able to catch him off guard. Now, see if they're going to be able to recall and get some vision control around Baron.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves are flying through this game at this point. Up 7,000 gold, looking to, again, finish off that soul in 2 minutes and 45 seconds, which would be, under 25 minutes for the Dragon Soul. They've got Baron they can also consider. Everyone's kind of flush with cash, and it's their choice about how they want to approach these next few minutes, because they'll own at least the next 10 minutes of this game, if it even lasts that long. So FLICKR's going to have to dig deep here, but very impressed with how 100 Thieves have played, not just with what they've drafted for their players, but how they've played around the things they've drafted as well. I feel like this team is starting to come together late in the season, perhaps back towards that championship form, as it just doesn't. It's breezy, another good hook, but Fnatic will take the lantern out to safety.
Yeah, and I did that little checkup right now with Contracts as well, because at 11 minutes he was doing very well for himself, and he was having complete control of the map, and the question was, will this play go through consistently, and will he be able to do that in 21 minutes? It's now 22 minutes, and he has had a couple hiccups. He has overstepped farther than his front line really should allow him to, but overall the damage that he's providing is still on par with what you need from the Scaling Graves.
And you mentioned that mid lane matchup as well. Saligo has looked really good as Breezy going to try and lock up the enemy jungler. Saligo also steals the ultimate, so they're going to go in there. It's the team fight. The 100 Thieves won, and Contracts just takes down JJ. Fnatic left it out as Saligo flashes after him, but the hook lands. Revenge in there, going to try and break some faces. Haymaker's good. He does get one back, but Contracts takes down Triple as well. It's a double kill now for the Graves. Maybe going to make it 3 as they pile on. Revenge into stasis he goes, but that's just going to be a kill gifted over. It's Saligo that nabs his 4th.
Yeah, they're going to say, you know what? We only had one fall. It was Breezy. It's okay. We still have Fake God to help buff up and tank this Baron. So we're going to go ahead and start this one up once more. And it's not what you want to see from FlyQuest. You wanted to see if you could take the team fight. If you lost the team fight and 100 Thieves wasn't able to take Baron, that's still sort of a win to hold onto this game. But the fact that they're able to take this objective after that fight is just horrendous news here, as 100 Thieves doing a splendid job in that fight.
Yeah, the only good news for FlyQuest is that I think they're going to get this Ocean Drake, because I don't know if 100 Thieves are fast enough. I mean, it's going to be tight. 35 seconds.
It's 35 seconds. Yeah, like they have the ability to just sprint right down to it, and I don't think FlyQuest actually has the damage right now to even take this with speed. Like usually you'd say, yeah, like they have Azir, they have Kai'Sa, and they have Revenge's set to really tear apart that health percentage damage for the dragon, but they are nowhere near the capability of what 100 Thieves is going to be able to pump out, and JJ getting caught is just even worse news for them.
He gets a flash. That's a max range smoke screen for Contracts that ends up getting a summoner. Like, this man knows the limits of this champion, and it shows in this
Seriously.
game.
It is. It's amazing. Like I just like I love it when these players come out with these one tricks, like the Rivens for Viper or Contracts with this Graves. It's something that's like I just want to go into the game and just play it and learn how they got so comfortable with these champions, because being able to carry at this level, Contracts just shows that he really truly is in sync with himself and this game.
I mean, I feel like this is, a return to form for Contracts. This is almost all the way back to his rookie LCS split, when he was doing this to people on the LCS stage. So a huge game for 100 Thieves across the board. I mean, Saligo, again, we highlighted him as one of the players to look for and one of the matchups we'd be looking at, but Saligo has continued to have a stellar season so far on the Silas nonetheless, and they're just brute forcing down this tower. That bottom inhib tower is gone.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely obliterated. I don't think that this inhibitor is going to last long.
FLICKR again with another beautiful ulti. Contracts charging into the backside. Does get knocked up, but he's over the wall. He zips in and going to try and finish off the kill. It's Breezy, though, that nabs the first. His Thresh will fall. Now Revenge in the center of it all will fall down to the end. It's FLICKR that claims the credit. And 3 members of FlyQuest left back towards the fountain. 100 Thieves going to look to end this game, and I believe they'll be able to do that very simply. Great hook there from Breezy onto Fnatic. Triple knock up there for FLICKR, who continues the front line for the squad. Triple into the fountain, dead to Contracts on the back end of the line, and that's the end of the game, Coco, because 100 Thieves Academy going to finish off the Nexus, not before they die for the final kill. It's Matt, they won. Get it back, take it all back. The DPM wasn't worth it. Get the Nexus, they're fine. It's all fine. Everything's A-okay. It's 100 Thieves that will win up against FlyQuest.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting paid overtime when you're on 9 to 5. That's what it is. Get it done as fast as possible.
Punch that time card.
That one up. There you go. Time card is stamped, and we are good to go into week 9 for 100 Thieves, making themselves 9 wins and 7 losses. FlyQuest jumping down to 6 and 10, unfortunately. But the thing is this is like what we were concerned about for 100 Thieves this game was, is Contracts going to be consistent, or is he really going to fumble with the rest of his team, who has been sort of lackluster through this entire split? And thankfully, they pulled out the pocket pick for Contracts with the Graves, and he did splendidly.
Certainly did. I mean, you said it, which I think was a great point, that when you draft this pick, you have to play around it. They played around it, certainly. Contracts, yes, he had some fumbles, but the rest of the team was there to pick it up. I mean, Fake God has been on carry duty for a lot more, but he was willing to play on this time around and be more of a supportive player. Like, this team is clearly coming together as a cohesive unit, and we'll continue to say that when 100 Thieves look good, they look really good, and this was a really good game.
Yep, exactly what they wanted. They did the same thing as C9 did. They found that fight, they got the objective, and they completely were 5 steps ahead of their opponent to close out the game.
All right, so it's been a bit speedy towards the back end of the day, but we have one more game left to play. There's going to be one more break before we head to Game 5, which pits INTA versus TSM. We'll see you soon. Welcome back for the final game of the day where TSM Academy faces off against Immortals Academy. I'm still Pastry Time, he is still Coco the Dragon, and it's been a fun day, man. I'm very excited to see how Week 8 of Academy finally finishes out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Immortals and TSM are going to be closing out this Week 8, because you look at how TSM has been performing. They're one of those teams that has been lower echelon, slowly moving up through the ranks, have been finding their identity, where Immortals has been surprisingly popping off left and right, but has some issues of inconsistency.
Yeah, it feels like Immortals have been on a bit of a slide recently, but they've been kind of more, more of a roller coaster. You never really know what you're going to get with an Immortals game. TSM have been the picture of consistency if you consider that they've gone 1-1 every single week. They do have an opportunity to change that, though, as they did win yesterday. So history says they'll lose this game, but maybe they can hit the 2-0.
Well, and truly, like, against Immortals, this is probably the best chance you have to get that 2-0 series, because Immortals is in that same thing. They're in a little bit of a slump, but they are also one of those teams that struggles here and there with consistency. But for me, I want to look at how well Lost and Treat are going to be doing with each other. But on that top end for Immortals, Alorum has been hot. Like, he's been also a little bit of a concern for me for their windows.
Alorum is like Alorum's such a fun player to watch.
Yeah.
But I feel like, for all of the cool counter picks and times where he, finds a foothold in the lane and really takes over, he also has some games where he's just kind of hanging out, He's doing fine.
And it's like his personality. And that's what I love about him, is like he'll just vibe when he needs to vibe, and it's just good times. But he's also the player that's most prone to those cliche fun picks, like the ones like the Nico top where you just go absolutely crazy. It could pop off, but sometimes it's just not as successful, as the bans so far through this draft have been fairly cliche in this first round.
Very standard here. Callista, Syndra, Tahm and Senna, the first 4, as IMT are lining up their third ban for Phase 1. Also, I know Dokla is very excited for Wukong, but that of course is not in this patch. That's 10.6, this is 10.5, so certainly you could see real Wukong bans specifically against Alorum once the patch shifts over, if there will indeed be the patch change before we hit playoffs. But for now, we'll have to wait to whet our appetites. I know Alorum's very excited for that pick, but we shall see.
Yeah, I've been watching his Twitter. He's
popping off.
Very interested on how those progresses are going. Like, the one thing that we'd have to say is that he's probably going to pull it out if it's enabled. So that's really just a question of concern. But now, speaking of things that were enabled, Orange still got through the draft this time around, so it is in the considerations. Mortals decide to pick it up, but we don't know where it'll be placed just yet. As for me, I want TSM to actually really synergize with their bottom lane right now. Like, I want to see if they can step it up, get something very synchronized, like say Zyra Khan, who can do fairly well in all situations and every time in the game, or maybe something a little bit more standard like Nautilus Misfortune.
Hey, there's maybe the Misfortune half of that equation. Yuumi Aphelios with a final ban, so Ornn, MF, and one more to come through now for TSM. We'll see if they do want to take the Nautilus now, or if maybe they feel comfortable taking it a bit later. We'll see. Certainly plenty of options open here for TSM, but I was gonna joke about this because Treats is such a Braum player, but he's picked Braum already, so not a champion that a lot of supports are playing right now, but this is a champion that he has played so much and he's so comfortable with. So I feel like when there's opportunities to take it, might as well pick it up.
Right? Like, it's one of those same things. Like, it's that comfort pick. But thankfully, unlike Graves, like last game, you don't really need to play around Braum. Braum plays around you. He helps you out when you can. And the only issue is that he's just not as strong as the other tanky supports in the current meta, but he still has his place in every scenario. But so far we do see Rek'Sai and Zoe being taken up as well for Immortals, something that Zoe as well being fairly consistent in providing a lot of harassment and neutralizing laning phase as well, so might be helpful to have that Zoe in your back pocket when Potluck decides to invade.
Of note, Braum also good against Misfortune and against Ornn, so kind of insulates some of that there. So there is other reasons why Trees is playing this champion. I legitimately was just going to make a joke about it when they were picking, and then he instantly picked Braum, so I just thought it was amusing. Rek'Sai for Potluck, though, is certainly a pick he has played countless times so far this split, and Zoe kind of the pick du jour in a lot of ways. Like, has gotten through a lot of drafts. I feel like was such a high presence mid laner in previous patches, and now teams are going a little bit more away from her. But when we've seen Zoe today, she has done ridiculous things to people. So Insanity gonna try and channel some of that energy today.
Yeah, you're gonna get some Gyu vibes going on because it's just how dominant you want to be, and I think that's the thing too, that Zoe comes into your mind when you're thinking who is the most obnoxious person to deal with when they're ahead as a mid laner, and it's almost Zoe 100% of the time. But it's also the question of who's the easiest champion to deal with when they are behind, and honestly I'd say Zoe as well. Like, when Zoe falls behind, you can really feel it, and it's that problem of needing to have that space and time of confidence to get that one ahead. And someone who has that stability is someone like Gangplank, who just need to farm up, need to get to your 3-4 items, and then you can really feel that power as the final phase of drafting and banning is starting to come into fruition.
Yeah, Ezreal Rakan for bot laners being banned away for TSM, and then Sejuani Gragas for the junglers taken away from IMT. So we'll see where Speaker does want to go. Known more for his aggressive junglers, but has obviously been playing tanks as well, because the meta has kind of brought some of those back in. And also an early AZ here for Evolved is interesting.
Okay, so you're leaving your two solo lanes open right now. We went with the Gangplank, of course, in that top side for Dokla, but you're wanting to hold on to your counter pick for your jungle, not in the sense of like, oh, we're going to use it as like a solo integrity, but it's for more of that team condition finalization, right? Like, you're wanting to see, okay, maybe we need more of an assassin fighter for those early mid-game composition and skirmishes, or we need someone more for this late game to just sort of help zone all of this scrappiness that Immortals is throwing out. So it's really just what they're trying to see, as Varus and Thresh are the ones that are grabbed up.
Yeah, kind of a weird draft in the sense that, like, teams, I feel like the teams basically ignored each other about as far as like what they were picking, and just picked what they wanted to play. So TSM's actually counterpicked quite a few of these lanes. Bot lane was one of the places they didn't get to do that, which is why Altek and Gate took their lane so early. But as you mentioned, kind of one of the only counterpicks they had left was for jungle, so eventually they'll settle on Trundle, because they already knew that Zoe was going to be the matchup there for Evolved. Curious to see how the mid lane shakes out. Insanity has had some pretty good games. Evolved has kind of eased his way into the season, but I think he's on the rise, and certainly is a player that people are excited to watch. But I always wonder what players are going to do it against Zoe, because every pick I see, I feel like it doesn't work. So I don't know if Zoe just doesn't have a counter pick that's good enough, or even if it's good, it's not pickable because the meta won't allow it, or if like he actually just splits every matchup and you have to deal with, you know, the thing she brings to the actual map rather than the lane itself. So I don't think Azir's clearly not it, and it's a counter pick to smash the lane, but clearly they wanted to pick something that was good for their team and that fit into the style they wanted to play, and certainly a lot of control mages have been the call for Evolve, so he's happy to take Azir here.
Yeah, like, it's something where you could always think of, hey, well, maybe Yasuo counters Zoe, but the thing is, if you want to play Yasuo, you need to play a Gragas Yasuo or have some sort of setup and play that around, and that will cause issues, especially when, unlike this game for Immortals and TSM, that they just sort of drafted separately and picked what they wanted. When you play Yasuo Gragas, you have to consider what the opposing team has, so those sort of scenarios where Zoe just sort of nullifies that out and makes it a little bit more complicated to draft against is really what Immortals was able to bet on and succeed with. So going into this game, it's just a sense of really applying it to paper and throwing it into action.
Yeah, these are very standard comps, I would say, for both these teams. So I guess we'll be looking at how they, you know, play, especially in the mid game when they start to ramp up and pick up some items. Because, you know, this is a very, we need this win draft, I feel like, from Immortals, where they're like, we can't really afford to lose. We're very close to TSM in the standings. We lost yesterday. We pulled out some of the, you know, more creative stuff. don't really want to do that here against TSM, and I think TSM is saying the same thing. Let's pick something nice and shelf stable, something that's not going to go bad. We're going to be at home waiting for a long time potentially, so just wanting to make sure that they're comfortable, because they know that the standings is getting really close around the areas they're sitting in, and TSM would love to be 2 wins ahead of Immortals rather than tied with them and potentially playing a tiebreaker again towards the end of the season.
Of course, we don't want any of that. If you can have as much time off to prepare for the playoffs, that's exactly what Immortals or TSM would want. But, at this time around, it's really just game time. Get that win. Focus on right now, right here, and make sure that you're able to play up to par of what you expect for your performance.
And you mentioned it already, but bottom lane certainly something we'll be looking for, particularly on the TSM side. It does feel like Lost in Treats should be an excellent bot lane in this league. And for whatever reason, they have not really been able to figure it out. So, Term Selector's over. I almost forgot about the delay, but we'll have a 5-minute break while we build up a delay for competitive integrity. We're having so much fun talking. We'll do more of that right after this.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed our little 5-minute break as we again do have to build up delay for competitive integrity, but it has been fun so far. We're about to jump into our last game, Coco. It is IMT Academy versus TSM Academy for what is a pretty critical game in this Academy season.
Oh, for sure. The fact that you're only one game apart in both wins and losses, and that if Immortals takes us, TSM is prone to possibly play another game for tiebreakers next week, which, you know, looking at that next week as well, with sort of all the consequences that have flown out, you actually have a good number of tiebreakers up for possibilities.
Oh yeah, we've had ties for a long time in Academy.
Oh yeah,
But we're starting to break a few of them. It feels like the top 3, 4 of the standings is maybe solidifying, but certainly lots of business to attend to here in this game as Lost and Treats do try something a little early, as Evolved and Insanity also getting involved in the early stages of the game. But based on the comps that we've drafted, a lot of comfort for these two teams, not a lot of aggression. So I'm expecting a pretty deliberately paced game between these two teams. Because again, I think they understand, how important this single game is to their season.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of a change up for the Orns as well. We have seen Unsealed Spellbook be the fairly common one, but Alarm decided, you know what, I want Grasp of the Undying instead, as a matter of fact, as he does spot out that Spica and Dokla are looking to steal the blue buff here on top of that. So a little bit of chaos already starting out with these Immortals TSM's games. Nothing too surprising, but always fun to see it happen.
Lauren going to get the info. I like the play there from TSM, but this should prompt Potluck to go pretty quickly over towards the enemy blue, so we'll see what Speaker does decide to do. As we can see, he's going to go over to the Grump, so he's just saying, okay, I'm happy to split the map vertically and make sure we get an equal number of camps. And Potluck, I think, is not in a rush either by the looks of things. He's already at the Raptor camp.
Yeah. I think they're just, with the vertical jungling, it just comes into a sense of which lane they're going to be prioritizing. And Spica, I think it's just more of a fact that he wants to power farm as fast as possible, because he's already down to the wolf camps. And when you look at the different sides of like red buff campsite and then blue buff campsite actually has a little bit weaker of a health bar pool for the jungle. So you can clear it a lot faster than your red side, which means he might be able to actually catch up and get to blue and cut off Potluck, but decides, you know what, I'm just going to do the full-on vertical investment instead and invest that late game farming for a later time.
I mean, they've got no info, so as far as they're concerned, Potluck's already taken that blue potentially, right?
Yeah.
So, it is funny that both junglers are just full clearing the sides they're on, and now they're moving over. So we'll see if there is potentially even any information got on either side as Red has finished the Speaker. Also a stun there for Gate, who's taking the tower shots. Flash! Oh no, that's enough, and we wanted the bot lane to step up for TSM Academy, but Gate just gifts the kill over.
Yeah, TSM's turret stepped up in this game, already popping off with that one, getting first blood, thankfully giving it over to Lost so the gold actually goes somewhere. But the fact that you were already that far ahead and like in the lane for Gate, but oh geez, Evolved also in trouble.
Oh, Evolved almost going to get crushed down by Insanity, needs to be careful, and that's the pop enough there with the sparkles to get the kill, and Evolved uses Flash and Cleanse and still dies 1v1.
Oh, but it means Spica gets greedy.
Yeah, Spica, I think there's nothing there. Now going to have to flash out. The bubble will not connect. But Potluck, a really nice play as the bot lane for TSM is roaming up, but Altec's chasing them here. Insanity going to get slowed by the Braum Q, so Altec now going to keep chasing in, but Treats stand behind Lost to get a bit of extra distance. Still Potluck chasing in, does have the flash ready. And there's the Q landing. They might just go for it. There's the flash. Actually, follow flashed as well as Potluck. Thought he had time for the knockup, but Treats got out of there. But now Asleep is lost. No paddle style though ready because the cooldown's not low enough because they're still level 4. It's 4 minutes into the game.
Immortals, it's 4 minutes and they're already fishing for kills underneath the second turret in bottom lane. This is just how aggressive Immortals has to be to really make sure that they can try and grab this extra win to tie up the win-loss record between them and TSM. So now just showing that they have blood in their eyes, really looking for those kills, means that we're going to be in for quite a bout here.
Evolved obviously taking the wrong end of that trade as Insanity was able to find a dive, I believe solo, yeah, no assist anywhere. So Insanity just finishes off that kill 1v1 against someone with Cleanse and Flash Up is interesting, to say the least, but Evolved will be back to farming and probably going to be playing a little bit differently now.
Yeah, and so far, Potluck though, making sure he can clear out some vision and prepare Insanity for the worst if it arises. And you know what we wanted to see? Zoe get ahead, and Zoe stays very far ahead, especially with Evolved already down his summoners. And actually, Potluck saying hello, checking in on Spica, saying, hey, you okay? But no, actually, Lost in
Yeah, they're in
also
there.
seeing if they can find
Look
one.
over the wall again.
Oh,
No
boy.
interrupt this time as Braum will fall asleep, but Evolve going to try and cut him off of Potluck. No flash, but he's going to be able to get out of there just barely. Speaker, though, still chasing with the W speed. Again, needs to kind of catch up here. Speaker can maybe try and get it. Here's Dokla down as well. Pillar to interrupt perhaps. Does get the slow, and Dokla Q needs a little bit more, and that's a Lantern out from gate, roaming all the way from bottom lane, but will get his jungler out safely.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are, the Thresh Lantern Express always has a stop near you, and is able to pick that one up and make sure that there's no way for the differential to really go in favor for TSM on that side. Haven't really checked in on top lane that much because, you know, it's a Gangplank and Ornn who really just want to play their 9-to-5 jobs and not really participate with each other whatsoever. Kind of reminds me on how draft went with playing for yourself and disregarding your opponent, but it is something that we have had a lot of interaction on this bottom end, and around an Infernal Dragon as well is going to be very important to sort of get a massive burst of damage in this early to mid game stage.
I like the idea of, you know, Ornn as being a hardworking 9-to-5 kind of champ, because I feel like Gangplank, you know, they work the same company but maybe different departments, you know?
Yeah, but they definitely are.
But they're still just trying to, you know, just trying to farm it out, have different objectives at the end of the day because they may be serving different sectors, but certainly the early interaction, while there is a lot of trading, generally doesn't amount to too much, especially with Alorum having Grasp as well, but there's another bubble, Insanity. Not gonna chase it up.
Yeah, you don't want to be dealing with that turret as well. I think Gate has reminded him that turrets definitely do exist at 7 minutes, and Alorum making sure that he can push out Dokla and stay up to par with farm. And you know how it is with these Gangplanks. It doesn't matter if you're on par with them in gold-wise and farming-wise, they're always going to have at least 100 or 200 more gold just because of how those Silver Serpents are able to gather up for them with that passive. It also means that the rest of the team is a little bit more inclined to have those upper hands against their laning opponents, which, as a matter of fact, Altec has been doing fairly well for himself, just sadly that first blood did go over to Lost on Misfortune.
Yeah, Treat's also staying very active, which I think is one of the reasons maybe that CS has tipped a bit in favor. He's actually still in mid lane here, but now asleep as Speaker, also launching it onto Insanity. No flash, but he does have the heal. GP ult down as well, and Speaker tries to get in there, but they cannot finish it off.
Yeah, I blame the minions on that one. You saw him sort of wiggling around there. Like, I was a little confused if he was going to be able to get that auto in, but decides not to, and they decide to back off. But they don't really gain anything from that. This is, again, this question of Academy of you make a play, you're looking for that advantage, but what is that true final goal? And for me, I think of, okay, if you get the mid lane pressure, you can go ward up the river and prepare for either Shelly or you prepare for Infernal Dragon here. But they didn't really do either. They didn't say, all right, we're going to draw back, we're going to grab, play some wards down, or we're going to clear some vision. They just made the aggressive play, and because nothing came out of it, they didn't follow through with what they were truly trying to grab. And now it just slows it down a little bit more to where Immortals continues to hold that vision dominance.
Yeah, certainly see if the teams do want to coalesce around an objective, particularly that first Drake or that first Rift Herald, which of course is also now available. For now though, it just seems like the teams are pretty content to farm things out. There's actually 2 calls on the map, one for Altec and IMT, and one for Dokla in that top lane, so kind of as we expected, given again the styles of these teams and the position they have currently in the standings relative to each other. This is a slower early game so far, and I think that will continue, at least until that first team fight maybe around that objective. But even the first ones, I feel like they're going to get traded.
And for me as a viewer, when I see these calls pop up, I sort of get some Jat vibes saying, like, it's a worrying trend for me because it means the game's going to go longer. They're waiting for the investments, and it means they're totally fine with being passive. And that's really not what I want to see from Immortals and TSM. I want to see some action happening out, especially for Immortals, who, when you get to that level 6 power spike, I want some Altec flash engagements with his tendrils. I want to see some catches here from Gate. Find some priority. Cut some vision out. You have that vision dominance. Make sure you blot out the eyes of TSM so they can just walk into you, and you have the tools to make those picks and make those plays.
Like right now, they are setting up for this Drake take here with Altec and Gate pushing the lane in. Zoe also having mid lane pushed out as the mid lanes battle with their blue buffs, and actually maybe even a dive as Potluck is going to get a ward over the top, but Speaker is there for any potential counterplay. But again, with the space opened up around the Drake, feels like the time is getting pretty close as Insanity taking some damage back and forth, but with the redemption he picked up off the ground that popped out of a balloon, doesn't seem like Zoe's going to be in too much trouble here. In fact, Speaker is expecting a dive, so just wasting some time as IMT will start this Drake.
Yeah, both of these teams have been expecting it, and this is exactly what they wanted. There you go, blot out that vision, prioritize this dragon, and they're able to take it no problem on this bottom side. So now with that one popping up, Cloud Dragon will be the next one available in 5 minutes. So they can go ahead and say, you know what, now we can divert our eyes to the top side. And one of those things as well that has sort of gone and faded away from favor is this transition of swapping your bottom side of your bot lane and your support to the top end to prioritize that neutral objective of Shelly now. But, you know, as a matter of fact, they say, you know what, let's bring back that tradition and push up Altec and Gate to this top side, and TSM says we have to answer this and swap it around.
Yep, I mean, they have the control for it to Immortals, so I like to see them being proactive around these objectives. Also of note, I believe that the next Drake being in Cloud does confirm the fact that all of the souls today have been either ocean or mountain.
Yes.
It's just,
That's pretty
that kind of
impressive,
day,
honestly.
I guess. I mean, you mentioned how they felt like there were a lot of oceans, and certainly there've been quite a few oceans today.
Like, it's been like raining a lot apparently.
Yeah,
in Summoner's
it has
Rift, and like, I don't know, it's cool, I guess, but the thing is it just makes me want to just stay inside and just have some hot chocolate. And you know, honestly, that is the mood I'm definitely in right now. So I might be cooking up a pot here in just a moment, as you know, Mortal's actually cooking up a play.
Ooh, nice sleep there in onto the Trundle. Treats her with a block, but he's going to get flayed back into death as Potluck's able to finish off that kill. He's really good at securing kills, by the way, but he's Warrior Rex there, so that kind of makes sense. And with that pick, it should be the Herald as the easy pickup to follow.
Yeah, and TSM, they should be shaken in their boots right now because they have no priority on the map whatsoever. Not even on the bot lane, I would argue. Like, you had 2 turret plates fall earlier to Altec and Gate. A lot of that gold is now very much in favor of every single lane and every single matchup for Immortals. And you don't want this coming into week 9. This means that you're very much getting close to this tiebreaker that you'll eventually have to play. And if both of their performances go the same way as this week, you know, history does repeat itself. 1-1 TSM through every single week of Spring Split.
Yeah, could be a Gambit treat, so a nice knock up there into Insanity will force a flash. Exhaust also onto Altec, but they can't quite chase. There's a pushback though for a ball. Potluck pull it out of the way. Will ulti to try and buy a little bit more time, and off to safety he goes, with Gate having that Thresh Express still ready.
Yep, stop nearby you, and they're able to get him out, no problem. Alorum actually walking up, just seeing if Dokla's around, saying, okay, I don't want to make sure you're doing anything too suspicious. I can keep playing with you all day just to really have this side lane pressure and tempo online. Altec though, if you didn't have the lantern there, you could have been in quite a troublesome spot, as he was just trying to see if he could outplay the Trundle Pillar, but that one just having to calm, do the safe reset, and play it slow so far.
A really nice pillar from Speaker, but again, Gate is there with the safety, so nothing to really worry about as the gold is even at almost 14 minutes into the games. Not even the turret plates have really been aggressed on here. In fact, where did that first Herald even go? It has been used already. I guess top lane, because it's the tower with no plates.
Yeah, it was top
Figured
side.
it out.
It was a little bit like awkward because it sort of hit itself. Usually when Shelly pops up, she gets all eyes on her from every single team, and every single member, but no one really decided to look up there and just sort of faded out of existence for a little short while and decided to head back home. But another thing that sort of passed my mind is the fact that you have a 30 to 40 CS differential closing in between Evolved and Insanity. So it's something that is a little bit awkward for him, because you look at Insanity and say, okay, you've been making plays, you've been finding picks, but is it really enough to argue your 30 CS down, and your power spike and your items might be coming in a lot later than you thought?
Yeah, I mean, Evolved after the oopsie in mid lane that got himself killed 1v1. Does seem like he's at least making sure to pick up that farm, and does have a substantial lead, as you mentioned. Also, Immortals did finish off the last plate before it dropped off, so they actually got maximum value out of the top lane tower as well. It's a nice combo there for Lost using the ulti onto Altec, but once again, Gate ready with the Lantern means that a lot of these engagements don't amount to anything with Gate available to try and lift people out to safety.
Yeah, that's always the problem, especially when you have a Thresh going against a composition that really has no true go button, no real engagement. Like, you have the Trundle Pillar to sort of drag people into your Death Ball, but you don't have anything to directly bring either one person to you or you to them. So Thresh really does thrive and shine in those scenarios where there's always an avenue of disengagement and retreat. And speaking of which, I don't think Treats is actually going to be able to get out this one.
He had the Thresh this time around, but as the Braum, he's left alone as Altec will finish him off.
Yeah, now you'll mean Windrake, Cloud Drake will be going over to Immortals once more, and Alorum seeing if he can do a good old bopping onto Dokla, trading blows between former players.
Yeah, I mean, despite the Triforce there for Dokla that is finished, not really able to go toe-to-toe versus Alorum. Grass proc there for Dokla will keep up the pressure a little bit, but that Drake did indeed go over to IMT, so they'll pick up the first two, and it will be once again back to the ocean here.
80% chance of rain, and it's been raining almost every single time. This is honestly ridiculous for me. I think I'm all weathered out right now. Could use for a sunny day or an infernal map next time I boot up League of Legends, but
Somewhat sunny outside, which has also been a rarity here in LA, so...
It truly has, but you know, so far, hold on. Gate,
Oh,
a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Treats again. Gotta get caught out of position. Potluck is down here. The stun does land onto the Thresh, but Treats already too low. What a great play there for Gate. Double stasis activated. Here comes Dokla to turn it back around, and Gate is finally gonna not be able to save any lives, or at least not his own, as Dokla flash Q's in to take down the second, and he'll get Altac. But now Alorum TP'd in. Lost is going to have to kite around here as Potluck also doing the dance, but the brushes keeping them safe. Potluck trying to re-aggress, but here comes Insanity looking for the Q, does nail it. And now Dokla trying to fight for his life, but here comes Speaker as Dokla going to make it an unofficial triple kill. Maybe going to get the unofficial Penta as Dokla creeping in, looking for a few more kills, but no more chase to be had. And Dokla, what a TP to save his team there.
That was such a great TP from Dokla. Oh my gosh, like I was looking at that fight and you're saying, okay, yeah, Immortals definitely should be able to get the kill here on the Lost, but then Treats' Unbreakable denied so much damage from Altec that it wasted enough time for Dokla to come swing on in, swoop, get that triple kill, and then after that it was just a bleeding line of members of Immortals trying to come in and sort of like scramble to retain some sense of reward out of that play, and unfortunately it never really came out the positive for Immortals, and TSM comes back with a reckoning with that 3 kills.
Yeah, Dokla set up to carry on the TSM side of the map. I mean, 3 kills, 2 items now done in under 18 minutes, and Essence Reaver and Triforce are expensive even for someone that prints money like GP. So, you know, we talked about Evolved, you know, being up in CS, but feeling kind of the pressure of Insanity in the 1v1 and side lanes, but hold that thought. Treats again, or always on the front line. He's going to get picked off here, but Speaker trying to take down Potluck. That Lantern is there, but not taken, as Rek'Sai is safe regardless. And another nice pick there for IMT.
Yeah, like I'm liking the picks is like when they work, like they've worked the majority of the time. Like that last one that happened bot lane, you can always call it a fluke. Potluck is definitely a fluke.
600 extra gold to the GP! Dokla is just bombing the enemy team right now.
Why would you go there though, Potluck? Like you could use that. You could use your Prey Seeker to just face check just to find out, but you know, sometimes that overconfidence, it just nips you real quick, and giving over that kill to Dokla is even worse news because I don't even know how much gold is in his pockets, but it's enough to buy a 3rd item if he wants, truly.
Seems like it, and this Rift Toll also going to be given away. This is the thing Potluck was trying to protect, but then he face-checked and gives it away to the opponent instead. Good GLP combo with the bubble there for Insanity. Treats, you better block. Does do so Evolve stays safe.
Yeah. Now, okay, so Lost and Speaker decide to move on to the top side, see if they can get some damage onto that turret, see if they can get a second turret under their belts for their team. Is now moving to the 20-minute mark. Baron going to be up soon. Dragon is going to be in about 90 seconds. So this does mean there's a lot of room to just set up your vision control prepare for another pick if you're Immortals, or on the side of TSM, do the same thing, but sort of keep Dokla on that sideline, like sort of prepare a safety net of vision so he's always in a confident spot, and then he can come in and help out with those fights around these objectives when the need arises.
I think that's counter push there as well from IMT. They basically trade the top outer turret for the mid outer turret, which is generally seen as a positive trade because of how important mid tower is to the map's geography. There's also that Drake you mentioned coming up in 45, so IMT will have a little bit more space to try and play around that. But that Herald is still up. Oh, there it is. It was pushed mid, and that is going to be the mid trade. So TSM continuing to trade very effectively. In fact, the gold evening back up, essentially. The towers are evening back up, and they'll have a Drake to fightful here. That's really the only thing TSM kind of need to finish off here to right the ship and not let IMT snowball one of these objectives.
Yeah, tollway turrets are both open for these teams, and with Dragon now on the table, I'm looking at Dokla because he is fairly much all of TSM in entirety for not just damage, but for just pressure in general. Like, if Dokla is there, that is pretty much all of TSM being there as well, and Geek is seeing if he can sniff out anyone as well. Insanity does find the Sleepy Trouble bubble, and this is not something that TSM really wants to be in, especially with like an awkward scenario with the poke coming in from both a Varus and a Zoe. You just do not want to be here. You need to force a fight, but you don't have the tools because of the composition that you drafted.
Yeah, we've seen IMT, really play for picks, with a lot of their champions, the Thresh, the Zoe, the Varus, even the Rek'Sai can catch people out of position. TSM very much kind of need IMT to come to them. This has been a feature of TSM Academy's draft. Is Evolve going to get picked off here by Alorum, going to have to get out, does that to safety, but Gate finds Speaker on the other end of his fishing line, and that's going to be Speaker going down outside the Drake, but the Drake does go over as Dokla is able to finish it off. Now Treat's going to have to head for the hills as Lost is trying to help his support get out safely, but the Rek'Sai going to chase him over the wall and bring him closer to the team. Perhaps a double bad thing that Potluck can't follow up. Still, it's 2 kills for the Drake. That's the trade that INT get.
Honestly, that is a valuable trade nonetheless, because yeah, sure, you lose the dragon, but it's just the first ocean dragon. It's not a problem, and you have absolute control of the map to boot. So deciding to come down to this Baron pit, you do have Altec who can tread fairly quickly. Zoe might have a little bit more trouble, but she will be able to zone whenever any of the members of TSM will come into play. She is fairly low on mana though, so she needs to eat up that honey fruit, then get back to zoning duty, because Dokla still does hurt.
He has no ulti though either, and they're just rushing down this Baron. I think they're going to get it. The jungler's not going to be able to get there in time. That is Baron over. And Alorum now going to have to get out of there, but gets snared up a little bit there, slowed by the Make It Rain as well, but the Lantern will keep him out safely, and TSM won't even get a single pick perhaps at the end of this Baron as Alorum flashes out to safety.
Yep, and right when they turn their eyes to see if they can find Insanity, Baron-powered recall gets him out just fine. And now all hands on deck for Immortals, going to be pushing it down into this mid lane, seeing if they can open up a little bit more and get that second turret. As 5-1 on Potluck. He's been able to secure so many kills with the Rek'Sai ultimate and just being in the right place at the right time. Sure, a little bit odd to say when he has face checked earlier today, but so far he's been playing out of his mind.
I feel like that's becoming Potluck's signature in Academy. Like, he loves Rek'Sai. I assume it's one of the champions that he's very comfortable on. And I feel like he always gets kills whenever he plays it, and he makes it work. Like, I can't remember what game it was, but there was a time where, like, I think the mid laner was like, Insanity was like, having an okay game, and Potluck just had so many kills. And you would think in a lot of situations that, like, that would be a bad thing. But Potluck actually surprisingly killed so many people that I think the enemy team forgot, like, how many kills and how much damage Rek'Sai can actually do when she builds damage items. So this is clearly something he's comfortable with, something the team is very well practiced with, and he may have 5 of the 8 kills the team has, but he's certainly making it work.
Honestly, like, every time I watch Immortals this season, it's something that it's like the hidden Potluck is the deadliest.
Yes.
Because he's just like, you never think he gets the kill, but his name just keeps popping up, and eventually you just forget about him and he just obliterates your entire team. So keep on pushing it here for Potluck as he's able to secure that turret as well for Immortals as they decide, let's go ahead, migrate up to this top lane and see if we can push Dokla off of it as well. With the Thresh Express, these transitions are a lot easier to execute.
Yeah, Varus and Zoe again with the Baron buff, just such good siege potential. So TSM is kind of left trying to protect these inhibitor turrets if they can. For now, it does seem like they'll be able to do it. And IMT will actually go back to base here. So I think they must be running low on Baron, or they feel like they could get back out to push maybe another one here. But a lot of damage done, a good gold lead built up from Mortals as a result. But at least they keep the inhibitor towers alive for now.
Yeah, at least they're keeping it. You know, just as long as your turtle shell is uncracked and is in decent condition, TSM doesn't have too much to worry about. Like, they have the wave clear from Dokla. Evolved also has some decent wave clear with his soldiers, and has the safety with the Banshee's Veil to boot. It's just a question on if Lost in Trees will continue to get caught out. Like, you're 1 in 6 conglomerately with this bottom lane. And they're looking actually to just try and force a fight somewhere, but Speaker's way caught.
Potluck just does so much damage. He's not going to burn the ulti this time. Streets does block off the on ulti. But there's a Drake coming up in 55 seconds, so IMT happy to try and pick some fights here. Alorum though going to get out again. Gate always ready to save his teammates.
Okay, so now you actually have a little bit of pressure here for TSM because you're in the lane, you're just sitting in it, and you have at least a wave to threaten in this mid lane. But Altec and Insanity say, you know what, that's totally fine. We have the pushing power. That does mean the cannon barrage comes through. And so now it's a little bit on TSM's field right now because there's no members to help defend this siege for Immortals. Alorum does not have Call of the Forge God, and actually Immortals is trying to see if they can find a flank on TSM who retreats upwards.
Yeah, TSM are going to get the tier 2 tower, so nice map play overall to get themselves some gold. Good bubble though, landing long range onto Speaker, but Treats will stand by his jungler to make sure Zoe can't assassinate him. And looks like it's IMT's turn to counter push, so run straight back down mid.
Yep, counter push. Ocean Dragon is available. They could say, you know what, let's just see what damage we can get done onto this inhibitor turret, and then call for a bait under this dragon. And as a matter of fact, they have enough damage to take it down. The inhibitor is now naked, which means the shell is cracked, and TSM has to see if they can find something.
What a pillar there from Speaker.
Nice pitch.
Alorum, though, is going to get back again. The Lantern now, Potluck diving into the backside. Under Evolve he goes, but they are going to keep him up. Shut down there as Lost is able to grab the jungler, and with the Drake up, that might be trouble for IMT, but they are going to run back towards the Ocean Drake. TSM looking low after the fight, despite getting a kill onto the Rek'Sai.
That was such a cool interaction there with Immortals, with Alorum and Gate. The fact that you got the pinch onto Alorum, he called in to Call of the Forge God, and you think that like Treats is in the clear and saying, all right, I don't need to use my ultimate. He's not going to be able to really be in a safe position to knock it back. And then Thresh Express all the way back gives him more time on the ultimate and then knocks it forward just to create that zone. It's very well played, but with the loss of Potluck, doesn't mean that they can fully invest, but at least they're able to get the dragon on the backside.
Yeah, I mean, IMT get what they want, you know. They may lose one, but they get the soul point now in their favor. TSM going to have to fight for every single Drake to not give that very precious Ocean Soul away. And IMT already got a Baron and it was able to crack mid through all that play as well. So TSM still fighting, and the goal lead is actually quite close. I didn't realize it was barely 1,000 up for IMT.
So close.
But
yeah,
this game is going to break pretty quickly if things go drastically wrong, especially for TSM with their base being a bit more exposed. So you can start to feel like the game is very preciously balanced at this stage.
And perfectly balanced as all things should be right now with this matchup, because like you look at the gold and you're like, okay, 1,000 gold ahead, that's nothing at this stage of 28 minutes. And then the next question is, okay, well, even if they're even economically, where is that gold lying? And it's lying on the right people. You want it on Rek'Sai's Potluck, you want it on Dokla's Gangplank, and even as well with Lost's Misfortune. So it's like it's all in the right places, which really makes this game so close between these two teams, because everyone has exactly what they need at this time, and it's just a question on how well the teams are going to be able to use it.
They're still looking at Dokla for sure. Hasn't died yet. What, 600 extra gold at this point? But did have to eat some oranges to get out from the bubble the Insanity did throw. So TSM, again, approaching these fights is really tricky. It's kind of up to like a pillar or maybe Treats' ulti, and that's about it to really get something started. But TSM have the damage if they can find the targets, so as long as they don't get poked out before a fight can really start, TSM definitely have avenues to win this game, but I don't know exactly how they're intending to execute with this comp, and it does seem like a tricky one to play. Again, TSM Academy, I feel like they just love to play comps like this, and I'm not exactly sure why. They seem very difficult to play well, but maybe they like to challenge. I don't know, but if they can find some free time, they can destroy fights very quickly. But that's the operative word, if.
Yeah, if is like a huge question. And it's really not the fact if they find picks, it's more of a fact if Immortals oversteps and comes into TSM, just like with an overextension or gets overly aggressive, because the TSM's draft is much more like a trap than it is an actual like cohesive unit, because it works, it's effective, but it needs outside influences to really make it work. So it's something where you have, like, you're left to where these Barons are uncontested because your team is not built around really forcing anything outside of Immortals saying, okay, well, maybe we overstepped here, we need to withdraw.
Yeah, I did actually like that look from TSM to begin with. Like, Dokla did get a tier 2 in bottom lane, so he's threatening the inhibitor tower now. I used his ulti to check the Baron and do a little bit of damage. Did have to use the TP though, which I think is ultimately what Immortals wanted, just to get the cooldown. But TSM think, hey, you know what? You're going to leave the area? We'll take it if you want to leave it.
When they smell this, they have the TP ready. All the ultimates are available for this fight as TSM treats. He's trying to hold them off.
He's trying to keep him out. Don't get in the pit, TSM. They're actually going to get away with it. They rob the Baron away from Immortals, and Speaker is going to have to flash out to safety, but he does get out alive. TSM just sneaking that Baron away.
That was wonderfully played by TSM. You were talking about the pressure that Dokla was providing in that bottom side that the rest of Immortals had to answer. They withdrew. They said, you know what, we're losing too much life. We have to back out for now. And then immediately TSM says, okay, well, they're gone. We're here. Let's just take it now. We have the objective damage to really take care of it, because Evolve's Azir just tore through that no problem. It's the same with Dokla on the gangplank. So really all they need to do, but the flash engagement from Evolve means that one true go button from TSM is now offline.
Yeah, just Treats, whose flash is coming back off cooldown. In fact, ultis in general need to come back for TSM, as Evolve did just use his. They at least get Insanity's flash out of the deal. But with this Drake up in 30 seconds, TSM pretty aware of what they need to be fighting for here. Of note, they cannot afford to give this 4th Drake over to Immortals, so I think they understand they need to be maintaining pressure here in the middle of the map.
Oh yeah, like if Immortals gets this Dragon Soul, it is so much more difficult for TSM to try and break through the defenses of Alorum and Potluck. And speaking of which, Alorum does get caught out a little bit, but Insanity seeing if he can help out with just a little bit of that zoning. And at this point, Immortals, I think, would be okay with losing this dragon, but the fact that it is that soul contention does make it a little bit of a sour aftertaste no matter what. So far, seeing if they can wiggle their way into this fight.
Oh, good GP ult does work, trying to cut off everyone else, but Alorum still tanking in the front line, does get stunned, but no follow-ups there, and he doesn't have a stone plate that he could have even popped, so he's actually going to stay pretty low for this next fight. But Insanity also stole a smite as Lost lets the ulti rip to try and zone them away, and they have started the Drake. There's a redemption there from Gate that's going to heal them back up, so TSM didn't get that much out of that, actually.
No, they actually lost pressure here on this dragon, and now this is really the true fight.
Okla around, Alorum in the front side. The Drake does go over to Immortals, but will they win the fight? Doesn't look like it, as that's one dead already. Potluck is going to make it 2. How much more can TSM punish Immortals?
Yeah, TSM needs to punish them heavily right now. They actually have some minions on that mid lane turret, so they could look to take this one out and then possibly enable some super minions with destroying the inhibitor, while Immortals is constantly being wrangled and sort of shepherded away by Dokla, but he gets caught out.
Oh, he just gets a kill instantly, and now Treats leaping back in to save him. TSM actually might have enough space to try and win the game here. Treats and Dokla just trying to buy time. The Nexus going low. TSM Academy, I think they finally sprung the trap. Dokla, who said it needed to step up and carry, and he is doing that in a big way here. Treats again is there. They get the ace, and Gate can't make it back. TSM Academy, they're gonna win the game. A very dramatic finish, but a win nonetheless. The enemy had Dragon Soul, and TSM said, nah, it doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness. Dokla, you are insane this game. The fact that like everyone else on TSM really didn't have much of an impact until Lost was able to grab a couple kills here and there, but it was all Dokla's game. He made that TP, he got the triple kill, and from there he was able to really wrangle up and just sort of put Immortals where he wanted them at the specific times that he needed to. Like, a lot of it was very much Immortals' tempo. It was their presence. They were creating the movements that TSM had to answer to. But when they slipped up, it was immediately into Dokla's hands. And he was able to cause that chaos and really give TSM that win.
That was a wild game. Like, Dokla had one death in that entire game, and that death was traded for the Nexus, which is a very worthwhile trade for your first and only death of the game.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. If I could go in with those trades, I would take it every single time. But, you know, it just goes to show that, you know, TSM, they've had their on and offs, but this is also their first 2-0 week.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
pretty good.
It's going to get spicy. We ended week 8 in a very fun way, actually, with TSM. Kind of stealing the whole game away from Immortals, I felt like, at the end of it. But Cloud9's on top. Dig and EG are tied near the top of the standings. Like, we're going to have some stuff to resolve before we hit playoffs. With only 1 week left to play next week, week 9's probably going to be pretty spicy.
Oh, yeah. I'm very excited to see how week 9 is going to turn out because there might be a lot of tiebreakers to take care of next Friday.
Certainly may be, but that is going to do it for us here. Thank you for bearing with us through all these changes as we transition to a remote broadcast. Please continue to let us know how we can improve as we adjust. Now, on behalf of myself, Coco, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for week 8 of the LCS.